T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
LadyChann! Fight!
Try again. Yo, hey girl, it's LadyChann rep nonetheless, and welcome to Come Box with Chan. Kaboom! We're in the build dizzy. Okay, dokes, let's situate. Does my mic sound nice? Chickadee check 1, check 2. Does my mic sound nice? Does it? Do it? Does it? Okie dokes. Hi guys. Late. But you know, wouldn't be Shan if I wouldn't be late. I'm working on it. Okie dokes. So we are going to do the members only live shout out first and foremost before we get on to everything. Andrew H in the Buddhism, Ivor in the Eastania, Modern King Boxing in the Buddhism, Don Juan in the Buddhism, Ben Adams in the Buddhism, Stephen T in the Buddhism, ERF Boxing in the Buddhism, Mark in the Buddhism, Slim Boxing Commentary in the Buddhism, Mark Niggity Nash in the Buddhism, Dub Rightside in the Buddhism, R to the left in the Buddhism, D Scar in the Buddhism, Devil Beats in the Buddhism, Jimmy McHenley in the Buddhism, Ringside Report Live in the Buddhism, Lisa Bell's the Queen in the Buddhism, AJR Day in the Buddhism, Chalo in the Buddhism, Aplo Type El Primero in the Buddhism, Dr. P in the Buddhism, Ricky Ricardo in the Buddhism, King Boxing, what up, LadyChann in the Buddhism, Pitbull in the Buddhism, Boxing God in the Buddhism, Zara in the Buddhism, Sports Heaven in the Buddhism, Don Wani in the Buddhism, Ahmed Dudu in the Buddhism. Jeez, Louise. Okay, so let me put this in. Did chickadee chat? This won't be happening. Hope you guys have had an amazing day. Here's your link. Kenny Ken's either going to join mad late or he might be spit touching guy. It's good to give me an estimated time, but it's all good. Because you know we're always in the building. So today is just everything boxing because you know, like basically for the past like 3 weeks, like everything is just like Tyson Fury Usyk, Fury Usyk, not happening. And I mean, I'm saying we're going to cover it because there's always updates. But I mean, there isn't really much fucking happening in the sport. We've got some good fights coming up, so I'm just giving you guys, you know, just chop it up and talk whatever you want. So let me let me just create a banner 1 sec. It is everything boxing. Everything boxing. Weekly wrap up shiggity show. Come one, come all, I say. You know, it's the more the fucking merrier. So yeah, this is where we are at weekly wrap up. in boxing, everything. Okay, so I'm introducing, introducing, introducing. We have AJ all day, Alex and Ivo from the Ustania. What up, guys?
You, what's happening?
We have introducing, introducing, introducing. What up, LadyChann? KOK boxing in the building. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, I don't know what happened to AJ. You bounced him out, King of King.
Yeah, I need to get my own song session, so I let them come in, and then AJ, he ran out. It's all good though. AJ, come on back.
Come on back. You're allowed back in. Come on, AJ. There you go. There you go. You're back. What happened? You bounced out.
Oh yeah, my mic was having some issues. Just had to refresh.
Okay. You had to refresh the page. Yeah. King of King said he has to get his own. So everybody has to fall back. You bounced out. You bounced out as it came. So it was like, what happened? Do we everyone nudge everybody out? No, it's my space. It's my
Fall
space.
back.
Fall back. You back.
What up, fellas? What up, Chan? You look like $1 million. Literally.
Do I? God. I wish I felt it, but onwards and upwards. We keep on plodding.
I like the hoodie. I like the hoodie. That's why I'm saying. My brothers.
That money. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and it is the dollar signs. It is the dollar notes as well. How much is it? It's $100 bills. So literally, I don't know how much I'm wearing right now. Shouts out to me. Yes, Champ Ross in the building. Champ Ross, thank you. I don't know what happened. Ivo bounced out. You guys are playing musical chairs and musical squares. Champ Ross, I feel like I'm low. Hello. Check. Is my mic low? Jiggity check.
No, you sound good.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay, folks. All right. I've turned it up.
Y'all hear me? My mic.
Yeah, now we can. Champ Ross shouts out. Let me just read out that Champ Ross. Let me read out the top 20 that I keep forgetting. And I said, in the prediction league, I said, Champ Ross, please come through and will remind me. Where you at? There you are. Okie dokes. Okay. So, no, that's okay. Let me get it. Because shouts out to the prediction league in the building. I'm not in it this year. Oh, this season. Sorry, this season. Neither is Edward. Neither is AJ. Yeah, it's raining. Yeah, he's the. Oh yeah, shouts out. King was the last season's current reigning. He's the current reigning champ. Coming in at number 1. Not sure how many points that you had. If you remember your points, it was like 1,200 or 16 or something.
It was overwhelming.
Yeah, it was overwhelming. It was. I don't know. Was there loaded gloves? Was there loaded brain? How can we put that into a cheating? Loaded gloves, was there some outside information that you had? Outside sources?
No,
he had an egg weight.
He had an egg weight in his brain.
Potatoes, man. Old school, like Clever Lang in the basement training.
Just intelligent like that. Shouts out to you though. That was beautiful. Yeah. You came through and fucked up the whole league. It was like one foul swoop. But shouts out to me. I still have to get my brag on because I finished in 9th. Come on. Okay. Top 10 against all you lads. But anyway, so we have at this week's number, let's go from number 20, and I shall read from number 20. So, shouts out, we got Joe Stunner at 90 points. We got Yasser Hussein at 90 points. We have Nick Harmer at number 18 at 90 points. Is this joint? We have Jill Coles at 90 points. You guys are all tired. Remy at 90 points. At number 15, Angel Santos, 90 points. Thomas Evans, 95 puntos también. Okay, Mark James Knowles at 95 points. Uncle Burnt apostrophe 95 points. Jesse Aguilar 95 points. And at number 9, Geneva Warren at 95 points. Y'all got the same scores, 95. Frank Pinero 97 points. Shouts out to you, Frank. Rob Day at 97 points. Ernest Collier at 100 points. Sean Newton and George Hall both share 4th place at 100 points. Okay, right, top 3. Joseph Brown, Chris Lath, and Derek Bailey, 107 points. 3rd place bonus was in the BTC. Number 2 is Napoleon Armstrong at 111 points. 2nd place bonus in the booty scene. And I don't have a drum roll, do I? Damn. At number 1, we have 2 entrants at number 1 for this week is Trey X and Champ Ross at 117 points. Okie dokes. So, and then just the current standings, I'll give you the top 20 right now of overall standings is, I'll read it real quick. Toby Barlett, 855 at number 20. Martin Sweeney with 858 points. Napoleon Armstrong, 862 points at number 18. Frank Pinero, number 17, 868 points. Number 16, Remy, 870 points. Yasser Hussein, number 15, 875 points. Coming in at number 14, Melinda Lewis Reinhardt, 882 points. Number 13, Michael Jurich, 904 points. Coming in at number 12, Thomas Evans, 905 points. 11, Mark James Noel with 909 points. Joe Stunner, number 10, 918 points. Trey X, number 9, at 925 points. Rob Day coming in at number 8 with 934 points. At number 6, we have joint Jesse Aguilar and Derek Bailey, both with 935 points. At number 5, Geneva Warren with 938 points. Number 4, Chris Lath at 954 points. Number 3, Nick Harmer, mi hermano, 958 points. Joseph Brown, 974 points, taking that for the number 2 slot. And at number 1, currently we have George Hall in the booties in number 1, 979 points. Giving me more work to do, eh? So shouts out to you guys. If you want to join the prediction league, hit up Champ Ross. Yeah, you find that you hit the nail on the head with that draw. One of the fights was a draw, and I think Champ Ross was the only one that, got that right. So shouts out to you that brought him in straight into number 1, for the current, not for overall, but for that week. So shouts out. So hit up Champ Ross, so you can, he's on Facebook. It's called Fantasy Boxing Prediction League, as you can see. There we go. In the booties. Okay. So as you know, this is the weekly wrap-up. Shiggity. Okie dokes. Let's go. Boxing. Shouts out to all the Bomb Squad lot. Yes, Eric Gomes in the booties. Thank you for coming through as usual. Yeah. Thank you, my sister Lisa Bales. AA, what up, Joe? Okay. Me, compadre, what up, Daryl? What up, Joe? Okay, let's chop it up. Boxing. Oh, boxing, we love you. So today I just said, let these lads just do what they want to do, because Right, boxing right now. I mean, we've got a good schedule coming up, haven't we? We've got Caleb Plant, we've got Ryan Garcia, we've got Anthony Joshua with Jermaine Franklin, we've got I don't know about the Undisputed. We'll talk about that. Also we've got Lawrence Okoli fighting this weekend coming up as well against David Light for the cruiserweight. That's his mandatory for I forget which belt. Who else have we got? But we've got a few people. So we'll go down the list. Who wants to start and chop it up? Because I'm giving you guys the flow. To the windows, to the walls, then the flow. Come on, I don't want to hear silence, mofos.
No, I'm just kidding.
When you're all supposed to be quiet, you lot are talking.
No, but what did happen this weekend? I lost track. I really didn't watch it.
It was
Zerto missed weight.
Right, of course.
Yeah, but that's old news. What's his name? Miller.
We haven't had the show
Jarrell
since then. We haven't had the show since he missed weight. So it's kind of new.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
there was the fight yesterday. Marcus Brown versus Jarrell Miller.
Yeah, and he got stopped. Marcus Brown, 43 years old. I mean, he's supposed to fight Daniel Dubois at one point, and
Lucas Brown.
Lucas Brown. And
I said Marcus. I'm like, he fighting.
Marcus Brown
Marcus Brown was on the card. Like, what?
You're talking about the 175 pounder? Is that one you said?
Yeah.
Not him. Yeah, so he got pulled off fighting Daniel Dubois for being too old. So it's quite fun. It's funny Jarrell Miller was allowed to fight him. But anyway.
Because he has a recent, I don't know how long that Junior 5 fight was, but he beat him, I think that was like late last year.
That was on that was on a Handy Camboso's rematch card, undercard. Yeah.
1 round. Was that the first round?
1 round, that's it. Yeah. Way later. I thought he was going to get destroyed. But then that happened.
He should have. I don't know how he pulled that out, so I thought that was a resurrection. But Lucas Brown is one of them names people drag out. Big baby, big garbage. Like that's just, I don't know who does that, who decides to pull. I mean,
wow.
I don't know. I guess it's a comeback fight, but yeah, Lucas Brown, man, talk about way past being it shouldn't be able to fight, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
I saw some highlights on Twitter. That was a freaking slugfest, man. It was honestly kind of enjoyable. So I'm about to go back and watch the fight now. But
yeah, I'm not bothering.
I mean, it was fun. Yeah. It was fun to watch two fat guys fight. So.
Give me a highlight of how it looked on the stoppage round.
Okay,
that's all. I really don't have much interest in Big Pharma at all.
He was calling out AJ after the fight too. He said he wants to still fight him.
Oh God, I bet you do. Like you pass that up, love. You pop dirty with every steroid known to man. And the last time you just popped, he had about 4 different anabolics in. 4.
I'm actually not opposed to it.
First time was 4. First time was 4. This time you had Viagra with them.
Oh God.
I don't believe in rewarding repeat cheaters. Like that's a big man to be taking them type. You can seriously inflict some damage, but I mean, maybe I hate to be accusatory, but I guess now we have proof. It was always kind of fishy, somebody that big throwing that many punches, but you take away the power, but it's like, bro, like why are you even like it's so cloud chasing to mention AJ's name. Like you have been pretty much irrelevant since you fucked that fight up. Now it's so many things happen because you got caught cheating, and it's just like it's just stupid. Like I don't know, like so why even mention it? Be humble. Build yourself up, actually make yourself relevant again post steroids, and then start calling out people. But that looks like a sack chase to me when you call out AJ. You sack chasing right now, bro. And if you want to do that, there's more worthy people that I think AJ can bless some money to.
That's true.
Yeah.
To play devil's advocate, I will say this. Like the lead up to if that fight was to happen would be very entertaining. Because Miller knows how to talk shit. He's a shit
talker. He's a trash talker. But I like what Edward said. I cannot give him any. We can't reward him with an AJ bag, with any bag.
And honestly, I don't think AJ would even take that fight. Even if that was a preposition, I don't think he would take it in the immediate future. I think he has bigger. Like honestly, he has bigger fish to fry right now. Just
There are several other top contenders he could fight. He really could.
Exactly. I wouldn't mind, honest to God, I wouldn't mind seeing yeah, it's Miller. Miller versus not
Miller
Dubois,
not
not Dubois,
light.
sorry, White.
Miller heavy. Sorry,
Bud
Miller
Light.
light white.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind seeing that fight.
The battle of the pop dirties.
I mean, shit. White fought Povetkin twice, and Povetkin popped dirty twice.
Yeah,
So he can't hold himself like some high standard.
No, I mean they could have a pop dirty eliminator in it. Who'd pop
Exactly.
dirty as the least, who came out on
Double
top.
Ortiz in there too, don't he?
Yeah, and I don't consider
Yeah,
like
yeah,
writing them
yeah.
off. I'm just saying just to maybe establish yourself as a clean fighter, and like I said, but we know why Povetkin.
Well, they did.
very
We
much
did.
fine.
The WBA put him in the in an eliminator thing, innit? That's how he came back, and that basically they ranked him. They took him from like top 15 and ranked him. Now he's in the top 10. If I'm not misunderstanding.
Okay, I got
he's
somebody
number-
to fight him. Feed him to fucking Joyce. Joyce always wants to eat fighters up. I would love for Joyce
Yeah.
to eat the brakes off him. It would
Yeah.
be
Tony
bad.
Yoka.
Yeah,
Put him in
I've
there with
noticed-
somebody. Put him in there with somebody. But like I said, I'm just saying, mentioning AJ, especially when you like AJ's already tied to a fight. Was he supposed to fight you after this one? It's just it's bad business. And like I said, everybody could be forgiven, but just the way that fell apart and it was a good build up.
did
That
it
was
twice
it
as
was
well.
going to be an exciting fight, but he fucked it up.
Yeah, he
like-
did it twice as well. He
Yeah,
popped
twice.
this
So it's
time
like
twice.
my thing isn't that let's not write him off necessarily, Ivo. It's just the fact is don't mention the guy that you basically established your record of being a cheater with. Go fight some other guys. There's a lot of dudes in heavyweight to go make some money.
Don't mention the guy that's on the 365 day clean boxing program. Like, don't mention him. Like,
I'm not playing devil's advocate for him. I'm just saying the build up for that fight would be beyond entertaining because I will give him this. He is a good shit talker.
Do you remember when it was the lead up to AJ and all of that?
Yes,
really
it was
getting onto
entertaining.
AJ.
Talk about AJ on protein shakes and the whole time. This mug, bruh.
Yeah, I know. But have you noticed he needed to be on those steroids to keep his weight down because he came in at the first fight that when he re-entered in the DAZN looking like a fucking beached whale. He came in like close to 400 pounds. Like, it's ridiculous. And this fight, he just made it to 350. So it shows you without the steroids, this dude's a fat git.
I have no clue if that's his fucking pituitary gland or some bullshit, but I will say this: that guy is really big.
Massive. He's a big. What's his height? Sound like Kevin Samuels' height.
He's like 6'4" or 5", isn't he?
Something like that. Not that tall. I mean, he's tall, but not that tall. So,
you know, not that tall to be nearly 400 pounds. Let's do the super chat. For some reason, my shit feels low. I'm not sure what it is. I don't know. Shouts out to Will, the degenerate boxing fan, Lynch, in the business for dropping that quarter of a dab on your girl. What's the word on the real big farmer, Tyson Fury Duck? He's still doing everything in his power to fight Char instead of undisputed. Oh, please don't say that. Please don't say that. We don't want Manuel, aka Mahmoud Char.
sad thing is, he'll actually do that and try to sell Char as a worthy opponent. That's what's sad about it.
If the fight doesn't happen, we all know what's going to happen. Oh, I sent him. It's all on Usyk, you know.
Yeah, he's going to blame Usyk. Of course he is.
Gap teeth, big middleweight and pumped up middleweight, whatever the hell he calls him.
Yeah, he says he's a pumped up cruiserweight. Where are we? Let's roll with the VT here.
You're just a pumped up middleweight, pumped up middleweight, cruiserweight.
Don't want to fight him though, do you? It's
Not a good
tragic.
Can we not to shit on it, but can we please bury this guy?
Well,
this topic is so fruitless. Fury is so it's like, dude, there's no step. We already know the move. It's been happening before, so it's like I'm hoping it's not like I'm wishing that maybe it'll happen, but the fight will happen. But at this point in time, there's no change in nothing. They're the same talking points. There's no news in there. There's no additional information. Well, Fury sent a counter. None of that bullshit has happened. So
there's some new stuff that's happened. Well, not really new, but I mean, a bit new. Seeing that we're kind of a week out. So the WBA said they have got, I don't know why they're giving him a couple more weeks, April the 1st, for that fight to be signed. Otherwise, they will be ordering the Daniel Dubois fight. They're not making any exemptions, exceptions, delays. They've gone as far
That's
as
worse than Emmanuel Char giving him Dubois. Look, I'm sorry. That's
at least
I know
Dubois mandated. So I mean, you know, at least
That fight's not going to be competitive.
no, but he's mandatory. So I
Is,
mean,
yeah. I mean,
it's not voluntary.
To be fair, like Daniel Dubois just happened to be, he just happened to hit the he just happened to hit the like the lottery by like fighting.
Yeah,
Anybody honestly could have beat Trevor Bryan and won that regular title. You know what I mean? Daniel Dubois is one of the guys who took it.
I
Anybody.
could have beaten. Yeah, I could
They should just punch the tickets on both of them. Make Dubois fucking Usyk's mandatory, and then make fucking the Juggernauts fucking Furies and call it a wrap. Maybe so we'll roll the dice and one of them, maybe Fury, one of them will lose, and we'll get our fucking undisputed matchup. Because it's just like they're not like, from what I'm seeing, it's too much of them. They're talking too much like about, because as of late, when I notice people are talking about contracts in the media or on the outside, the fight's not happening. It's not. So I mean, it's just like straight up. There's a few things that I do remember certain guys saying, like, "Yo, when it's in private, when stuff is quiet," but when they're sitting there literally breaking down stipulations of rematch, like the type of stuff they're arguing about in a fight, like rematch clauses and stuff. Like, bro, if you should have a rematch if a fight is close.
Yeah,
you should be one to have a definitive win, regardless of like people bring up Floyd. Oh, he lost that first because the reality is he rematched him and beat him, so that ended the fucking conversation. So if you rematch, you know, this have like talking about that, and then put money to the Ukraine and all. It's just like, look at me talking about the shit I didn't want to talk about.
Oh, what up, Kenny?
Oh yeah, we got Kenny Ken in the building. Oh, sorry, Ken. I wasn't supposed to laugh at you. Kenny Ken, you're in the building.
Hello, evening everyone.
Hi, Kenny Ken. We're just talking just about we've just been touching everything, but we was just updating on new stuff that the WBA will order, my bad, Daniel Dubois against Fury if the Fury Usyk fight is not made by 1st of April, which I still feel that is too long to give him that time to skedaddle all around. And so, and then there's also that if the date in question, April 29th, isn't going to get made, Team Usyk are saying, well, fuck 70-30 now, we want 50-50. And also they've got into, I don't know what this means, another fucking mediation, blood clot arbitration. They've got English counsel in the Buddhism. And I mean, if you've got British counsel because they feel that, you know, because they're Ukrainian and language barriers, legal jargon, etc., etc., etc. What I will give one critique: you were supposed to find that out before you signed the blood clot papers, Team Usyk. Yeah, you can't use that as an excuse now. You did agree to 70-30. So if it is going to happen on April 29th, it doesn't matter if you've got legal counsel, if you've got British counsel, American counsel, Guadeloupean counsel, Jamaican counsel. It's 70-30 across all councils. You can't go back. You signed it. So if that's going to be added as a hold up, every Asian is always, when Tyson Fury is in the building, it's always me. First time I've heard of mediation. I did hear of arbitration. I do like to watch law stuff, but really and truly, it really got, you know, ding ding ding. But like, I don't want to say the word, but banging to me about banged in. Pause. Driven home. These two words when it became, you know, the mediation arbitration with with Tyson Fury with the third Wilder fight. There was problems with the second Wilder fight. We've had problems with McDermott, and that was a rematch. Problems with White fight. We had problems with Klitschko rematch. I mean, I feel like I'm a scratched record. Any kids that are anyone that's under 25, you won't even know what a scratch record is. I feel like a scratched CD. And any kids that are under 15, you won't know what a CD is. So I feel like when you're your Wi-Fi's glitching. How about that? That's because, you know, some of you lot are really young, don't know vinyl, don't know fucking CDs. But I digress. So, God. So
No 8-tracks.
yeah, 8 tracks, go back 8 tracks, top loaders, VHSs, and they're like, well, okay, go on. Like, yeah, it's another language to them. Go show your kids a cassette. They'll look at you like that is a fucking alien. What is this device? Is it a toy that you plug into for your Nintendo Switch? No, we listen to music on it with ribbons coming out of it. Yes, very archaic it is, but we did. Anyway, look, I'm well drifted, isn't it? What down memory lane? Yeah, that's where we're at, and I just feel like I didn't want to title the show Tyson Fury, etc., because it's just like every week the show was just going to be called Tyson Fury. So I knew we'd have to touch the topic if there was new information, and that's the newest information that I know thus far. Klima's coming out on Twitter yesterday and the day before saying, oh, the plug will be pulled because it looks all dire around here. And then you've got Tyson Fury saying, Usyk is a pussy, like with all his team, and Joseph cheerleader fucking Parker. It's just annoying as fuck. Oh yeah, King of King, innit? Josh Taylor, Edward, is been introduced, hasn't he? Did you know that?
Josh Taylor.
Yeah, Josh Taylor has been introduced into Tyson Fury camp because he's sparring Josh Taylor.
The 147 pounder? I'm sorry, the 140 pounder?
What's he gonna spar him for?
He's trying. Oh, I get it, because Usyk is a pumped up middleweight.
Middleweight, so you're gonna get a super lightweight.
I got it. Yeah, okay. Wow. Okay. Well,
he's gonna be prepared.
I'm sorry. Wait. You couldn't find cruiserweights or light heavyweights to spar with? Like,
bro, you got Parker. Parker's practically a cruiserweight.
Yeah.
Parker's a punk.
Parker's a cheerleader. I'm sure he'd be happy to do it.
Yeah,
bro. The fact that Parker was a once upon a time a champion amuses the hell out of me.
I know.
Well, the reason why we know the fight's not happening, because if he was being serious, you would automatically, the first sparring partner you would get that would probably give you some dimensions is Olive Allen. I mean, that's who you would bring in. I'm not saying he's nowhere as good as Usyk, but he has the dimensions, and he's a southpaw.
So is Josh Taylor as well, but yeah.
Here's how I know this fight's not going to happen. Here's how I know the fight's not going to happen. Fury allegedly only recently just started camp for a fight that's supposed to happen in April, and we're almost done with March.
Mm-hmm.
So what, you're going to train for a week? I mean, I get I'm the gypsy king. I can do anything, but you're not going to go through a camp in a week and a half.
Like a 5-week camp. Like
exactly. That's ridiculous.
Kenny Ken, what do you think with all that new info? Do you feel like a fucking scratch record? Fan on hot now. Do you feel like a scratch record? Kenny Ken?
Is he frozen?
Yeah, I'm still there. Yeah, not really, because it's you whatever Tyson Fury's involved in everything, you know what's going to happen. You know that he's going to demand the lion's share, and and every fighter can just have the scraps. That's what happens with Tyson Fury. In terms of the preparation, I don't see how it can be done on the April 29th. I really don't, because it's not. As I said, it's not enough time. The guy's a big man. He's a big man who, despite the fact that he fights on the balls with his feet and he's good, he's quick and everything, to get in good condition to fight Usyk, he needs a lot longer than April 29th. He's not going to be able to do it. He won't last, especially how we know he's going to fight. He's probably going to go there.
Sorry, ignore me.
He's going to go there and try and blast out Usyk, try and get him out there quickly, because he advises every other big fighter to do that against Usyk. So he's probably going to try and do that as well, with a bit of boxing skills. If he in this present condition, if he does that and fails, then what will happen is that he's going to have nothing against Tank. He'll just be blocking, and then he's susceptible to getting hurt, because Usyk will hurt him, because simply he'll catch him. So he needs to be physically fit again. Get him up.
Is the fight happening, Ken? Because we could do stylistic breakdowns till we're blue in the face. I mean,
We'll find out this week.
Yeah.
But
We're
if
talking about it,
if it happens, it's not happening in April 20
yeah.
22nd. It will happen. The only time it's going to happen is after the football season, and it probably after the internationals. If there's any European qualifying internationals, we're talking deep into June. Because you've got the FA Cup final, your FA Cup final in June 3rd, plus you've got the playoffs. Then England might have internationals. We're probably talking mid-June, because you can't do it. The April 29th was the only reason why that date was available, was because before that they had the FA Cup semi-finals, and then afterwards they'll have it on. It's not viable. Wembley's not viable after the the 29th.
Well, the season's over in May, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but there's no other events. Remember, the women are going to have their events as well, and you've got the every final football final seems to be get played at Wembley. Even the under fives final gets played at Wembley these days. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. There's not enough time, because you look at it. Tyson Fury's already ruined it, because he could have, like I said, fought in Saudi Arabia, but he asked for too much money. Why? Whoever told him that, he was big enough anti-Joshua, I'm sure that was Bob Arum who told him that, priced himself out of the fight. Because he's cost Usyk a lot of money. And then you think about the 70-30.
Yeah.
Personally, 70-30, I think it's disrespectful, because the Usyk's got a lot of credit. He's won
undisputed,
the two-weight champion,
golden Olympian, two-weight champ,
and let's face
unified heavyweight
to
champ.
a lot of boxing experts, he is probably seen by a lot of boxing experts as the real heavyweight champion, other than Fury. A lot of people in the UK say Fury's just had to turn up and win because he's like, but you go elsewhere around the world, people, I think it's 50-50 with his fight. So he should have got 50, he should have got
at least 60-40 at least, but I said 50-50.
Personally, I think if you have the amount of belts that Usyk has, and you fought, all right, obviously Joshua's the A side, but if you've been participant in the amount of the show at Tottenham's Grand and the show in Saudi Arabia, and you've been participant in that, and you've given the members of the public 24 rounds of boxing, surely you'll warrant more than 30%. You know what I mean? Yeah. Especially when you bring a lot to the table. He brings more to the table than Fury, in my opinion.
In my opinion, he does. Oh, and Frank Warren's come out on record, by the way, guys, saying that, Ivo does have to take a phone call. He said that basically they're making a big announcement tomorrow. But he did say last week that he is prepared to have, a press conference at this point next week. So they've got an announcement tomorrow. We'll wait what the announcement is tomorrow. Other than that, there's nothing really else to...
Well, he does represent Dubois, you know. He does represent Dubois. He represents Dubois, by the way.
Dubois and Joyce. So he represents a lot of them, didn't he?
I think
he'll get a world title fight.
I think this whole, well, not this particular situation, but this overall boxing, we always talk about stuff that needs to be changed. I don't think you need public transparency, but I think they need to have some kind of like general counsel that is able to accumulate all the data of what the ticket sales or what people are really fucking making, and make it available to the promoters or the people that are organizing these fights, so they can have honest conversations. Because it's just so stupid to even, this, that, and Usyk, we fucking don't even know, because it's just like, I can't tell by looking at the audience. I can't tell by the numbers you release, because we don't know if they're honest. So it's just like, I'm not saying us, the public, need to know, but maybe there should be more transparency so these motherfuckers could make a deal. Because at the end of the day, it's a business. Like, dudes is trying to make money. So, I mean, really, if you're thinking to yourself, like, is Emmanuel Char more of a financial, does he make you more money compared to Usyk? Who knows? Because really, we say in our mind, well, Usyk's done this and that, but at the end of the day, none of that matters. Because if people don't watch his fights, or if somebody doesn't watch Tyson Fury's fight, but we don't know, because at the end of the day, nobody tells the truth about ticket sales. I see Canelo fight coming up, they're giving out tickets. It's like, bro, like, so some transparency. I wish they had transparency with it, but like I said, because there's no uniform governing body, there's 40 fucking belts, there's all this crap. It's just ridiculous.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we don't believe you. You need more people.
We don't. Yeah, we don't know what to believe at this point. They do need more people. Sometimes even the people that they need is more ticket buyers, but more people that they do need is fucking people that actually turn up to the fucking fights and pay for PPVs. Because right now we don't believe you. You do look like you need more people. That's the whole point why you're giving out tickets. So yeah, all right. Put a line under that. Because I'm like totally bored of the Tyson Fury story. I come on and then, you know, on my hey guys, and I enjoy just like trashing him and, you know, doing that in the booties and shit. But other than that, there's nothing else to say on this idiot, to be honest. So where are we going next? Go on, it's y'all's show. I just turned up today. Look, this is what happens when you leave stuff to men. They talk about they're here to lead you. Can't do fuck all. So where we are with Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia, seeing that everybody's just crickets out here. Or birds.
CHANN, I was about to just bring that up. You read my mind.
Did I?
Yeah, AJ did type. He started typing it and then he stopped. So, you know, he was going to bring it up.
Yeah. It's Twilight Zone. It's AJ.
He stole his ID. So, AJ, jump it off.
Yeah. Go ahead, innit?
Tank Ryan. Well, who y'all got in the fight? Y'all made any predictions yet?
Oh yeah, I haven't. I mean, but we have. We have. I think myself, AJ has.
Yeah. We both got the same guy.
Kenny Ken, I'd like to ask, who have you got for Tank and Ryan? Who have you got? What do you think about that matchup? Stylistically, good fight you care about, fight you don't care about.
Definitely a fight. I'll definitely start to watch. I'll definitely start to watch it.
Are you going to be up at 5 a.m., Kenny Ken? If Kenny Ken's up at 5 a.m. to watch a fight like that,
I've done it before. I've done it for Joshua. I've done it for Tyson Fury. I've done it. If there's a decent fight, I'm up for it. Tank Davis for me, you know, it's. I look at Tank Davis and I look at Garcia. I can't see past Tank Davis personally. I can't see past him. I'm not overconfident. I'm completely confident that he's going to win. I don't see how he loses this, but you know, that's the beauty of boxing is that anything can happen. Anything can happen. But you know, the thing about I can't see it.
You got Tank winning then, yeah? Go write that down. Yeah, so you got Tank winning.
Unanimous position.
Oh, you got it going to points. You do. Thank you, dokes.
Yeah.
Muy interesante. Go ahead, AJ. Seeing that you thought of it.
I'm probably not like everybody, but not what everybody thinks. I know Tank is an overwhelming favorite, but I don't know. I just got a funny feeling about this fight. That's you know, I don't think it's going to go how I told you this. I don't think it's going to go how most people think.
No.
Give us some details, man. Break it down.
Well, Tank did everything. His team did everything possible to try to, I guess, handicap Ryan. You know, with the catch weight, the rehydration clause, all the rematch nonsense. But credit to Ryan, he's still taking the fight, so he must be confident. He must know something we don't, or he must, you know, I think.
Money.
Yeah, he just, I mean, that too. I mean, but you know, I just think that he literally likes his chances, and I'm just kind of paying attention to that. You know, so.
Yeah,
hopefully he pulls it off because, like, if he wins, man, like, just imagine Twitter the next day. It's gonna be like that's gonna break. That's breaking social media. I'm sorry.
Viral. Yeah, that I'm absolutely thinking. I know that Tank's the favorite, but I've got Ryan Garcia in this one. I don't know why. Why she swallowed a fly? Yeah, so yeah, I've got bro. Don't tell me to break it down because I'll do MC Hammer Dance instead.
Break it down.
Stop. Hammer time. That's my breakdown. That's his. No, but on the serious one, breakdown. I just feel that Ryan Garcia. I'm going to give you the pros and cons. The cons is that all of these restrictions, so he can only rehydrate 10 pounds maximum. Ryan Garcia always looks tragic making weight. He's already kind of complaining as he goes through. This is what I look like. Making weight sucks. Didn't you know that you had to make weight in boxing ever? You know, you're a boxer. It doesn't matter what weight you do. You're still gonna have to make that weight, my G. So, but he seems to be complaining a bit. So that makes you think, oh God. But I just feel that he's too. But then it goes against my ethos of saying just because a fighter is bigger than another fighter doesn't mean that fighter can beat that fighter. I understand, but I'm going with how I saw Tank Davis the last couple of fights. How I've seen him, I go with how I saw him with Mario Barrios. Mario Barrios was absolutely winning that fight until he got stopped.
Sure was.
Rolly Romero was winning that fight until he got stopped.
Sure was.
These are all tall.
Isaac Cruz, that was close as well.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? But as tall fighters, with Ryan Garcia is a tall fighter with pop, great left hooks to the body that will stop you.
Lightning fast hand speed as well.
His hand speed is phenomenal, unless he's lost the step since the last time we saw him or not. But I know why they slapped that £10 rehydration clause on him, because that dude, once he went up to 140, when I've seen Ryan Garcia fight, he clearly looks like a junior middleweight once he rehydrates.
That's huge.
Like, that's not an exaggeration. He's a big kid. Yeah, he's a big lad, isn't he? But I mean, if you want that fight though, I wouldn't have put a rehydration clause on it, because when you win, you can just have an asterisk by you. Like, it's like with all this stuff, it's like with you're handicapping them in a sense. You are, because like that's what you're doing, really. I mean, like, let's not. No,
I think we're making too much of it, because the thing about it is, he recently went to 136. This is what I hate about the sandwich weights. I'm like, we're talking about a few pounds, and then the weigh-in, he has to be 146 the morning of. Promise you, by the time that fight comes, Ryan Garcia is going to be all about 155 when that.
I don't think he's allowed to come into the ring at 155 though.
No, the second weigh-in is that morning of the fight.
Yeah.
So
that
morning of the fight, he can't be more than 10 pounds.
Right? Yeah.
So if you really think about it, if we were in old school days, he would have had to come in the morning of the fight at 136.
136.
So yeah, he's going to come in. I promise you, when you see him coming at the fight, by that night, he's going to be 155. He's going to be fully hydrated. So I'm going to let you finish, and then I'll go.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that information, because now, I feel a little better. Yeah, he's too rangy for Tank. I just don't see Ryan Garcia. Tank is formidable at getting in the inside. He's very persistent. That's his way as the little guy to knock motherfuckers out. So if Ryan isn't careful, and you got old chin up in the air, Ryan, I've noticed he started to put his chin down under Goosen. The last two fights coming down slowly, but sometimes people still revert back to blood clot type out here. So when they're under pressure, they just revert back to type. So it wouldn't be shocking that he has that chin in the air. It wouldn't shock me. Luke Campbell floored him.
The thing is, I think honestly, like what Ryan needs to do is, like, he needs to keep it long.
He does
keep it long, and if he does that, like round by round, hopefully Tank will get desperate and rush in and make a mistake, and that's when Ryan can capitalize on that.
But when Tank's desperate and feels that he's losing, he does turn it up a notch, and he will.
He does.
Fucking bully into that inside and think, fuck it. He goes guns blazing, and that's where we can say just keep it long. But at the end of the day, if the fighter don't want, the opponent ain't allowing you to keep him at range.
Yeah,
it's easy for us to go, just keep it long and you've won the fight. No, clearly I
just say that because, like, the way Tank's been fighting,
I feel that. Yeah, I'm still with that. I'm still with, like, if tailor the tape out, keys to victory. Actually, keep it long, mate. Keep it fucking long, as long as you can, because otherwise your head's coming off, Ryan. Your head's coming off, and because
the thing is, why Tank is losing
it to Ryan. Sorry, I'm edging it to Ryan. 55. 45. That's
That's
how
fair.
I'm going.
That's fair. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, but this because I've seen all of Tank's recent fights, and it's like the reason why he's losing rounds is because he's not throwing punches. He's just looking to land a counter. That's pretty much it, and he's able to land it. But it's like, you know, and honestly, it's a gamble, but it's worked so far until one day it's probably not. And the thing is, Ryan, you know, savvy enough to, or just does he have enough skill or hand speed to, you know, just to keep getting away with that? Now, because now I'm thinking, I'm edging Ryan too. I mean, I'm with you, Chan, 55-45, and Ryan's
right.
At the same time, Tank could land that one shot, so he's got to be careful.
Right. Yeah. 55-45. Edward, in the DAZN. We got King Limbo here. We'll go to him after. I'm not sure who that is. Edward, go ahead.
So difficult fight to decide upon. You know, you guys made some good points. The biggest thing, I think that, you know, regardless of the length, I mean, there is some things, technical flaws that I don't like about Ryan Garcia. He does, the head movement is terrible, and he non-existent, and he does fight with his chin up in there because he's able to get away with length. I discount necessarily Luke Campbell because he's about 4 inches taller than Javante, but he probably hits not as hard. So when we bring up Barrios, you know, you bring up those dimensions and where he's losing the fight. The main issue with Ryan Garcia is his fucking heart. Whatever physical dimensions he has, to me, it's like, am I looking at Victor Ortiz 2.0 fighting Madonna, talking about I shouldn't be getting hit like this, and basically fucking giving up in a fight and getting your ass whooped? So that's the issue I have with him. So because his heart to me is unproven, the Fortuna fight to me is a joke. Like, to me, like, you drugged this dude up that clearly wasn't prepared for the fight. So that's why I have to go off recently. Now, Tank hasn't established much more of a better resume for me. Like, he, you know, I see he has power, but who you been knocking out, bro?
Nobody.
But here's the problem about Ryan Garcia, though. Is Ryan Garcia is his chin levels above who fucking Tank's been fighting? No, can't say that. So to me, I mean, I hate to go with the puncher's chance, but I do think Tank does have some tools. He did show some back foot on Rolly. You know, we even see where Rolly was winning. My thing, like I said, once again, bringing up Rolly and bringing up Barrios, is those fucking dudes believe they could fight, and they had to get knocked out for them to realize they were going to lose. Barrios took a battering and kept coming. Yeah. Do I see Garcia doing that? Not necessarily. So, I mean, he reminds me, like I said, so far, because he's so improved, he reminds me of one of them guys that looks good in the gym. He got all the physical attributes, but you got to have heart in this game. And Tank, I think, truly believes he's been chasing this dude down. He truly believes he can beat him. So I edge it to Tank 55-45. And I think I don't know if he necessarily, I think he stops him by round 10.
Calling a stoppage. I could see it all go that way as well, though. Shouts out to Blood
losing like if you're losing like 5-4, if you're losing the fight, it's good because Ryan will bank a bunch of those early rounds just because Tank is a very slow starter. He has to figure a way to work his way in. But once Tank realizes, if he realizes that he can't hurt him, it's over. Tank has a pretty good chin from what I've seen in his action. Like I said, that's
he's never been down before, has he?
No. And he's never really been rocked and dazed or anything. So,
well, he hasn't fought a lot of punchers. That's why.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah,
well, that's what I'm saying. But look at Ryan Garcia. Can we say Ryan Garcia is much of a step up of anybody that he's like is? I don't think.
Well, could we argue that Ryan is probably the biggest puncher he's faced? Could we say that?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you think he's got more pop than Isaac? You think? I think he pretty might slightly.
Ryan's got more pop.
Yeah.
I don't care what Isaac.
He's got more pop. Rolly probably might have more pop, but he don't know how to deliver.
Rolly hits hard too. He does.
Rolly hits hard.
That's what Tank said post fight. He said that. Tank said he hits hard. Yeah.
It's just that Ryan is a bit more together in the
in the technical department.
In the technical and fundamentals. He's just. Yep. He's better than Rolly. Like he is.
100%. Ryan and Rolly was announced. I picked Ryan to knock him out, hands down.
But here's the other thing: how does Ryan look? But like, have we seen Ryan boxing on the back foot? an extended part of a fight.
Not so much.
Mean, yeah, that's the other problem. The only way of him winning is he has to be a far range. If it's up close, that's Tank's advantage. The mid range, I don't necessarily know because I don't know what he got. Ryan got decent left hooks and stuff, but anything that allows Tank to be able to duck down and tuck his chin, that's he may not have necessarily good punch resistance, but because he's shorter and he can tuck his chin with. He had problems with fucking Cruz because Cruz was smaller than him. Not smaller, but he was shorter than him.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yep.
So that's why he struggled with that particular style. But it's going to be different because a lot of those punches, Ryan's going to be hitting the top of his forehead and all kind of weird stuff because he's going to keep his chin tucked. So
who's going to keep their chin tucked?
Tank, because Tank doesn't really put his chin. He's not like he does have some background. He doesn't keep his chin out. He is pretty defensively sound, even though he gets hit.
Yeah, he's a good boxer though, like that as well. He will keep himself. He knows what to do. It's not like I was saying Tank's trash.
No. Plus his IQ is pretty underrated as well. If I gotta admit, he's got that cunning IQ. Let's do this thing. We'll get back on. Chelsea. The weekly wrap-up Shiggity Show. Thank you, Will, for dropping that quarter of a dime on your girl. Who was the better champion at 130 that Ryan and Tank drug up to beat Garcia? That's a good question.
Who was the better champion at 130 that Ryan and Tank drug up? Well, Pedraza was always in the... Pedraza was a good
champion. No, he's talking about Garcia and Fortuna. He's talking about
Hector Garcia and Javier Fortuna. Hector Garcia and Javier Fortuna. Yeah.
Who was the better champion at 130 that Ryan and Tank drug up to beat Garcia or Fortuna? So he's asking who's the better champ out of them two?
Yeah. Out of Hector Garcia and Javier Fortuna. I say Hector.
Yeah, Hector. At that point in their career.
Hector Garcia, he's also an Olympian, golden Olympian as well.
Yep.
And he was coming off of some too big of his career wins.
Chris Colbert, then Gutierrez,
on the shelf and been knocked out and beat before, so it's not like he was undefeated.
Garcia, Hector, Hector is about he's a better geezer that he dragged up.
And he was big too. He was not as small.
He's big for the weight, but he got dragged up. But he was big for the weight. Now he's gone back down after that last loss.
Yeah,
because CHANN is like you're right. I know we give Tank a lot of shit. Mm-hmm. But it's frustrating because I see a guy who's talented, and I want to see talented fighters test themselves and prove how good they are.
It's frustrating, isn't he?
He should have fought. He should have fought Devin. He should have fought like one of the top, these young guys by now, man. He's fighting Ryan, and I give him that. But then again, he could challenge Devin for that belt if he wants because he's got the regular title. He can use that as a segue to challenge him if he wants.
This is what I'm saying.
AJ, that's the frustrating part about it is because, like you said, it's not the necessary we got anything against Tank, and it's not even like you're far, like you're literally like 1 or 2 fights for us to say you're completely legit. Like that's how annoying it is. It's not like you got to fight 4 or 5. You literally got to fight 1 or 2 people, and then we're like, oh, he's legit. That's it. It's like, and he just hasn't done it.
You're a 2-time super featherweight champion. You're lightweight now. You should be challenging somebody for that belt. For one of the belts, man. You should be.
He's never had no interest. I don't know if that's going to change now. Is he with Floyd? No. Not Floyd. Is he with Ellaby? That's not. Ellaby just turned up.
I think he's with Al Heyman on just a just on that basis alone. But he's not with Mayweather Promotions anymore, from what I know. So
that is that situation is.
Did anybody see it? My God, Leonard be looking like a Black Santa, bro. Like at the press.
Leonard been put on about 50 pounds, 60 pounds.
At that press conference, it's like, man, I wanted to say ho ho ho.
No, I didn't know it was him. I honestly didn't know that it was him. I never knew it was him.
It's like because he always dyes his shit. Then he come out all gray, and it's like, bruh.
I never knew it was him. That's very What's going on over here? Sorry, tentacles. I feel like something doesn't sound okay here. Sorry. Let me be not doing technical shit over here. Fucking hate it. Yeah, I didn't know it was him until everyone's like, "That's Leonard Ellaby." I was like, you know, to blow it up. No way. Like, since you got like your job taken off you, what have you done? Just comfort eating. Jeez.
Yeah, well, you know, he usually delivers Floyd's coffee, so maybe he can go back to doing that.
Yeah. That's strange, man. That's a big transformation. I mean, the beard's not, his skin looks good. He looks, you know, he looks like he's got money to still maintain, but it's just a total different transformation.
Yeah, the gray hair. Like
because he never did he. Hang on.
He dyed it. He dyed it before. He dyed it or used that marker shit or whatever he's using. Yeah. So I don't know what it was.
I mean, yeah, he was Beijing in it. I mean, it's just grey.
Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, no need to hide, bro. It's like you're old, it's fine. You know what I mean? We all get old. It is what it is. So
yeah, I mean, when you're dealing with men, and of a certain age, going like you expect it's gonna have greys. Like, don't care about you.
Look at Kenny. Look at Kenny. He's graying a bit. He's not hiding it.
Kenny. Yeah, Kenny's not Beijing in. Kenny's not dyeing his beard. Let me see you, Kenny. Have you ever thought about dyeing your beard, love? Would you make you make you look younger if you dyed it?
What for, man? I've had my time. It's gone now.
Look, I've had my time. Kenny, have you had your time? Have you left the building? No.
Flaunt it, Ken. That's right, bro.
What, you've had your time like that, Ken? Like where it's just like, fuck it, don't need any Beijing.
No, doesn't matter at all. If it happens, it happens. You know what I mean? You got to grow
when
old,
when did your beard start going grey?
I don't even remember it. I just remember it going grey overnight, you know. Overnight. That's what I remember.
Yeah, that's what happens. I don't understand what it depends. If you've got a certain, I get like, because you've got quite a beard that's quite full. I know some of the lads, they have it very tapered, you know, very sharp. So they may want that Beijing look where they want it all black and yeah, I get it. But I mean, if you're 20 years old and it's grey, I mean, maybe you'd think, let me dye it because I'm like a bit of a freak of nature. I've gone grey mad early. But I mean, if you're an older geezer, and
it's kind of like if you're like Liam Smith, you know,
from 40 upwards. Yeah, from 40 upwards, just whatever it is, just keep it to it. But just it's going grey, it's going grey. Because if you look good, you look good. It doesn't matter. Like, yeah.
Look, there's people I know who went grey when they're 29, 30.
Yeah, then I get why they would dye it, though. I get why, because they don't want to look way older than what they are. But when you're an older geezer, why do you care about having your beard? I mean, if you want to dye it black, I'm not against it either, by the way. But if you want to have it grey, I'm not against that either. So I don't know why Ellaby, because Ellaby's one still looks good. I just didn't know. I'm not saying he looked like trash, but he put on weight. His skin was still nice and clear, I just didn't know who he was. I just didn't know who it was him, mate. I just didn't know it was him. That's a total transformation, and loads of people online was just
hated it.
Yeah, he got desecrated, and he got
desecrated. The lie detector test determined that was a lie.
Some people have gone gray real early in their life, and you don't even notice it. Like, well, I mean, this is showing my age because I know none of the young people know about this. But like, the actor Steve Martin, his shit went white when he was like 30 something.
Oh yeah.
It's like 29, and it just. But you saw it for so long, it was just like, it wasn't a big deal.
So he went like that early, did he?
Yeah, man, he was. He went early.
He was crazy young, and his hair went white. All the way
yeah, see, it happens. I know someone that was 19 and he was all grey. White lad, Devlin. He's called an MC. All grey at 19. Liam Beefy Smith. All grey.
That's why I brought him up. It's like how long has his hair been grey? Like because he's still young. He's not even like mid-30, barely mid-30.
Yeah, for years. He's another one for years. So, I mean, could you imagine if he dyed his hair like really dark brown, how much younger he would look? Like, if you're young and you are super grey and you want to dye it, I get it, because you spend more time as you get older being old than you being young. So if you can bring it back down to being young, the age that you actually are, then I get why people prematurely that have gone grey will just like diet. Get it? But when you're older, what I'm saying is, as long as it's all kept and nice and groomed, who cares if it's grey, got salt and pepper, all grey, all black, whatever. Who cares?
Gray is a show of masculinity. I'm sorry, I shaved my goatee a few months ago, and I was like, man, hell no, I look like a little kid. It was irritating.
Yeah, goatee, please.
Back.
Is it? It's goatees have to be in the booties.
Yeah,
you do have a tendency. That tends to happen a lot when you shave facial hair. You do look younger.
Yeah, exactly. So being young, looking young, ain't necessarily a good thing for men. You need to be a little more rugged.
Yeah, you don't. Men don't really have to hold on to trying to look young, because, like, grown women ain't really checking for you if you look like you're like you look like you're about in your a teenager, or like yeah, we don't really care. We need you to, when you're a certain age, we want you to look like a man.
Like, Chad, you tell me all the time I don't look my age, so
you look super young though.
I know.
You look like you're about 20, mate.
See?
Yeah, if you grew a full beard, you look grown.
And that's the thing, okay, I can't. That's
you
what's
can't
bad.
grow one,
I can't. I mean, it looks like I can, but it looks all messy and just choppy and shit. It's not. It's not. It's not.
Is it all patching? Is it all patchy?
Patchy, yeah. So in some spots, I mean, it can't grow.
Some men can't grow them. Some men,
it can't. So I just keep it off. I keep it shaved. So I just keep my baby stash. That's all I keep, really.
Maybe as you get older, it may change.
That's what my dad was saying. My pops was telling me that. He said by the time you're 30, it should grow in fully. Well, Dad, I'm 34 now, and it hasn't happened. So I don't think it's going to happen at this point.
Oh, yeah,
like, really.
No, it may not then. Yeah,
no, it doesn't change, man. Mine still does that. Like, I've never been able to grow like the full, like, epic fucking Liver King type beard type shit. No, it never happens. It just always the same thing. Just certain parts.
Gerald Levert beard.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen for some.
Yeah, some people it's either it's a beard there or it's not. But I mean, goatees and all that are cool. If you could do a AJ, can you not do a goatee then? Could you not?
I tried. I tried. Okay,
that so can't run either.
I tried for a while because I go to the barber and I get my hair and my face done, and then I didn't do my face for like maybe 3 months, and I let my beard grow out. My beard grew out slightly. It was like kind of patchy, and I had some like the lines on the side that connect. That kind of grew in a little bit, but not all the way to connect it. So it was kind of like it was kind of like a 1/4 goatee, if you want to call it that.
That must be so frustrating. Edward, you're good with that.
I took a picture. I can show you. I can send you a photo of like I kind of have it if you want to see it like later.
Ken's got no send. I will
look at stroking the beard. That's
Kenny Ken's like that. Like
his beard.
Kenny Ken, it's always been easy to grow a beard. Some people got it. Hang on, we've got someone else on the panel. Who's this? King Limbo.
Oh yeah.
Oh God, no. No. You're not allowed. Yeah.
Oh, bro, you sat there for that long and didn't say nothing.
You're not allowed. Yeah, you're not allowed. You're not allowed.
Was he here last week?
Jim, you go back in the chat. You're not allowed on the panel today.
He switched up his thing. Get out of here.
Yeah, it's caused too much problems. Too many problems with that.
He went off, and that was unnecessary. How he went and bowled and me and all
that. Was that last week?
Yeah, that was last week. Yeah,
I can't.
Yeah, Kenny, you left by that point. You came after you left.
It was last week. Yeah,
right,
sorry,
enough.
Jim. Yeah, too much problems. Can't do that. It takes it away from the show. Because I was going to go to him about the beard because I didn't know who it was, but my bad. I thought it said King Limbo, but it said King Jimbo. Shan, wear your glasses, girl. It said King Jimbo. Then I would have known. So I'm rooting for. Okay, so next topic with we've had Tank and Garcia. What you got? Holy, are you going to go to Kenny Ken? Boatsy leaving.
Yeah, there's issues with DAZN because like more and more fighters are leaving DAZN to go to Boxer. Even though DAZN is massive outside the UK, massive platform, but
Boatsy's the latest.
Latest to leave, the latest to leave because he said he left because he left because of himself. He said he wasn't a priority at like with.
We know why you left. We know why you left.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm starting to see a different. Shouts out to Hatman. I did see his commentary, and he's got a very interesting commentary.
So did I. I saw it too. Chan, go ahead. I think yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe he just overall wasn't happy because Eddie Hearn is now. If any of you lot seen, Eddie Hearn's he's being petty boots and he's being a bit spiteful, saying, "Well, Joshua Buatsi didn't want any hard fights. He just wants to fight domestic fights. He didn't want the Bivol fight, even though we saw him try to go for the Bivol fight after the Craig Richards fight and got kind of shot down." And that
did he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, and that would entail if he's to then what was the other fight that he wanted to get, and then Hatman was saying and. Eddie Hearn fucked that up as well. Like all of a sudden, Bivol got retracted. That went to Canelo, you know, the prime guy, you know, the cash cow, his favorite. And Josh, and then there was something else. There was another fighter, and that got kind of revoked as well. So Joshua Buatsi was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go. I can fight Dan Aziz, and then I'm Dan Aziz. He's number one, and they're number 1, 2 in it. In the are they the WBO man?
Yeah. WBA rankings. Bivol's
WBA.
Aziz is number 2. Yeah, they're both 1 and 2 respectively.
So I think he's just like I can do that, and there was just a better plan, like how Hatman relayed it, which I'm because I don't because I couldn't sit here and say that I feel that Joshua Buatsi's scared of Dimitri Bivol. Like scared of him.
No, because that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I didn't know he tried to pursue him before. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you remember in Virgil Hunter, his trainer in the presser after Craig Richards, he was like, "Nah, he's not ready for that yet."
Oh yeah. I remember. Yeah. Eddie was trying to push it. Then then his Virgil said, "No, he's not."
And it looked like it was given to him, and then all of a sudden it weren't. So. Yeah. Eddie's saying that he offered him a fight for 1 million.
No. It was the mandatory was called from the fight Zerto, remember? And I think because I think Eddie wanted an exemption. He wanted to put Buatsi in. Then the WBA said no, you got to fight with Zerto, and that's it.
Yeah,
and that's what happened. Yeah.
So I just think he just got lost. Go ahead, Kenny Ken. And go.
No, it's just that it's just something in the comics. He was talking about not being a priority. He explained why he turned down the Bivol fight and said to explained what was coming after it. He saw it as a kind of he said that it was something out of nothing. But I think with people leaving DAZN, because remember he's left. Was it Anthony Joshua's management team as well?
Was he left 258 as well?
He's left 258 as well. But I think
like a Coley did as well. Fuck.
Yeah. I think what's happening now
trying to associate themselves.
Which is the fact is that their attitude is no one knows who they are, no one's seeing them. The only way they're going to get seen and recognised is if they go on Sky. And I think that's what they're asking for is exposure.
Visibility. Yeah,
it's visibility.
But I do think that's a credible thing to worry about. I've said that being on DAZN.
You look at what's happening at DAZN in terms of British fighters. The only fighters he seems to be pushing forward is Lee
John fucking Ryder.
Yeah, John Ryder, Lee Wood, Warrington and Conor Benn.
All been beaten, drug test cheats. Beaten, drug cheats, fucking domestic at best, but you're lucky that you did a little 2-2 one day and you
look at the women. Katie Taylor, I can get it. Katie Taylor, not a problem. But come on.
Broke Park fail. Now we're at the bingo wall in Ireland.
The Ebony woman from the Oz about getting more exposure than him. Come on.
Because you fuck her.
More exposure than Joshua Buatsi.
Oh, sorry. Sleeps with
an Olympic medalist. Come on, this is
they're having an affair, isn't they?
Which CHANN? Who does who? Who's doing who?
That's the other blonde bird. My bad. Let me take this back before they revoke my YouTube channel for defamatory.
Sorry, but who's doing who? Sorry, I
thought Eddie was doing Bridges.
Oh,
it's the other bird he's doing, isn't he? A Sky Nichols or whatever.
I think that was.
I think he does. No, let me stop. Well, you talk.
Oh,
anyway,
okay.
it's all right. She ain't coming on the show, innit? I'm not asking her to come on. He made shag Ebony Bridges. Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think honestly, because I saw on
Everyone
Twitter
wants to skirt around it, like skirt.
I mean, not that I'm making excuses or nothing like that, but it's just the like a photo circulated Eddie on Sky apparently like at that car thing, and then it just built from there. So it's like that's not concrete proof
Be
that.
clear in your conviction, young Anakin. Hurry up. What did you say? Because you mumbled through that bit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh.
There was a picture that circulated that
Oh,
was
okay.
what?
There was a picture that circulated on Twitter, and then from that point on, like through comments and stuff like that, everybody was saying like the affair was based off that like photo. So I don't know if that's like really concrete proof that.
What was the picture?
Just that I'm outside, like next to a car. Yeah. That's it. that was all.
What, like at a photo shoot or just on off time?
Just off time. Like I guess he was helping her get a car or something like that. So it's like then everybody's based. Oh, he's doing her. Then they built from that.
You lot are having a little go. Yeah, sorry. What are you doing with Eddie on your off time? Yeah, no. That's like, yeah. No, but that's true though. Why would you be with your boss after work? Not with any other people. Like, it's not like it's a group party, a fucking Christmas party. We're doing with just you and the Ernster.
Well, we have noticed with DAZN that they do have a group of fighters.
Edward bring us back into morality, so he was like, "You like,
they have a group of fighters
that gutter."
They even pop up on you, but they do have a group of fighters that they seem to circulate activity to. Like we said, we just seen Zero. They were trying to get Zero to fight this weekend already. I mean, it's like so. Certain guys are sitting there on the shelf. You know how I feel about Andrade. I feel like he's done some things, but he was kind of put on the shelf for particular fights. So it's like, at some point when these guys are coming out and he's like, oh, well, he didn't want these tough fights. I take that with a grain of salt because one of your fighters wanted the toughest fight he could have had and you never gave it to him. So don't use that. It's like no exposure. If you can go to a smaller, more regional venue that's going to get you more, accolades, because let's be honest, it's better to be a superstar in the UK than a star in the world right now. I mean, that's all it is. You're talking about right now, UK is slowly becoming a mecca of boxing right now. So if it's better to be this huge there than just to be like, if you have a scale of, it's better to be a 5 in the UK than a 3.5 on the world stage. It's just better. So why the DAZN being all these other places is meaningless when the best place you could be to build your your following is right there at home. So do it.
Yeah. I get you. Better to be a big fish in a little pond than a fucking little fish in a big pond. He's a 5-star fighter. He's a hell of a fighter. I'd like to thank Al Heyman. No, come on. Can't tell me about Floyd Money Mayweather. That is my all-time favorite fighter in the British. I love Floyd.
He really is.
In my first, as I came on YouTube and did this channel, if you go back, I did an ode to Floyd, an hour show with what's it? Another content creator, and he's a comedian here as well, but he does boxing content. Mate, it's so bad that his name's just Anyway, go and look, and we discuss some, what we love about, because we're big, massive Floyd fans.
Nice. Sorry, by the way, Chad, let me ask you something about Floyd right quick. Like a few years back, I want to say in the late 2000s, it was after Floyd came out of, he made his comeback, and like there was this guy on a radio station. He was like some local like rapper, I think it was in New York or something like that, and he was talking, he was being critical of Floyd while also being a fan of his. But he was being critical, and Floyd got wind and called into the show. And him and this guy argued for probably like 10 to 20 minutes. Like they went back and forth, and this dude was holding his own against Floyd. He was spitting straight facts. You could clearly see that he knew his boxing. And it was just highway comedy. Like, did you ever hear that? I think his name was R.A. the Rugged Man or something. Like, you ever heard that clip or no?
No.
Okay. I mean, if you want to laugh, if you want to laugh, I can.
Send me the link or something. Yeah, send me the link or something. No,
yeah. No. But if you want to have a good laugh and just enjoy it, it was pretty entertaining.
No, yeah, I would like to see. Yeah, no, I love Floyd. King loves Floyd. Oh, Ken, who's your favorite boxer? Like all time?
My favorite boxers, you know, in terms of like fighters I watch, I've always been a massive Marvin Hagler fan. I loved watching him fight. Yeah, out of the 4 kings, he's the best. He's
good
the
choice,
best.
man.
I still think that, you know, that what happened in April '87 was shocking decision. They just wanted to give it
to
to
Tommy
Sugar
Hearns?
Ray Leonard.
Oh no,
Oh,
with Sugar,
Hagler
got the
no,
decision.
Hagler Hearns was the one where it was the 3 rounds of just sheer
correct.
chaos.
Yeah, yep.
That is the
April
best
87.
3 rounds I've seen in like that. Nothing's ever topped that. There's fights that are fucking epic that go the distance that still can't match the epic of that back and forth in those 3 rounds. Fucking amazing. But sorry, go ahead, Kenny. Yeah.
But,
Okay,
know,
with
it was
Roberto.
like,
Did you say Sugar Ray Leonard? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was like you know, judges, you know, people in Atlantic City, they were desperate for a happy ending. Desperate for a happy ending at the expense of the credibility of the sport. He did not win that fight, Sugar Ray Leonard. He just didn't.
Chan, we got to do the rewatch now. We got to move that up now. We got to put that on the list.
What was it? What one? Which one with Sugar Ray and
Marvin Hagler?
Yeah, and Marvin Hagler. Ain't that on the list?
It is. Yeah, but we may need to move that up now, man.
He nicks rounds. He nicks rounds. All right, give me nick rounds, but he didn't win it. I don't get it to this day.
Yeah, we'll put it on the rewatch. Yeah. Jimmy, I'll speak to you later in the comments. So I'll speak to you later. Yeah, you came on the rescore and that you wasn't allowed on there either, and that's why you wasn't allowed on there either because we was drifting into Canelo. You weren't really allowed on there. How you talked to the boys was bad for no reason. You know, you could at least, if you want to come on, you got to tell people, sorry, we ain't no free. I gave you 10 minutes to get it off your back, off your what's the word, off your head, because it was just going on, Jimmy. And we're a bit grown there, and it gets a bit much. So when you're in the chat, you're all right. No, Leonard defeated Hagler. Yeah, he did. That's Kenny Ken saying that, he shouldn't have got that. Ayo! I know. Bennett, Ayo, Ben. Okay, so, all right, I just wanted to know, Hagler, sorry, never pronouncing H's. Hagler. Okay, I never knew who was your all-time favorite, to be fair. I never knew. So, Hagler for me, for you. Floyd for me. King, yours is Floyd as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's pretty. I've seen. The Hagler, man, that's a problem that I think is Floyd? Because I keeping myself consistent is like I was a little young in the Hagler years, so I wasn't able to really appreciate the skill. Now later on, I watched the fights. Like you said, man, that Hagler Hearns fight. To be honest, the reason why that's so major is like you talking about 2 elite boxers deciding to say, "Fuck it, let's go," and see who loses. Yeah. And it's just it wasn't even a, hey, this is what we're going. It was just like, I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to destroy you. We don't need no words, and they just run up on each other, and it was just so. One of the most, like, I literally watched. To be honest, Kenny, man, I watched that particular fight, probably like every few months. Just running it back because it's just it's so entertaining. It's locked in my favorite fights. And like you said, the Leonard situation was, but see, you know what, Leonard, a lot of people bring up certain things about Leonard, but he's that whole shit that De La Hoya was pulling in his fight. He got that from Sugar Ray Leonard, the throwing the flurries at the end, that's the Sugar Ray Leonard style, like it's just, and he would still fights by that way.
Yeah, the shoe shines.
Yeah, it was just like, bro, but it's like. But so it's like in that fight particular, but Hagler had a hard road anyway. He come from the dirt.
Yeah,
a lot of situations
from the mud, mate.
Yeah,
couldn't get a title fight till his like 52nd fight.
Yeah, he was. If you want to talk, we talk about people being avoided and dug. That's really getting avoided. Like he had to force his way in by punching people in the face. He went and got it.
No. Guys, the Senate had to get involved. Literally, like the Senate gave Bobby. He said, if you don't get Marvin Hagler a title shot, they called Bobby. You don't get him a title shot, there's going to be a formal investigation. After that, he got a shot.
Right. Yeah, because it was all due to like just ducking, and some of it was a racial divide and bullshit as well, isn't it? Like
he was too dangerous to know. You know,
but,
like in boxing, you have to.
He did fight black fighters. He did, but what I'm saying is that they tried to bring that in as like for the title fights and stuff like that. Because when he came to the UK, he got fucking disrespected big time. Like
when he beat Alan Minter,
Yeah, Alan Minter. Yeah. Rest in peace, Alan Minter.
Yeah, because you know the guy who Alan Minter beat twice to win that middleweight title.
Him and
the Marvin Hagler did fight. I think he beat Hagler again. You know,
no. Kenny, they fought twice. They drew the first time, but everybody believed Hagler should have won. And then he rematched him and stopped him in like 5 rounds.
It's a Famo, isn't it? It's a Famo.
Yep.
And then Alan Minter won at Wembley, and I think he won the rematch. And then they had the fight in 1980, late 80, 1980. And let's face it, Alan Minter fought with his face like he always does. Fight with his face.
Kenny, have you guys, Chan, have you ever seen that fight with Marvin Hagler and Alan Minter? Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Bro, he took that title from that man.
Yeah,
that night.
And then after the fight, they threw drink on Hagler and all this stuff that like the British public.
Alan Minter started that. Alan Minter started that because when he said, he said, I don't want to lose to a black man. And he went, I don't want to lose.
I want to let a black man take my title.
Take my title. Yeah.
Take my title. And it was all.
So you got the great beat off you. Go ahead, Ken. Go on, Ken.
So it was one thing. And afterwards, it was he just took everyone on and smashed the pieces of him. I remember that in '96, there was a fighter from Uganda called John Mugabe. He was going to give Hagler a beating. He was putting people down.
There it is. That was the second to last fight.
Hagler took him out. Yeah, took him out. John Mugabe took him out, mate. Took him out, man.
In the 11th round. He's a 4-star fighter.
Yeah, Tommy Earns as well.
He's a hell of a fighter.
Roberto Duran schooled Roberto Duran.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
his box rec. I mean, come on, stop it. Leave us alone.
Yeah. So it one of the things he is. And look, and then there was another time when he fought Tony Brit. When he actually smashed the pieces as well.
There's that geezer.
Cut him up.
Who? Yeah. There's Antifermo.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it. Antifermo, yeah.
For the WBA world title, WBC defending. I guess Hagler was defending that.
The way they treated Hagler in that fight in the UK, to be honest, kind of stalled y'all's boxing scene for a while.
Because everyone's like,
nobody wanted to deal with that shit.
Man.
Yeah,
that was disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting.
It was fucking disgusting. Oh yeah.
I've beat the fights. I've beat the fights over the years, and that's happened. I remember watching a fight years back when there was this fight. Rob McCracken fought a guy called Steve Foster. Rob McCracken's from Birmingham. I think Rob McCracken is Anthony Joshua's trainer. And
when he used to be a fighter.
Around '92, there was a fight between Rob McCracken and Steve Foster, and it's basically. Rob McCracken's from Birmingham, and he's a Birmingham City fan. He had Steve Foster, who had fans from Manchester, a combination of Man United and Man City fan. Rob McCracken wins on points. They're having fights in the crowd, and they're getting chairs and throwing at each other and throwing bottles. So that is British boxing. Ooh. There's only ever been violence, especially when there's in fights. There was another fight when I was a kid. Mike Kaler and late Errol Christie. Both of them had a fight. During a press conference on the floor, throwing real punches. Both of them went down 5 times. But Mark Taylor won the best out of 5 knockdowns. But that's British boxing. I've only ever known that. Knowing them punch ups and crowds like that.
Hey, Chan, scroll up right quick. You'll see the name Eugene Hart when you see it. Hold up, scroll up. Up. Keep going. There it is. That's how Jesse Hart's dead.
Fuck off from wrestling.
Swear to God.
From wrestling.
That's his dad.
No way.
Swear to God.
No, but Jesse, what is Jesse Hart mixed race then?
No, he's black. I mean, like the current light heavyweight contender who's a.
Oh no, you made me scared. I was thinking of Brett and them Hearts.
Oh
yeah,
no, not them.
Thank
No,
you.
no, the boxer Jesse Hart.
Right then, did you see the befuddlement in my mind, in my face? Edward, did you think he was talking about the same wrestler?
No.
Or no? Or was it? Oh, was it just me?
I could be honest and say yes.
I went to wrestling. I don't know what made me go.
I thought he said wrestling. Like Brett the Hitman.
Yeah, because I said
Hart, the
wrestling.
brother?
And yeah, I was like, for real. When I pulled up this, yeah, he's black. I'm like, okay, that means Brett. He's one of the ones.
Yeah,
that
Braves one.
Not Brett Noah, not Brett Noah and Jesse.
Yes,
Jesse.
that's what I'm thinking of. Shit, that's it. That's what division is Jesse Hart? Would you say
super middleweight, light heavyweight? He fought Zerto Ramirez twice, and currently Joe Smith.
Yeah, okay, got you. Yeah, I got you now. Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah, I mean, he lost to Joe Smith, and he fought
looks
Zerto
like
twice.
he's, but this is what he looks like now. I mean, his son. The son looks like the dad. See this picture now. Yep. The son looks like that now. All right, Bard, do you understand? You can see.
If you go on the wiki, they'll probably say it. If you go on the wiki,
I'm gonna look. Wait, hang on. Look, let's see. Hang on. Let me see if his picture's fucked off and changed. Where's your wiki?
The picture below the photo, right there. The
yeah, there it is. My bad. Yeah.
Oh, good.
And then it'll have
scroll down. See, scroll down. Does it say it?
No, it's not going anymore.
Oh, there it is. Yep. Father of Jesse Hart. There it is. At the very bottom.
There you go.
Yep. Boom. That's it.
Yeah. But okay, it's a bit more rugged. It's Pennsylvania in the building. Yeah. Joe Smith Jr. alert. Joe Smith Jr. alert. That fight ended up in hang on.
He lost the split decision. He got pummeled though. It should have been a UD, but he also fought Zerto twice as well. The super middleweight challenged him for his belts. Lost twice.
Yeah.
On points.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, just a message. Okay.
Oh, but fun fact. Guess what? He actually stopped the guy who Demetrius Andrade just fought. Demond Nicholson. I guess he's the only guy to stop him.
I just saw, but didn't I just see this geezer Jesse fight? When's the last? Is he still active?
Yeah, he hasn't fought in a while. He's still out. He hasn't retired. But
Okay, so not a minute. Where's your box fight? Let me have a look.
When was the last fight? Was it the Joe Smith fight?
That's maybe when.
Yeah.
Okay, so is that the last time?
That was a while ago.
David Murray, 2021. I knew I'd seen him.
Wow.
Well, that's the most
Okay, I didn't see that fight. I didn't watch to see that.
Because I think this was on Champ Ross. Was this on the Prediction League? This fight, I'm sure I've seen this fight. Can't remember it off the top of my head, but I know I'd just seen Jesse Hart fight. Well, I called that recently because 2021, but yeah, it's still a couple years back. But yeah, I knew I knew he wasn't inactive. I knew he hadn't retired. How old is he? He's 6'3". I
think he's 33, 34, something like that.
Okie dokes. Just looks rough, but it does look like his dad though.
He said Edgar Berlanga turned down an offer to fight him. I can believe it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's currently.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can believe that. Berlanga knows he can't fight no bangers in the building.
What is Eddie gonna do with him? That's what I want
to know. Edward Hearn. Edward fucking Hearn. I don't know what you're doing with Ed. What do you think about all of this? Edward will be back. What do you think about? Okay, I want to keep it on the DAZN stable, looking like it's looking pretty unstable.
Okay.
Right now, why? Let's give the pros and cons. I'm gonna draw a little chart, get in my nerd bag, because where are you? Because you know what we do with AJ, we do with stats, facts, and data, don't we? And that's what we do. Yeah, so roll out. Where my guy at? Where you at?
Facts matter. See, if we're going to have a conversation, we have to agree that there's some things that are just true. Facts and data matter.
Okay. Shouts out. RIP Kevin Samuels in the That's what we're doing. So I want to just quickly go around the panel with all three of us. Oh, let me put it on. Let me put an invite just in case, because sometimes people sometimes think when it goes up in the chat, people think that you know, they're not allowed on. You're not allowed on if you're Jimmy.
By the way, Chan, fun fact. I don't know if I told you this. If I did, I'll tell you again about Marvin Hagler. Kenny probably knows, but why he couldn't fight, why he couldn't get people to fight him. Joe Frazier told him, he goes, "Oh, it's because of three things. You're black, you're a southpaw, and you're good."
Yeah, that's a fact. I did know those. Yeah, yep. And he ain't lying. It's just a shame that he only passed away like over the. They said over the. Let's not say the reason, because they fuck up the algorithm on here, and they absolutely just took down a content creator for 1 week for him talking against the thingamajig.
What the hell?
Against the so you can't even if you mention it, right? If you mention it, you have to be mentioning it in good light. Imagine that. This content creator's got over 250,000 subscribers. Very well-known American content creator. Not boxing, by the way. Entertainment. Just only came back on disappeared for a week, because I'm an avid watcher. Disappeared for a week. He got told that the reason why they took him down is because he was anti. You're not allowed to say that is bad.
Wow.
You can only say that is good.
Mm.
Imagine that's how you've got us in shackles and Ross Clark chains, no matter what race, religion that you are. Nobody on YouTube's allowed to talk about that. So YouTubers, my fellow content creators across the board, whether you are boxing or entertainment or whatever, please don't mention that, talking down on it, because they'll just they went back into his records, and the AI detected it from the algorithm and fucking took him off. Shouts out to my sister Queen Lisa in the Black Clock.
Okay. What's going on, everybody?
So you can't mention.
What's up?
You can't mention it. Yeah. Well, so what we're gonna do, sis? I'm glad that you've joined us. I want to talk about, and Kenny, the pros and cons of being on Sky. Let's pretend we're fighters, and we're offered to either go to Sky or DAZN, and why we would say we would go to Sky and why we would say we'd go to DAZN. So we would go to Sky. I am LadyChann. I'm a lightweight. I'm a lightweight. LadyChann, a lightweight, but I'm a lad, because girls is different. There's no point, because there's, you know. So just pretend I'm a male boxer. Kenny Ken, he's the new heavyweight signee waiting to sign to one of them. Lisa is say you're let me think. All right, sis, you just be all right. Let's all pick weight categories. All right, let me be the lightweight. Lisa B, you can represent like Joshua Boazzi, 175, because we need the weights to make it make sense. So we need to do all these fighters' weights. So we need 175. We need a 160 pounder or 154. We need a 135, representing a Haney or something like that as well. We also need heavyweight. Ken, you could be a heavyweight. And we also need, who else do we need? Shall we have Sonny Edwards? What is he? Bantam? No, he's fly. He's smaller than that, isn't he? Why would you go? Just say fly, whatever he is. All right. Us be in any of these weights. So 175, sis. Your new boxer, you've come in as a light heavyweight, aka Joshua Boazzi's 175. Why? Sky is bidding for you. DAZN is bidding for you. Who are you going with?
Well, if I go with the money, that would be Sky. But if I stay at DAZN, I got a better chance of fighting better competition. That's a hard one.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be in a situation like, okay, I'll give you a perfect example and I'm gonna shut up. Look at what happened with Terrence Crawford. He was on an island by himself. Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. This is so 175 pounders. Oh, Edward, you can play the game with us. So we're doing. Why would you, if you was a fighter and you got offered a deal coming fresh out of, say, the Olympics or whatever, or anything, and you could pick between Sky and DAZN, why would you pick them? And we're putting us being in weight categories to represent some of the fighters that are there and that have also left. So also we have to put in cruiserweight division as well. So, you know, cruiserweight, if you use a cruiserweight, which one do you want to be? Because Kenny's a heavyweight. Do you want to be a cruiser? If you was a cruiserweight, you be a cruiserweight. No, you be heavyweight, Edward, and let Kenny be a cruiserweight. Cool. Yeah, that's how we do it. Lisa's a light heavyweight. I'm a lightweight. AJ, what are you? Do you want to be a middleweight?
Sure, I'll do that.
Do you want to be a 154 pounder? Or
I'll be a middleweight.
Yeah, okie dokes. Cool. Okay. So Lisa said, are you there, Edward, by the way?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, okay, cool. I just was making sure that, yeah, I did see that you was unmuted. Cool. So Lisa said that she, as Lisa Boazzi in the building, she is leaving. She ain't staying with, who are you going with, sis? Who would you?
I think I'm gonna stay with where I can get the best fights at. I'm not gonna go for the money. The money is gonna come. Then I would stay with DAZN only because I'm gonna get the
stay at DAZN.
Yeah, because I'm gonna get the 175 pounders there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you're 175 pounds. Let me put that to Lisa. You're Lisa Boazzi. Funny, isn't it? This game just made it up. Fucking well chuffed. So Kenny, you are Kenny. Oh, yeah. You're cruiserweight, right? Cruiser Ken. You are Kenny Okoli. Kenny Okoli. Where are you going out of Sky and DAZN, and for what reasons?
Well, thing about it is I can't stay with DAZN for the simple reason is that they, in terms of the exposure, if I'm not going to get any exposure whatsoever with DAZN, to the extent that, you know, at the moment with DAZN they're promoting like I said, the lighter weights more than they'll ever promote me. I'm an afterthought. For instance, I see in DAZN, Lee Wood, Josh Warrington, and Conor Benn. Of course,
yeah, but you have to remember you're a cruiserweight, so you don't.
I know, but I know I'm a cruiserweight. But in terms of what I promoted, I'm not going to get a look in at DAZN.
Yeah,
now, if I go to Sky, there's a vacancy there. If I go to Sky, I know for a fact that they're promoting my rival Rack'n'For. Ratpoor, sorry, because we're Ratpoor. Now, that is a fight. That is a good fight to tell where I can make some money. I hold a world title. He wants to take it from me. We've sparred together before. It's definitely, I think that fight can be, because of Sky's reach around the UK. That fight will make a lot of money. Plus, I win that fight with Sky's platform. You know, they can build me. Now I don't see how I'll be able to build if I was in DAZN. So I'm going with Sky.
Yeah. So okay, we got Sky in the building. Okay, so Lisa Boazzi is now been signed to DAZN. Congratulations, Lisa Boazzi. And Kenny Okoli has now been, you're welcome, sis. Kenny Okoli's been signed to Sky. All right. Like, so, AJ, you are okay. Who hang on. Who's the one that left at 154? Beefy's bro. Was it Beefy's who left there? The brother?
Yeah, Beefy left, didn't it?
Beefy left, and
there
was
just
two of them.
Yeah. He left.
Okay, 154. Okay, so you're AJ Beefy Smith in the building. Where who are you signing to? And why?
Let's see. Well, it would depend on whether or not how fast I'm going to be led to a world title. Like, what's the trajectory? How many fights am I going to have? And then I'll compare like fees and stuff like that, because that's ultimately what I want, is the challenge for a title. And as long as I'm being paid decently, whoever offers that route is who I'm going to go with. Because if I win fights in good fashion, hopefully my stock will increase, and that'll result in me getting more money, no matter where I'm at.
So,
but
does the zone have? What's the zone stable with 154 pounders?
That's a good question.
It's not. It's PBC. That's a PBC.
That's a PBC. They run that.
They control the stable, more or less.
They run that, yeah.
So honestly, it's like I'm good either or. I mean, whoever's going to lead me to a title faster, or who's going to get me a shot, I'm comfortable being wherever that trajectory leads me.
So you don't mind where you're at, okay, coolio.
Yep.
Sky or well, we don't know who you're going to sign to yet, but you're just going to deliberate right now. Okay, so you better hope that they both don't pull out for your indecisiveness. You'll be fighting on the street, love.
The table has left the deal.
Yeah, the table has left the booties. Yeah, it's gone. The bag has left the booties. Yes. Okay, so heavyweight Edward. You've just come out of the Olympics, new signing. Where you going? You going Sky or DAZN? Those are the guys that are offering you anything. No others are offering you. It's only these two cats. Where are you going and why?
Easy decision. I'm going to Sky. I'm coming out of the UK. I need to build a fan base.
Who are you? Hang on. Sorry. You're Edward. What heavyweight? I got to have you a surname. Is any what heavyweight left Eddie and fucked off? There's a few. Michael Hunter got ousted. Do you want to be Edward Hunter?
What?
Yeah, Scott just dropped him too. Scott just dropped him too as well.
Yeah, all right. You don't want to be him.
Scott dropped him too? Wow.
Yeah, he left. Yeah, I don't know if they got rid of him and he left, but he's not with Sky anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that
Sky's network TV over there? Am I correct, or is it just?
It's network.
Yeah, there's no. It's literally.
But I need your name. I need who you're going to be.
Oh, I'm going to be. Edward.
Think of who's left. Who's left the zone?
I'll take Edward Hunter. That's cool.
Yeah, just be Edward Hunter.
Yeah. Okay. And he actually went to both platforms, so it works out.
Yeah. Okay.
Because here's the thing about it is you're really talking about a network TV against another platform. We got to think let's think a lot of the UK fighters that they have brought up that DAZN has poached to make fights. They're all built on network TV. They're not. It doesn't matter if the competition doesn't matter if nobody knows who you are. If you're in one of the best title fights in the world and nobody watches it, what does it matter? So I think if you're coming out fresh, you need to get some light touches so the competition doesn't matter. They'll drum up some fighters for you to look good, and just build your fan base. And then, like I said, in the day, if you want a title shops in boxing right now, we're talking about heavyweight. You got to bring money and force somebody to fight you. Because use Joyce as the example. He's obviously a perennial contender. He has the background now. He has the fights, but he's not getting no fight. Now, I promise you, Joyce, he could have left quality fights, but if somebody knew they were going to make $30 million off fight him, he'd already have his title shot. So I think you got to build your fan base. You got to build a bag, and you got to force issues with people. You got to make people want to come to you. And the best way to do that would be at Sky Sports. If I'm selling out, Sky Sports showing me I'm selling out the O2 Arena. I mean, hey, that's where it's at.
Okay, so Edward Hunter is going to Sky. Congratulations on your Sky signing. Hopefully it goes well with you. And then you've got little old me. I'm going to be 135 pounder. Okay, so I'm fucked regardless, really, at that weight division. So we've had Devin Haney at that. Everybody that's at that. No, hang on. Who owns the majority stable of 135 pounders? Is that again PBC?
Eddie.
That's Devin.
Oh, no, I know. It's Top Rank.
It's Top Rank. My bad.
Yeah,
Top Rank.
Top Rank.
Top rank. Yeah.
Yeah, but Top Rank's not offering me no money, and it's between Sky and DAZN.
And PBC has some 135 pounders too.
Yeah, they do have some, didn't they?
DAZN got William Cepeda and Jojo Diaz, who lost this weekend.
No, that says it all, mate. Yeah, fucking guy. I'm going to Sky. You just made up my mind. Yeah, I'm going to Sky. I'm going to Sky because the visibility is better at Sky. I'm going to Sky, even though I'd rather Sky has a working relationship with Top Rank. So
they do.
I'm being able to get the fights at being a one that. Oh yeah, who am I? I'm Shan Haney. Sorry, that's who I am. Yeah, sorry, I'm Shan.
Oh, okay, Shan Haney. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Shan.
Shan, I made up my mind, by the way.
Oh, who you going with?
Sky.
You going with Sky?
I got a good thing going on right now. I just knocked out Chris Eubank, so I can get a lot of money in a rematch. So it's like, yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool with Sky.
Side with Sky. Shouts out to you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Shan Haney, yeah, I can still get the fights with the 135 pounders at Top Rank because my relationship, their relationship works with Bob, doesn't it? As he's got his co-broadcasting deal with Sky anyway. So with Eddie's, there's nothing really going on over there, and tension is there, and they don't really work well together unless like majorly forced. And there's nothing over there. So on that note, for me as a 135 pounder, it's easy for me to be at Sky. Sky has got the big machine behind them. They've been established for about. How long, Kenny, has Sky been about? 35 years?
No, Sky's been, Sky was late 88, early 1989, but they've been involved in boxing for probably since Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis actually was on the quiet, was probably the catalyst to boxing. So I would say
about 25 years.
No, about 31 years.
30 years.
31
yeah.
years. No,
31 years. Yeah, 31.
Lennox Lewis, remember Lennox Lewis? He was with Frank Maloney, and he was with Ali Addis.
Who's now a woman.
He fought Razor Ruddock, innit? He fought Razor Ruddock.
Yeah, right.
In 92. So yeah, it's really 92 that they came to fore, and obviously, but mind you, ITV were giving them running the money because remember ITV had Chris Eubank and Nigel. So yeah, but yeah, Sky kind of took over from when Bruno fought Mike Tyson, isn't it? The rematch.
Yeah. So
okay.
Okay. So Sky, like I said, then Sky's been well established. It's on the TV. It's got a big media machine behind it. There's all different branches of Sky now. If you're on Sky, you'd be on Sky Sports, you can be on Sky Cinema, you can be on, you know what I mean? They've got so many subsidiaries that they'll push you on, and which is pretty cool. Then with the intervention with Boxer, I just think, for me, and I'm not discounting DAZN for nothing, by the way. And also Sky is a part of a package. So a lot of people, if you don't want to be a package with Sky, if I'm being built and I'm Devon Haney and I'm being built as a pay-per-view star or trying to be in pay-per-view, I'm going to want to go, even though DAZN does have pay-per-view. A lot of people are pissed off at the subscription and then the pay-per-view on top, where Sky, you don't need to subscribe to be with the pay-per-view either. And if you subscribe and then you've got the pay-per-view, it's, you've got a plethora of channels, that, whereas with DAZN,
you blame DAZN for doing it. Do you blame for doing it? Do you actually blame DAZN for doing it?
What, for going PPV?
Well, no, but the thing is, you think about it, is that they have to pay Canelo and Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, I know. I get why they're doing it.
Deal,
yeah, because them lot have taken all the fucking money, haven't they? Joshua and Canelo, haven't they?
In fact, if you're a boxer, if there's no money left, you've got to go elsewhere because Canelo and AJ take the money.
Right. Yeah, I know. As a business, I get why they've had the ante up. I know why they've upped the ante, but I mean, do I like it? No, but as a fighter, I have to think about that though, innit? That I have to think about the audience. My core audience might just say fuck DAZN. They might just go to Sky. where, you know, you don't need a subscription. And if you do have a subscription, then people have had subscriptions to Sky for decades, mate. And do you know what I mean? And you don't really see a load of. There was a time when Sky lost a lot of customers. I think they're beginning to know their place in the market because they do realize that apps, you know, like Netflix and stuff has overtaken you having to buy the Sky movie package that shows you the same movies over and over again anyway. But do you know what I mean? So there has been adjustments that I've seen. But overall, yeah, see, Blood, yeah, you're right. Sky got involved before you left the UK. It was 1988 or 89. Yeah, they come in 1988, 88. Yeah.
That's what I said,
yeah, and they've been there ever since. Yeah, like you said, Ken. So I
remember there was British. Remember, if you look at Sky, there was Sky, then there was British satellite broadcasting. Murdoch bought them out in '91 because you know there was a separate one.
Yeah,
because you know actually the boxing was actually meant to be on the boxing and cricket was actually meant to be on BS British satellite broadcasting. And then Sky took over.
Sky B and Sky took over that, and that was the square dishes. I remember my mum had
that's right.
Fuck's that? Yeah. Sky B, yeah.
But let me ask something. What are the numbers for the fights like over there? Just a regular fight on Sky.
But I think the numbers that I've ever heard reported back is usually for like some major ones. They do tend to hit like if it's a big fight, you will hear like a million, or you will hear about 1 million people tuned in. Like easily, 1 million or 2 million people easily have tuned in.
Okay.
Yeah, and even more astronomical numbers on free TV, free sports, free boxing on that. And I mean I for some reason, I know there's even bigger numbers than that, but I can't tie it to which specific fight. But they've had moments where they've easily hit the 6-7 million mark, easy.
Wow. Yeah,
easy.
That's wild.
Yeah. So it's to do with the nation. It's the culture here as well. So loads of people, regardless, they really, really will tune in. Do you know what I'm saying? It became so I guess it's just that, they do hit some really big fucking free numbers, mate. So, you know, to be on Sky, it's a look. Even though DAZN is international, it's strange. You got to give and take. It's something, one thing or the other. It's a strange one, it is.
Well, the international aspect doesn't, I mean, you got to go where their bread and butter is at. It's like, do I want to go to a buffet? Yeah, I got a lot of choices, but if I want a signature meal, I'll go to a specific restaurant. So that's what it is. The zone to me is like a buffet. It's like, you got a lot of options, but ugh. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I mean, straight up, it's like, so I think that matters, because even here, where boxing is like a marginal sport, like when they've put boxing on regular, like when ESPN used to have fights, man, I think Crawford's probably like one of the last fights they aired. They had like their viewership was like 4 or 5 million. Like, so it's their interest, but nobody wants to pay for it. And it's way before these apps came along, when they started putting that stuff on premium, when it circumvented to HBO, because you gotta think, Lisa, we have boxing every Friday. And that we ain't talking about no slouch fights. I'm talking about like significant fights of people coming up. And then Saturday, you had championship boxing. So even if because to be honest, like at that time, everybody had HBO. I mean, even though it was a premium channel, it was some you added to cable, because their movie variety was better. It was before Netflix and all that stuff had come out. So everybody had HBO, or you had Showtime. So you got those championship fights on Saturday. Then when you had occasional pay-per-view, if it was $40, you didn't care about paying for that. But the issue with DAZN is, it's not the fact that they went to pay-per-view. It's the fact, you paid Canelo all this money, but then when you paid him, you never required him to actually give you a fight that was going to require people to look at it. I don't care about how people may feel like Andrade or whatever. If you put Andrade in a fight,
you always bring him up, didn't you?
Yeah, because to me, he's the marginalized dude that you think of, in a sense. Because I feel like right now at this point it's evolved to being his fault, but it's like he's the marginal dude where, to be honest, if we're trying to do the pitting game, which they attempt to do, he's going to bring an audience. We're like, you know what I'm saying? He's going to bring an audience, regardless if you don't bring an audience fighting non-name European dudes that like Americans don't know. Canelo is known. He's American. The continent of America, Canelo is a continental America fighter. So if you put him against another American fighter that everybody's aware of, you're gonna get some fight. No, they put him in these fights that nobody cares about. You paid him a lot of money, so even now he's having trouble selling because the shit is over with. Nobody believes it. Bivol low key was a fight that they thought he was gonna win. To be honest, that was a fight they were trying to set up. Like somebody severely underestimated Bivol, which I don't know how that happened, but it's happening.
I know. Right. I even underestimated
if you're gonna put him in a fight in a situation where you're like, okay, I'm gonna put him against a dangerous opponent, and this ain't me shitting on Bivol, but Bivol's not known. Like we talk about, Usyk not have a following. I mean, Bivol has developed one off beating of Canelo, but prior to that, like let's just think about it, he's not box office. So this doesn't make any sense. So you make these fights, you try to maneuver them, and then you want people to pay for something. And on the back end, he's already lost the element of invincibility because before the knock was the only person he lost to Floyd Mayweather, who's the greatest fighter of all time. So he can roll with that. But now he's lost to Bivol. Now he's been ducking these dudes. Now he won't even fight none of his countrymen to give them no shine because the best fights have been Mexico versus Mexico traditionally for a long period of time. So it's their matchmaking. Now you want people to pay for fights that nobody even wants to watch. Why would I pay for it? I think Canelo Ryder is going to be pay-per-view. Man, that's going to be the worst.
Not for us. For you guys, it is. For us,
it's going to be the worst numbers of his career. Nobody, people over are not buying that.
So you guys can see it for free? Or?
Yeah, I'm. By the way, I'm signing to Sky. So Shan Haney's signed to Sky, and yeah, it's going to be that is the worst numbers that I believe that's going to do. Well. What worse than Yildirim? Yildirim sold though. What wasn't it? That was
it wasn't the name. He was still unbeatable at the time. He was still undefeated. I mean, basically they're undefeated for him because you smudge out the Mayweather loss. They always do that for him. But he still had the aura of being, of the guy. Bivol is a big issue. Like he's a huge. That's why they keep trying to steer Bivol around to be that fight because really DAZN, Eddie, all of them want Canelo to rematch him and win that fight. That's basically what they want because then now, look, he came back and against the odds, against the bigger fighter, then they can start the mantra again. But nobody believes the bullshit. Like, bro, like nobody wants to see you fight Ryder. No.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm speaking for
nobody's
Americans.
interested in that. Yeah.
Is it mandated though? Isn't it? The title defense.
None of that matters because we know full well that Canelo picks his mandatories.
That's true.
So I mean that we can't use we can use that for a guy like Usyk who ain't had no choice. They'll force a mandatory, but Canelo literally sends a check and picks who his mandatories are. So it's not really like that's not gonna. We're not buying that because tell me why Ryder's your mandatory. Yeah, it's like dude, like that's the mandatory.
I know why.
Don't work when you can cut a check. It's bullshit.
I know why because he did what Demetrius Andrade didn't do. Sorry.
But even then, there's other dudes there. There's other dudes at 168 with those belts that could be proper mandatories. Ryder, he got a good win over what's his name, but it's like at the end of the day, that's great. But when you pick your mandatories, or you pick it because if he wanted to fight a better fighter, he could. He won't lose none. No, what agency gonna strip Canelo of his belts when you get in fucking what percentage of
millions? I know. You won't.
Nobody's going to strip.
Time he has been stripped before in the past.
The IBF did, they took his title away.
I think in the WBC, I think he got rid of.
Yeah, no, he vacated that one. Yeah, he vacated. That was at 160. Yeah, he vacated.
Yeah, they were going to make him fight Triple G, then he got rid of it.
Yeah. Can I read Slim Boxing commentaries in the booth? Because it's true. They never talk about PP numbers, Lisa. That's generally an American thing. Ben v. Eubank Sr. hit 18 million viewership.
Damn.
18 million, Kenny Ken. 18 million. That fight was massive.
The first one or second?
Yeah.
Both.
The second one. The second one, because I think the first one hit about.
The first one
hit about. The second one at Old Trafford. Because I think what's happened, the promotion
Man United round. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was unbelievable because I just remember, if you remember, they had Jonathan Ross basically having a studio audience when they were both in, where both you know, Nigel Benn and Chris Eubank were in the chair, and it was just basically celebrities interviewing them and showing all their greatest fights.
Is that when James Toney jumped on there and started talking trash?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one. AJ.
Is that on YouTube then?
Yeah,
it is. It is.
Yeah,
no, because at the time, James Toney was IBF super middleweight champion, and then you had Ben and Eubank had the WBC and WBO belts. And James Toney, he dogged their ass. It was funny.
Yeah, it was funny because they slagged him off as well. They caught once Chris Eubank in his pseudo posh accent said he was ignorant, and Nigel Benn being caught in rules said he was thick as two short planks. But
you think it's two short planks of wood, like.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember watching that about 30 years ago. Yeah, it was about 30 years ago. It was in October. Now that fight was an ITV draw that hit about 20 million.
He said 18.
No,
that's what he said. That was 18 mil.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Matter of fact, hindsight, it's a shame because those would have been great unifications, man. And had we got those fights, they really would have.
Yeah. And bear in mind that the UK, just up until maybe about 5 years ago, is a total population of 62 million. So what it was 30 years ago, it was probably less. So imagine they've nearly half of the whole nation, probably like 1/4 of the whole nation has watched that Eubank Ben fight. That's wild. That's crazy, isn't it?
It was on prime time as well. I think the fight, the fight actually, because it was on prime time as well. So basically, the fight started around 9:30, and it finished about 10:30. So people went out afterwards and started arguing amongst themselves because it was a draw, and everyone thought Nigel Benn wanted it because at the time we didn't like Chris Eubank.
We hated him, didn't we?
Yeah, we wanted him to lose. He fed on it, and we just hated him. We wanted to hit him.
We couldn't. Remember after his fights, Kenny be like, Karen, I love you bad. Karen, I want to dedicate this to Karen. Karen, I love you bad, man. I love
Karen
you bad.
This, Karen that,
and I've got a record. Who's echoing me?
I don't know.
I've got bad. Not you. Yeah. Go ahead, Ken. No, I'm still muting. Someone's playing me through something else. Sort out the audio. Everyone mute bar Ken and sort out the audio.
Yeah. Is that stopped?
Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, and that was it.
You then, Ken? Fucking hell.
I don't know because I'm on a computer. I'm on a laptop.
Yeah,
I'm muted.
Check. Dude, fucking hell. Everyone's muted. It must be Ken feeding back. Ken, are you feeding back all of a sudden? Why? You wasn't before.
I'm on a laptop though.
Check. Chickadee check. There you go. Oh, well, go ahead. Can't hear it feeding back now. Go ahead. Yeah.
So, but that's the thing with British boxing. ITV did a really good job, and Frank Warren actually was part of that, and Barry Earn. So it's one of those things where you look at British boxing over the years. It was challenging the Americans for the mega of sport. Then Sky took over because we remember before we had Nassim Hamed on ITV. Then he went with Sky when he fought Steve Robinson in '95. So over the years, Sky's been a hard act to follow. Many have tried. BT has tried, but all BT have got is Andy Yard and Tyson Fury. But the fact is that with Tyson Fury,
they're building a little bit.
They are getting the pay-per-views. And at the Yard fight, Turviev, that was a good fight. So Frank Warren, you could write.
Yeah, but that was free.
Yeah, it was free.
Yeah,
but, it's Frank Warren is still.
Oh, I thought you thought it was PPV. That's all. Yeah.
No. But all I'm trying to say is that British boxing can get back to its best. And I think DAZN can play a part, but at the moment, Anthony Joshua needs to, get back to fighting for a world title because I'm hearing his numbers ain't great at the moment. Still, and there's only about a week to go.
I'll see. Let me get this ticket sale thing up because I see people arguing about this today. And where did I see it? And someone pulled up the ticket thing. Looks
still hasn't sold out.
It looks near enough sold out. A few little left. I don't know. I want to blow it up to see how much do these these little blue dots represent in its entirety. So go ahead, carry on talking while I am.
But see that's the thing, you know. DAZN, they got Canelo, but in terms of like British fans, you know, I think what it is that there's a massive temptation now because they're throwing out the carrot of they're putting DAZN on the Sky platform because a lot of people like my wife don't want to watch spare boxing on their laptop. They don't want to watch it in their phone. They want to watch it on a proper TV. So again, that's a little carrot, and you know, plus AJ's fighting. I think come closer to you know, next Saturday week, I think a lot of people are going to bite the bullet and probably would pay that £20 a month to go to DAZN because it was AJ.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason that I'm.
AJ's an event.
I'm gonna watch the fight. I want to see what he has left. I want to see what he's got. Yeah. You know how he's going to deal with Franklin. So there's the intrigue.
You just AJ. You just sold the fight. You sold it.
Yeah,
you sold it now.
Yeah. Hang on, let's have a look.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Chen.
No, go ahead. I wasn't talking. I was just saying that. Go ahead.
I'm saying like I'm just gonna watch because I'm still an AJ fan. Always will be till he retires. I still want to see what he's got left, and if he could deal with Franklin in more decisive fashion than Dylan White did, if he can knock him out, that's the selling point for me. So that's why I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna tune in to watch the fight.
Right.
Also, the undercard is shaping up to be okay. Fabio Wardley is taking on Michael Coffey. I don't know if y'all know about that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's gonna be on the undercard. Fabio's gonna win that fight. I think he'll probably stop Coffey. Because I think he lost twice to Jonathan Rice, and I think Fabio could deal with him. He should be able to.
That's going to be interesting. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't sleep on Rice though, man. That's a significant That's somewhy I wish. I don't know if he's going. Well, I mean, he just beat.
He's fighting Coffey, not Rice. So
no, I'm saying I'm talking about is the Rice fight because you know we now are clear that like Rice is probably a lot better. So I don't know necessarily if Coffey's just trash.
He just upset.
Oh, so he's fighting Coffey. He's fighting Coffey.
Yeah, that's what. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying.
No, is he fighting Coffey?
Yeah, he's fighting Coffey.
Yeah,
Coffey's trash.
Yeah, he's not. But that's what I'm saying. That I think I just seen Rice fight recently. There's some dudes at heavyweight.
Okay, right. He did. He upset some guy at a top rank card. He did it. What's that guy's name?
Guido.
Right. Yeah. He upset that guy in the cut. Yeah.
Yeah, because they moved everybody up because.
Guido Vianelli.
Yeah. Johnny Rice beat him. He upset him.
Yeah, and Shaw ended up having to fight Ajaba.
Yeah.
So there's quite a few tickets that are so there's quite a few tickets still to be on sale, as you guys can see. So, like, for instance, so this is where there's tickets available in the sections, and this is where it's sold out. But as you can see, many a section. But okay, so say we clicked on here, section 111. Sorry, hang on. I hate these niggly things. God. Okay, so in section 111, these would be the tickets that are left, the blue dots. So, you know, and then you'd have to go to section 110. You know, there's you're not there. I mean, you're not going to be like a shortage of tickets. Be like, oh no, we can't get a ticket. Like, I mean, the vast majority sold, but it ain't sold out. Like before, you wouldn't even be able to get one seat. You wouldn't even be able to say, I'll go in there and just say, oh, let me stand up then or something. No, there's just nothing. But now, as you can see, you guys can see this, right?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Just say we went to section 101.
Eddie's a good gaslighter, though. I'll give him that. I said it because he told Franklin before if you win, you can get the AJ fight, but he lost and he's still getting it. I can't stress that enough.
The £228 ticket row, whatever. You know, they're available. Where's the best ones, Kenny's? Not all of them are gone. Ringside's basically gone, to be fair. Ringside's all gone.
Ringside is always going to go. You're always going to get people buying the packages or superstars. Ringside tickets, they're a myth. But at the end of the day, when you see superstars there, you think they pay for their tickets? No.
No,
Promoters
they
buy them
don't.
up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, they get comp. Those are comps. They get comp.
Yeah.
They get comp straight up.
Most of the
They're all
time they're
complimentaries, isn't it? Like all those footballers who come to who I saw at the Anthony Joshua fight with Usyk at Tottenham Hospital Stadium. They didn't buy the tickets.
Yeah, they asked to come.
No, what's happened at Tottenham Hotspur and at Tottenham Hotspur would have given them for free.
Get complimentary.
Give them for free.
Yeah. They'll get complimentary. They're like, we'll play for this team.
It's good for TV because they promote the fight, because it's good for TV. It looks good on TV when superstars are there, but there's no way they pay for their tickets. All ringside tickets, they're basically the VIP section of a nightclub, isn't it? At the end of the day, isn't it?
Not saying that no one buys VIP tickets themselves, but yeah, for the most part, this is reserved. You've got media, and you've got
families,
the famous, the celebrities,
families of the boxers. They get their families guests as well.
Yeah, they'd be all like
boxers as well. Not every Johnny Fisher. His dad. He actually sells tickets, genuine tickets. But at ringside, when you talk about a big main event. I don't believe for 1 minute these celebrities pay for their tickets. Not a chance. Not a chance.
I don't think. Yeah, maybe because back in the day. What about back in the day? Maybe so. Depending what level of celebrity that you are, for real. Because I mean, if you're really a massive celebrity, you have to have your own. You got to have security. It can get a bit. It can get a bit technical. So as we can see. There's tickets, loads of tickets in the booth, DAZN. But so what is these ones should be? I don't know. Will they not be the nosebleedy ones up here? They're all gone now, aren't they? They're all gone up there. These ones here. These are going for like 2 tickets. Check out 340, 117 quid each for up there. Hang on.
Hey, have you got a pass to go? Have you got a media pass?
No, I don't. Everyone always says, "Why don't you get one?" I don't care.
You need to stop sucking up people to get your passes, mate.
It's not me. It's really not me. But I mean, it's not saying it's not me not to go, but for me to suck up to people, like I come from music, I couldn't care less. Like I'll get me there. I'll network. Everyone will love me and be like, "Shan, you can come next time as well." Like, just ring us. You'll be able to slide through whenever. Like, I know once I do. But I'm not really I'm not really a roving reporter like that. I go when it's comfortable for me to go. Yeah, to be honest. But I'd rather go as well to fights with just that I'm not working. God, that you're just jamming, with your people, your person.
LadyChann. I've got to drop off.
Yeah, I know. Late night for Kenny Ken in the booth, DAZN.
All right, Kenny Ken.
LadyChann.
Be easy, Kenny.
Thanks,
Take care, Kenny.
Shouts out to you, Kenny Ken. See you next week. Thank you for coming on. See you next week, Ken.
See ya.
Take care, Kenny Ken.
Shouts out to Kenny Ken.
Always.
Yeah. So all right. So we've seen all that. Sorry, I didn't see that Kenny Ken in the thingy because I had the screen share on. Sorry. Yeah, as you can see, so there's but this would be the fight this week. But I mean, I don't know. I see tickets. Those tickets, £117. But you bit up there, and I don't know, to see a Jermaine Franklin. I'm not being bad. 100 quid to go to pay on tickets isn't a lot of money. To a degree, to be honest. But I mean, to pay 100 quid to see Jermaine Franklin, and you're up there a bit further up, I wouldn't do it. 117 quid to watch Jermaine Franklin. I'd rather pay like 200, 250 quid to watch someone better and a bit further down then, if that's the case. Do you understand what I'm saying? Why am I going to pay 120 quid to be up close to the nosebleeds to watch Jermaine Franklin? That's why there's tickets there. I don't know what the pricing is. They've got that wrong. Usually they get the Joshua ticket sales, correct with the people that he's fighting. You're like, yeah, when he was fighting back when he was like probably 10 fights in, tickets for the most was like 50 quid for the most. That's before he was doing them big stadiums and that. But obviously when he's hit the 15th or 16th fight, when he's doing that, Joshua fights, his nosebleed fights usually start at 40 quid. So to see them like being at 117, it looks like to me there's massive inflation in order to pay Joshua. And, you know, that's why we're seeing the inflation go up with DAZN. And people ain't down for it. Like I'm saying, I love Anthony Joshua. You guys know this. I would go, but I'm not paying 120 quid in the nosebleeds to see no Jermaine Franklin. I'm just not. So if I feel like that, other people definitely, and the sales are reflecting that.
Yeah, thank goodness it's not on pay-per-view. That's nice, at least. So
they knew better than that.
Yeah, especially with Canelo, he didn't. You know, I don't think. Now, I mean, because I know we talked about.
Yeah, but they always mug you lot off over there. Yeah, Canelo's just doing a mug.
I don't buy it. I can't believe I bought his last pay-per-view.
So did I, and it was
it was boring. Yeah,
I'm not.
With Triple G.
I'm not making that mistake again.
If this was PPV corrupt, I wouldn't buy it. Yeah, I did.
What are you laughing at?
Did we?
What are you laughing at?
No.
Is that funny?
You pay, man. That's what I'm talking about fighting.
Did we pay?
I did.
I paid. I think I paid. Was it $80 or something?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Triple G, Canelo, sis.
Yeah, I don't know why, because I thought they were gonna. It was gonna be like kind of like.
No, we had.
Yes, I did. I bought it.
I paid 60. It was a discount.
We had the link. I thought that.
No, I watched it on my TV.
Oh shit! I watched that. How did I watch it then? Was it free? I've only watched 2 fights on a link. 2 fights.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Maybe was it free for me then?
Maybe.
Well,
they put it on. They put it on the YouTube channel on the next day, like the whole fight.
No, I watched it because I did the live. I watched it live watch along.
You must have bought it then.
Did I do live watch along? Nah, yeah, whatever. I didn't play no big money. Nah, there was something different. It weren't no big money. It definitely couldn't have been. I've had a link somehow, but I don't think I could do. I don't know. Yeah. It's like, yes. Give me the answer. I know. I don't fucking know the answer, mate. Shan. Yeah.
Yeah, my stepfather. He used to buy a bunch of pay-per-views when Floyd was fighting. I would watch him with him, and you know, the B-Hop. Well, I don't think all of his was pay-per-view, and the Oscar. You know, so I went through all of that. You know,
yeah.
But those fights was more like bigger fights.
I'm baffled. Yeah, I don't really know how I watched that Canelo thing, and yeah.
No, Lisa.
Did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Sorry.
No, you good. But no, but hey, Lisa, but you know, you remember back in the day, if you wanted to be super cheap, you just let the fight play on pay-per-view and just wait a week and it was back on.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Avoid everybody.
Oh yeah,
good.
Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah. Yeah,
it's like we think like how I see that De La Hoya.
I think that happened with a lot of Floyd fights.
A week later.
Floyd, all his fights was pay-per-view, especially when he went to Showtime. But they was pay-per-view on HBO too.
I know.
At some point,
if we waited, they would show them like regularly on Showtime or whatever.
Yeah,
a week later or something.
Yeah, a week later. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And the good thing,
but that's what I'm saying. He used to buy them all, but they wasn't as expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, they like 49. I mean, then it's then slowly shifted to where it was like 49 and 59 for HD. But if you were smart, your TV's going to upscale it anyway, so there's no point.
SD and HD. Yeah, they did that. They do that. The SD and HD. Yeah.
Yeah.
He really only had a couple fights that started going north to that 89, and I think that was like the Conor McGregor, which he should.
Then it hit $100 for you lot.
That was 100, and that was 100.
That was 150. That Conor McGregor fight.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
That was crazy. It was 100.
It was 100.
A little.
It was $100, but the reason we know why is because he brought them MMA fighters over there, and they made all that money. That's the funny thing. You know, I paid like it was.
The MMA audience, they bought that too. They wanted to see it as well.
Yeah,
that was a massive fight. That
Pacquiao fight was huge.
Yeah, that warranted $100 in my opinion.
Just for the entertainment, the justification of the entertainment. Like you want $100 for two boring Tank can't talk right, and then Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
Like nobody want to pay for no lames that are not entertaining. The build up to the fight, like Showtime, actually those like when they do those 24, like Floyd to put that shit on Mark. They do it now with some guys, you know, sometimes boring, but those lead up shows like the 24/7 shows or whatever they had, I forgot, you know, where they follow them around. That shit was just as entertaining as like watching his dad and them at the gym. That shit was like pure entertainment.
It's kind of like it's kind of like Top Rank's Blood, Sweat, and Tears episodes.
Yeah,
yeah.
Like behind the clock. Yeah, the whole how the whole ensemble was put together. You got bang for your buck.
Yeah. Exactly. You got a complete package.
Yeah, you got a whole package now. Yeah, it's just
the only thing with Maypac, that whole undercard, it just wasn't a good show to me.
Well, they had to pay them so much money that it wasn't no money.
Yeah, and it was nothing but celebrities there. I remember
that fight was bad, man. And
all Floyd did was carry him. That's all he did.
And then Manny was like, you know,
you talking about Manny? You talking about that fight?
Maypac, yeah. When he was like, I thought, and Manny thought he'd won the fight.
I've only seen it one time. I've only seen it once.
I can't watch it more than once. I can't. Sorry, that's the only. Sorry, Floyd. That one, I can't do it. Can't do that one again, mate. Can't. Won't. Yeah, that was boring, mate. That one's boring. That is,
yeah. I only saw it that live time. I never watched it again. There's no point. It was like, I mean,
it was bad.
I know, you know, the funny part is a lot of people want, like, I remember after that, a lot of people wanted to put that up. No, bro, that's on Manny, man. I'm sorry. Like,
Floyd was still Floyding.
Yeah, he still did as you. Every time Floyd has Floyded, even, and this is the problem. Like, even when people bring up this particular fight, I give Ricky Hatton more fucking props. He went for that shit and got knocked out, whatever. But it was exciting because he went for it. Manny didn't even fucking go. Like, he didn't even go for broke or nothing. It's like nothing.
Bro, he was trying at some points, but I feel like this: if you're gonna spend all that money, Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, but if you're gonna spend all of that money for a fight and they're gonna do that, people want their money back.
Yeah, run me.
Neither one of them stood there and fought toe to toe.
No, but
Floyd, that's the thing about it. Floyd don't fight toe to toe.
He's not a toe to toe.
Floyd fought his fight.
Yeah, well, hey, I didn't. You want my money? You want people's money? Yeah, I'm not paying for that. Yeah.
No, Floyd stayed Floyd. Manny changed. Because if Manny had stayed Manny,
a waste of money. That's money I wish I could get back. It was wasting my money.
I'll say about that,
but I learned
like that was not a surprise. This is the fucked up part about the whole narrative about Pacquiao. That always was going to happen. The thing about his Floyd's style, he does that. He drags. He turns people.
He nullifies everything
else.
that you have.
He negates everything. And then the only chance you have is just to be like, you know, you bring up Madonna. Well, Madonna outweighed him by like 30 pounds, and so of course he was going to go for it. But it's like Pacquiao, you're a pressure. Like anytime you have a boxer and a pressure fighter, and people like they did this to Shakur, talking about, oh, that fight with Valdez was boring. Well, that's Valdez's fault because you're the pressure fighter. You're just one that brings the steam. But as soon as you get somebody that actually can bust your ass, you can't do nothing. That's it's always if you get a boxer versus a pressure fighter, and it's boring, it's the pressure fighter's fault every time. Because he didn't bring it to the same style. Like we literally have one this weekend. And like I said, I'm not trying to say Tony Harris is a good boxer, but you had a pressure fighter against a boxer and you bring the heat. That's what we got. Tank Davis coming up with Ryan Garcia. If that fight is boring, it's going because of fucking it's going because of Tank, because he didn't bring the heat. You got to bring the heat. That's all it is to it. So if you get out boxing, somebody just gets to jab the hell out of you. You know, it's the Devin Haney thing. Everybody was like, oh, that fight was boring. Well, that's on fucking Kambosos because he didn't bring the fucking heat.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Devin shut him out with a jab. That's it.
Pretty much.
Really.
In the second fight, he tried to do some switching and got clipped with the right hand.
Didn't work. Didn't work. He got his ass whooped even worse.
Ayo, who's Ayo? He said you're talking shit. King's talking some bullshit.
But see, a lot of these people,
why
they get mad.
He's saying it's bullshit what you just said. That it's the other fighter's fault and not the purest boxer.
If you're a pressure fighter and you don't bring the pressure, that's your damn fault. Like, don't sit there. Look, straight up, dude. Like, if you understand boxing, if you have a pressure fighter, and then during the fight, all of a sudden he goes from throwing 100 punches to throwing 30, it's his fault. In the story, it's his fault. Manny did not bring no heat in that fight. He brought it one round, and he was able to do it because there was one round he actually did, and then he didn't do nothing else. So they saw Manny. That's why that fight was boring. Everybody wants to blame Floyd. Floyd fought like Floyd always fought.
He wouldn't let Manny. If Floyd was Floyd,
a lot of his fights were boring. If you really done not they pure boxing, a lot of his fights you could say were boring.
Do you think it's Floyd was Floyd? He wouldn't let Manny be Manny. That's it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. There you go. You can have one. Let's hear what you got to say. AO's coming on the panel, whoever you are.
I liked Floyd when he was in the smaller weights. Better. Yeah. I liked how he fought better.
That's when he was a boxer puncher. That's when he was a boxer puncher. And he
that's when he was.
When he got older, he was just. He just
a pure boxer.
Yeah, but to me, that shows excellence for someone to be able to change their whole thing and still not get a loss. Yeah.
He had the reform his style because of
what fighters do you know that changed their style and still is successful? And so they're a complete name me any fighters in their masses and drones that is a 360-degree complete fighter. Some fighters, like we just said, you're a counter puncher. You're a back foot fighter. You're offensively sound. You're defensively sound. Floyd changed because of the physicalities of his hands, and was when he was Pretty Boy, the boxer puncher, knocking mofos out. Yeah,
I know another one.
Offensively sound, still defensively sound as well. But then when forced to be just the counter puncher. Come on, you gotta give him credit. I don't understand why people try to take that away from him. You don't know any fighters that are like 100 and 360 complete.
I do. I know one, Chan. You'll probably
agree. No, I ain't trying to take no credit from him. I
said in his. I said there's fighters, but I said in their masses. I didn't say there isn't any other fighters, but in their masses. Yeah,
right.
There's other fighters, but yeah. So for me to watch that and then you retire. Whether you retire undefeated as well, come on. Yeah, it's for me. It was just always a pleasure to watch. For some people, it was a straight bore. It was boring, but yeah, each to their own, innit? To be honest, some people think it's boring. Some people think.
I've never been a big Floyd fan. I always told you that.
Of his style, or is that because of his personality? Because I feel that it's because of his personality that you don't like.
It's both. It's both. His style of fighting was good, but it's not so much. I like what he do in the ring,
Yeah.
But him outside of that doesn't mean anything because I don't know him personally.
Yeah.
I remember I got into it with somebody on.
Sorry, go ahead, AJ. I was going to say AO and AJ. I don't know who AO is. Go ahead, AJ.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I got into it with somebody on Twitter. It was just a friendly debate. It wasn't bad. Like, they was kind of saying how, Devin should have knocked George out. I'm like, that's not what he does. You want him to be something that he's not. He's a pure boxer. You know what I mean?
We do that, and I've been critical sometimes doing that with fighters, and then you're like, but that's not what he does. But I think I think that's not majority that I do that. I tend to do that when I'm disappointed, when I know that a boxer has got the skills to knock out another boxer and then they don't do it.
I mean,
even if you're not a knockout boxer, if you're not a knockout boxer, that you've got someone on Queer Street and I see you still not knock them out, like, why have you not just? You've been giving
I'm like that too, but I've accepted what Devin is. It's like I'm not gonna, gamble.
I don't do that with Devin at all. I don't.
Yeah, because I know what I'm gonna get. When I see him fight, I know what I'm gonna get, more or less.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Ayo, what up, Doug? Who are you? Sorry, I don't know you. What up?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah. What? Let me hear your mic because it sounds a bit lame. Go ahead. Let me hear.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah. Now, shouts out to Ayo for whoever you are. Join the
Hey, how you doing, Ayo?
Oh, do you know him, Lise? Do you know him? Because I don't know him. So
I've seen him around. Yeah.
Meaning, what up, Ayo?
I just wanted to chime in a little bit about the perception that
Yeah, you
if you
said
if
it was
you
bullshit.
yeah if you are what you are as a fighter, because Floyd started like y'all saying earlier, like Lisa touching earlier. He did start off knocking people out. I think I'm always against when people say, well, it's on the other fighter to make it exciting. When I'm paying as a fan, I'm coming to see a good fight. So if I see a fighter who's being a minimalist and isn't trying to engage and is doing just enough to win, I would be upset about that. And it is some onus if you, because Floyd didn't. The irony about Floyd is he didn't get fans because of his boxing style. He got fans for talking outside of the ring. But
No, you got fans because of his boxing style as well.
No,
I'm one of them. Well, I'm one of them.
Right,
I'm one of them, so it had to be other people.
Though. That's what I mean. Like everybody in the panels are hardcore, but the casual fans, they all call Floyd a runner. They say he's boring. We don't think he's boring because we know what we're looking at. It's a difference. But to say that it's never on the onus of a pure boxer to engage somewhat, like that's part of the problem. That mentality is why some pure boxers lose fights, is because they don't engage. When like somebody like Floyd has enough pop.
You made the perfect point.
But Floyd
you made the perfect point right there.
Floyd could have stopped Pacquiao though.
But so no, I'm gonna be honest. He could. Like, this is the thing about it. First of all, we got to take all of the aspects into reality. That was Floyd at what age? So
he was 38.
He already had issues with it. I'm gonna tell you right now. He already had issues with his hands. If you know
Pacquiao was older.
That you can outbox somebody and they're not going to force you. It's like you said, but that's boxing. This isn't knockout artists. This isn't KO kings. It's like boxing is, if I can beat you and keep you at the end of the jab, and because everybody decided, well, we had to pay for this fight, you're supposed to come out and do
change up my style for you as well.
Like it's just like he hadn't been knocking out fighters for years. So if anybody expected him to come in and stop, man,
why would you expect him to knock out Pacquiao?
Where was getting that from? Because he hadn't done it.
Well, no, I said if you watch
like 7-8 years.
If you watch the fight, I'm saying he could have knocked off Pacquiao. That's how I was expecting him. No, I'm saying so if you're saying it in general, why would people expect that? I'm saying that if you're saying that if somebody's complaining about the fight being boring and that Floyd has no onus on that, that's just not true. Because when you're literally doing the bare minimum to win a fight, I'll look at that and go, I'm not buying another fight personally. Like I want to see you at least put some punishment on the guy when you clearly can. So I'm just gonna do just enough to get.
If you say he was able to stop him, then he must have been putting punishment on him.
If you watch the fight, right? Because I agree with you. I think Floyd always would have won the fight because of the two styles of the fighters. But I also thought if Floyd wanted to, I also thought he always would have been able to stop Pacquiao as well, because of the style of the fighters, because of what Floyd's capable of doing. So if you're just saying, well, Floyd's Floyd, he's gonna do what Floyd is doing. Well, Pacquiao.
That's the underlying issue, though. The problem is, I have to say to you, it's like this. It's like if you watch a team, like I don't know how if you watch football, where if they're a running team, and I suddenly come in, they get to the Super Bowl, and I say, well, you know what, the game would be more exciting if they pass. I seen where they had openings where they could have passed. It's like, and then I get shocked that they keep running the ball, and I'm like, it's not a shock that he didn't knock him out. I haven't seen the dude knock out anybody. He didn't knock out Berto.
Why didn't he knock out Berto?
Because he didn't have to. He could beat him without doing it.
And that's
been how he's been fighting. But even then, I don't even know if he punched hard enough to stop him. Because let's be real. At that time, a lot of criticism that you had, that a lot of people, that's why they kind of correlate this stuff. A lot of criticism towards Floyd was that they said he didn't have a lot of punching power,
which is not true.
Yeah, which is not true. We know that.
If he couldn't punch, people would try to walk through him, and he never did.
Exactly. But so at the end of the day, that fight, the reason I say the onus is on the pressure fighter, because if everybody says the reason, why did everybody feel that Pacquiao was going to be able to beat Floyd? Because he's faster, because he's more aggressive, he throw a lot of punches, he hit. In that fight, did we see any remnants?
Nothing.
That's Pacquiao why we saw against years later that we saw against the Pacquiao we saw against fucking what's the nigga with the from Florida
Keith Thurman.
The Pacquiao we saw against Keith Thurman was better than the Pacquiao we saw against Floyd.
1,000,000%.
Because Keith Thurman is
years
a
later
C-level fighter.
Again, it's not even a matter of that. You still have a younger guy who is a boxer.
B-. At his best. I mean, his best win is what? Sean Porter or Danny Garcia? Like, if you actually break down his resume, it's not a real good resume.
I'd give him a B, just a solid B, B+.
But
Okay.
even then,
you rate fires
but
much,
like I
much higher
said,
than I
even
do.
then, that you're making the point again.
Hey, Chan, what is he now? What is Keith now? What do you think?
D?
No, but no, that's what I'm saying. If you look at let's like you said,
but
let's
my
rock with
point-
that. He
my-
looked
my-
great against those dudes, but if you think about a lot of his signature wins that we talk about with Pacquiao, that against boxers. Now, I don't want to throw Marquez and all, because Marquez is not, he's kind of more of a boxer puncher, but his signature wins against boxers are dudes that are like at that level. What elite level boxer did fucking Pacquiao ever beat?
But this is always my issue. It's a different topic. There aren't that many A-level boxers, period. To me. So when you say, well, what other A-level, name another one that he would have been able to fight all the way up from all the weight divisions. That was at his level.
During that whole time period, there was not at least one other, not say elite, let's say B+, heavy B+ for a fighter that he fought.
Fuck it, you can say A.
Yeah,
no,
we're not gonna act like that.
Marquez, Pereira, and all them.
All those divisions were that
Can't
dry.
downgrade everyone to a B,
Yeah,
fam.
we're not gonna
Just because you don't like the letter A. No, we won't do it. We shan't do it.
Well, no, I consider Marquez an A-level fighter, but he said Marquez. He said I can't use Marquez.
You just said that there wasn't really any A-level fighters, and now you said there's an A-level fighter. Which one is it?
Well, no, LadyChann said there are very rare that there are A-level fighters.
Yeah, because it's very rare.
But then that once again adds to the point of then the majority of the people that people fight. So we can't say Keith Thurman, oh, he's a B fighter, because by your context, the majority of fighters are B fighters.
Right. To me, the
your
only way
B becomes the new A.
But the only way for me to personally, the only like what Kevin Kelly used to say, the only way to determine A fighter is a great fighter. So the only way to determine you're a great fighter is to fight another, like Spencer Crawford. If you say both of them are B+, I'm fine with that. Even if you say A is okay, but if you say B+, I'm fine with that. If one of them fights the other and he looks special against the other one, we know that guy's definitely an A.
Yeah.
But we don't know if either guy's an A per se, if we haven't seen him fight another guy we view to be their same level.
AJ.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying that. So he said if Keith Thurman's I say B- because his best win is Sean Porter, who I always thought was like a B-. So I wouldn't say A because he didn't dominate. He barely beat Sean.
We should do that.
He kind of looked okay, I guess, against Danny. Like he doesn't have a win where you go now. He separates himself from the rest of the.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get to go like Keith Craven, get Furman balls to the wall with him. Like, yeah, he's the best thing since sliced fucking bread, because he's not. But I'm just disagreeing with your statement that everybody needs to get like some shift down to like from like everyone's. But basically, you're saying basically more or less people are B's more than A's, and I get it because
it's not
that's
that many
how
A
it
fighters.
is in life, in exams that you take. There's going to be less A's, and that's why they're A's and they stand out. And they
Floyd is an A
Ivy
plus.
League. I mean,
right, Floyd's an A plus. Like.
Yeah, Floyd's like he's elite, but then I'm sure there's going to be people that would argue the fact and go, well, he didn't fight this guy, that guy. You want to get someone that will come on and go, well, Floyd, we don't really know because he didn't fight that guy. Really, I put Floyd at a strong B+.
The only argument against
things is subjective.
The only argument against Floyd, I feel like people who just don't like Floyd, is you can say he didn't fight certain guys in their prime, but I mean that's every fighter in history didn't fight everybody.
Yeah, and I don't go along with that because that's what I see people. That's the only thing that they can try and pick Floyd apart for. Oh, he didn't fight that one in his fight, but he cleared fucking divisions.
It's nitpicky because, like I said, they only break down him like that because they couldn't find nothing else to complain about. There's only one fighter that I can say without a doubt that he fucking ducked, and that was fucking Paul Williams. I know he ducked him. So
yeah.
And to be honest, not to give the caveat, I was about to say a bullshit statement that I hate when people, everybody ducked him, but no, the truth is he did. That was a fighter he did not want no smoke with. It was obvious. It like he could have like at 147. That's fun. Like a super high level what Fundura is trying to be.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So it's like, so yeah, I can say that, but like I said, in the day, like this is the underlying problem. Like we just breaking down boxing. If you have a counter puncher that like his nature is to counter punch. So if you want to see his most exciting style of fighting, he needs somebody to be punching at him. The Madonna fights. That's why I'm saying the Madonna fights. Madonna brought the heat. Was going to throw, didn't give a damn. That fight's exciting. Everybody says that fight exciting. Did Floyd fight that fight any differently than he does any other fight? No, but it was more exciting because Madonna brought the puncher.
All right, we've got Arlette in the building, caller. What up, Arlette in the building?
What's up, Arlette?
I didn't see that. I didn't see the screen because I had it blown up, so I couldn't see the chat.
And I ran into some BS.
You always come on with your fangirling. You always tap into. We've had a good show of all talking about fights. You always somehow only see the show when Andrade's spoken about or damn well dead out Furman. You don't see any other bits of the show, but miraculously only when them two fighters are mentioned in a 2-hour and 44-minute show, that's when you notice.
Phone stand. I was on the phone talking gossip about my dog. I'm sorry.
No
but
worries.
I did right on the right.
What smoke do you want to give about Keith Furman?
It's like I have like a bat, like the bat thing. I guess y'all talking about. Look, he's not no damn C-level fighter. Now y'all talking crap.
I didn't. Well, I mean, at the height, Ayo, this may be directed at you. I wasn't saying that Keith is he was never an A-level fighter, was he? What? Because he was
Wait a minute. So how do we know if what's his name is an A-level fighter? We don't know if we don't know what's his name is an A-level fighter, but you guys got him up as an A-level fighter.
Which one?
What's that alcoholic?
Earl Smith?
Yeah, we don't know if he's an A-level fighter.
I don't think Earl Smith is an A-level fighter personally.
He beat all of Keith Thurman's leftovers.
Yeah, I didn't say. I've never.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, none of us have said. Oh, I ain't. Ayo ain't.
No. What he said.
No. What he said was he said that even if they're not A's and you could say they're both B's, at least they're evenly yoked, is what I think that Ayo was trying to say. So you can see who's they're match for match. But maybe not in your eyes. Maybe you may see that Spencer's C.
But when I came to somebody just said C level, I'm not just hearing that.
Yeah,
no, we did say that Keith Thurman's B level.
Yeah, I was being funny saying Keith Thurman.
How is he C level?
I was being funny.
No, how is he C level?
Well, right now he
is.
The
same people that Keith Thurman beat, and to me, Keith Thurman
beat right now he is.
Sean Porter more convincingly than Errol Smith. I don't understand. How do you?
All right, let's get your ranking at the height of his career. What was we'll do at the height? What was he? Was he A, B, or C? Would you put Thurman at the height of his career? Huh?
He's A.
And where would you put him now? And where would you put him now?
Okay, he slipped.
No, I'm answering. It's no trick question. I'm just answering. You can't answer a question with an evasive. When I asked you where he was before, you gave me an A, B, or C. When I've asked you now, where is he now? What you've done is deflected and went, okay, he slipped. That's not an A, B, or C. Where has he slipped to?
I don't know, Chad. Maybe it'd be.
Yeah, see, I can't have conversations with people that are subjective like that, Arlette. You was quite stern to say he's an A. You've made your way here to he's not this and he's not that. Where's he slipped to? Where's he slipped to? Because if you can't answer, we're putting him. All right, well then he's a C. He slipped to C. He's a D level fighter. That's where he slipped. You don't have any. You ain't got any input. No, I can't do people that only have one-sided input. You said he was an A. Whether or not we agree or not, and that's your opinion. We were here to accept it. You said he's an A, and now I've asked. So where's he slipped to? Where is he now? You said he slipped. So where has he slipped to?
A B.
Okay, cool. Doesn't mean I agree, but or he agrees or they agree. But yeah, okay. So he was an A and he slipped to a B. So, but you do understand that majority of good title belt holders they're considered like a B for the most part. So if you think Keith Thurman in this surroundings right now is a B, then I don't know. I can't agree. But shouts out.
On my phone, someone said that Pacquiao never beat A-level fighter, and that's also bullshit.
Look,
Pacquiao. He beat De La Hoya.
Pacquiao's A-level.
Eric Morales.
Yeah, but Keith Thurman's not in there. Yeah, but Keith Thurman's not that. So how could you put Keith Thurman as an A then if you just list off this guy as an A? That's what you're listing off.
Someone said that.
Yeah, I know. But doesn't that...
But that was the fault too.
I know, but doesn't that saying that out loud make you realise that Keith Thurman never was an A?
Well, can I interject real quick, Lady Chan?
He was a good strong B.
Can I interject, Lady Chan?
When Keith Thurman
Hang on, let the caller always have their. He was a good, and then you can go AO. Hang on, I'm good. You talk to AO. I'm just saying, Keith Thurman to me at the height was always a good strong B. But go ahead, AO. AO and Arlette, the two A's. Fucking hell, go ahead. Go on, AO. Unmute your mic.
Keith Thurman.
Oh no, what I was saying, because King of Kings, he prefaced it has to be a pure boxer instead of boxers in general. Because that's what I was gonna say. Well, Pacquiao beat a lot of A-level boxers through his career. But
no, I'm just saying
pure
with
level,
pure
I quantified the statement as pure one, like basically a pure class boxer. So the guys you named, yes, at some level are A's, but like De La Hoya, the boxer puncher, a lot of those guys are pure boxers.
He wasn't ever Furman. Was Furman A? Did I miss it? Was Furman an A class? He's an A class fighter. Was he? Was he?
Yeah.
No, never. I don't think he was either.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yeah,
he was
guys, tell me if whoever's in there asks where would you have put Keith Thurman at the height of his career? Was he an A class fighter? Or we'll keep it just A and B because he wasn't any lower than that. I mean,
I would say B plus for me.
To me,
He had
the best fighter at 140.
Lisa gave him a B plus.
Hold up. Let me.
B plus.
Hold up. Let me explain why I'm saying this. I say a B plus at that time because he hadn't. He had fought Danny and Sean, but he hadn't fought the likes of Pacquiao, Mayweather yet. But and he didn't fight Kell Brook yet. But I think Keith is a good fighter. He just has been. Yeah, I like Keith a lot. I just think he's too inactive. That's all.
Any injuries?
Yeah, he's injury prone. But I think he's a good fighter, and I love his foot.
I think he's a good fighter as well. That's what I'm saying. I think I always still put him in the top. You still got to still put him in the top 10 welterweights because that's how bad we're struggling at the minute. But I mean, I still put. You can maybe etch him out. He could probably be etched out now. Maybe you never know. But I remember AJ when we did do the show and we still had Keith Thurman. We had Conor Benn at like number 11 or 12.
Right.
And we had Keith in there. People have short-term memories. It's because they want to sit on this guy. I don't care if you want to call it fangirling or whatever. Not you, Shan, but they want to sit on him saying that he was always a C-level fighter. How the hell was he a C-level fighter and he was unified?
He's a unified champ, isn't it? Yeah.
And not only that, he beat the same amount of competition that Errol Spence has. And to me, I just don't think this guy was never a fighter.
I think he's better at the height. I would think that Keith Thurman's better than Spence, though. I'm sorry.
He is.
I don't put Spence as an A-level fighter, though. This is the thing.
But I bet you that same asshole that called him a C-level fighter, I bet you he got Errol as an A.
They have. I bet you. All right, let's go round. Let's ask on the panel. Fuck it. Like, let's ask what level, and we're gonna use Keith at his height.
Tell me what Spence did to earn A-level. At least Bud was undisputed at 135. I mean, and I'm sorry, at 140.
Yeah, we're not talking about pound for pound, Outlaw. We're talking about my brother's in the competition. No. I'm just addressing Jed. Wait. No, we're not talking about pound for pound. We're talking about just in the top 10 of welterweights. So let me just ask. I want to ask around the panel, what at the height did you put Thurman at, and where do you put Spence at currently? So, all right, King of King, Edward, where would you have put at the height?
I'll be honest.
There's no wrong or right answer.
I couldn't give a good. It's been a while. I don't know.
Would you put Thurman as
I'm not. Look, the thing about it, the interjection of Spence, I don't know where that came from because we weren't like even referring to him being an A anything. Like we were literally just we were talking about. I was talking about Pacquiao when I was trying to say that the elite level boxer he fought was that did he fight Keith Thurman the same way that he fought Floyd? The argument what I was making was that that was a similar.
I'll let you playing back on us.
Yeah, you guys back feeding. So I made the argument because I was like, Pacquiao, we talking about two, maybe regardless of what grade you're talking about, two pure boxers, and I'm like, Pacquiao fought Thurman completely different. And that was what we were just talking about. But yeah, like I said, what's the name mentioned the scoring on him and whatever. But I don't know. The grading to me doesn't to me it really doesn't matter. Like as far as the conversation, so it's not a comparison.
That was me, Chan.
Versus we're not even comparing that. We were just talking about Floyd Mayweather and Pac. So
I got you. Sorry, I thought that was you that went like either because of the audio or of what KOK was saying. One or the other. I was just like, yeah, he's totally disgusting. I just said, So now that I know it's AJ, what was you doing that for? Was it because of the audio? It was because of the audio, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It was audio. Yeah, I just said, I got you. I don't know why Spence got interjected in. I know that was AO because AO was just talking about, but he was just talking about even kill. But I mean, he was just talking about level to level. He didn't mean that, or maybe he does, but I don't think he was talking about that Spence is A level or B level or C level. He was just saying that they're prime for prime. They're pretty much deemed as two equally, good fighters, and we want to see who's the elite out of them two, I guess. Yeah. But
the main thing was them having to fight, like he was talking about negating some, like he's saying you have to elevate into elite status by making those type of fights. And so the thing about it, when we bring up Floyd making that type of fight, he had his very early against Corrales because Beyonce was supposed to lose that fight and be knocked out. He was a heavy underdog, but he went in there and decimated him. So it's like now you raising your level by fights. So that's just a critical problem of what boxing is, because like I said, regardless of why people feel like Keith Thurman wasn't around, whatever, but not even bringing the Spence fight up is not like we can negate that one and just say maybe Spence was a few years behind taking that fight. The Kell Brook fight would have been very important to have that fight, because when he did fight Sean Porter and he did get a win against Sean Porter, that is the Sean Porter that lost to Kell Brook. So that's the only knock that I could really have. But like I said, the reason I brought him up, like I said, because I'm just saying Pacquiao did fight that dude completely damn different. And we got an action fight and all this stuff. I'm like, yo, so that's a high level boxer. Let's not say elite or whatever.
My high level boxer is that Thurman is a level or two.
We'll come back to you in a bit, sis. 1 sec. I'm just waiting for these lads to say it because my point just correct me up.
Thurman is a level or two below a 40-year-old Pacquiao. So imagine a prime Pacquiao. Is my point. Like, so when you're using that example, I did it because you're using the example we can refer to. But Thurman, that's to me the difference between a true A level and a B level is that when they get in the ring, you see the difference. Like, he don't belong in the ring, this guy. Because if you're struggling with a 40-year-old Pacquiao, imagine how it looks.
Yeah, you're not that good. Yeah,
you get dropped in the first round.
Exactly.
Yeah, go ahead, sis. Go ahead, Lisa, and then you.
I was gonna say, see, that's what happens when you're not fighting often. I think, like Keith was really giving Pacquiao the business.
Yeah, he was.
But what happened was, it was a flash knockdown. But the thing with Keith is he throws those loopy punches, and he's never straightened out his punches. So
so that's why he's not an A.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arlette. Keith Thurman, retro boxing and documentaries, blood. It said the sister Arlette is going hard for Thurman. Laugh.
She goes hard for Andrade too.
She does this for blood. She does it for Andrade.
Ain't nothing wrong with Andrade and
She dropped out Dillian White because we desecrated him until she had to realize that it wasn't happening.
And I also do this for AJ.
Yeah, you do it for AJ. You do it for AJ. But I think you do this for Keith Thurman and Andrade way more. Like you go.
Don't do it for me. Sorry, don't do it for me.
AJ that much, but Lisa Bell and who else knows me on this channel? Outlaw Boxing Club.
You go in for Thurman.
Yeah.
Old boxing channel that and they know I always go hard for Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, no, you do. I'm saying where it's
I don't respect him that much. Because a lot of people don't come for him. A lot of people don't come for his. A lot of people don't come for his credibility as far as who he fought or whatever like that. But people always come after Keith Thurman and Andrade. So I feel like I have to ride for them a little harder.
Because there's information that leads us to the. I think what it is, the Anthony Joshua thing. Like there's stats to prove that. There's stats to prove that. I mean that he's a good fighter. He's fought like better level of opponents than most of the other heavyweights, right? But with Keith Thurman, they can maybe there are still some holes and questions that
they can have. But the thing about it is Keith Thurman got the best resume at 147. He does.
Yeah.
He got the best resume at 147.
I'm not saying he's trash, by the way, because I like Thurman.
He may have flipped now, but his resume is just as good as all these other guys.
Yeah.
And people want to snap on him. So that's why I have to defend him. And you notice I'm a big, my favorite fighter at 147 is not Keith Thurman, it's Bud Crawford.
Yeah.
And even with him, as much as I like him, I mean, I will be fair. Bud's resume at 147 is not anything like Keith Thurman's. And I mean, it's not Bud's fault because of, he's fighting on the other side of the street per se. But it is what it is.
What's on Keith Thurman's resume that's so good?
No, I'm just looking at the resume because that's what I'm doing. Ayo, you must have read my mind because I just pulled up his resume just to. It's not.
I'll tell you, he's got the best resume at 147. Sean Porter, that's who has the best resume.
Yeah, this is not extensive at all. Do you guys want to see it? It's not.
I see it. I know it. I see it.
Yeah, it's not.
As long as Pacquiao still.
No, he doesn't.
Best one's Danny Garcia, Sean Porter. That's it.
He's got
That's it.
Sean Porter, Danny Garcia.
That's all.
We did have that Leonard Bundu that we did see on
he was a good
Spence's
fighter.
resume,
But
didn't
Spence
we?
beat him as well.
Yeah, we saw Spence beat him on the deep dive.
Yeah.
And then
Knocked him out,
we've got
retired
Mario
him.
Barres and Manny Pacquiao, sis. He ain't Josecito Lopez as well. But I mean, other than that, he ain't got no stellar.
No, what was that guy? What's that guy's name that Keith fought? The Spanish guy.
Sean Porter's got a better resume than this at 147. Errol Spence's got a better resume than this at 147.
Wait a minute. Errol Spence got a better resume than Keith Thurman?
Yeah.
What's that guy's? What's that guy's?
Okay, Keith Thurman's got maybe by one fighter. You give him the Josecito, that was a majority.
I know, but how does Errol Spence got a much better resume than Keith Thurman?
Because I can see it, because I just did a deep dive on Errol Spence.
He
And
beat
Quintana was a good.
He beat Ugas.
Quintana.
Got a better resume.
I can't talk. Everybody talking.
He's got a better resume.
Okay, I want to see.
Quintana was a good win.
I gotta see what Errol Spence did that was so much greater.
I'm just saying that the people that he's fought. I'm not saying that he's so much greater. I'm just saying that you hyped up his resume like Keith Thurman's resume was stellar. So I thought I started to lead down your way like yeah. And then I realized, hold up, and then I had to realize instead of going down the path with someone without refreshing, let me refresh, and that's why God made me refresh, and I hit the refresh button, and it's not stellar. So that leads me to say, don't go with people just because I say something.
Understand how you said that, but all those guys, Keith Thurman beat first.
I'm looking at his resume. No, dear. No,
really?
Kell Brook beat Porter before Keith and beat him better.
Yes, he did.
He beat Danny Garcia and he beat Sean Porter way before Spencer.
No.
He never fought him.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know what? Okay, I mean, and wait a minute. And if you're going to go with Kell Brook, you have to understand Errol Spence fought a Keith Thurman, Kell Brook that was already damaged.
Okay, but he fought him. We've already did that. Okay, but he fought him. We know this, but it's still on his resume. We can go through everyone's resume.
So
and
wait
go,
a minute.
We
so
know
Kell
this.
Brooks, and who else did he beat? Give me three other fighters.
You came here. No, guess what? You don't come and question us. You came here caping for Keith Thurman. You give us his top, his resume. That's
all I know. That Errol Spence.
No. Give us Keith Thurman's stellar resume. Mario Barrios shouts out. Manny Pacquiao lost. Josecito Lopez. Okay.
One life and death with him. Got hurt in that fight.
And majority decision. Danny Garcia never really did anything at 147.
Every time he stepped up, he lost.
But stepped up, he lost. But we'll give him a name. We'll give them the names. It doesn't mean if he lost to them or whatever. At least he faced them. This is what I'm going to judge it on. Okay, so where else are we going after Sean Porter? Leonard Bundu. 31-0. After that, where
Spence
are we
knocked
going?
him out after that.
Yeah, we know.
Chris Arreola. Chris, what's that guy that Conor Ben knocked out? Spence said that was his greatest win.
He never fought Chris Algieri. Thurman never fought Chris Algieri.
So you're caping for someone you don't even know their resume. This is why I can't follow down the path. This is where it comes into fangirling.
I said
this
that.
is what happened.
When I said that, Spence said.
So what I'm going to do is now you've made me declassify Keith Thurman, and that is fine. He's a B minus. At his fight, he was a B minus. I can't even give him a solid B. Yeah, he's a B minus. Thanks for that, though, Arlette.
That's not what I said.
No, it doesn't matter what you said. It's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you've pulled up. What I'm saying is you've come in and you've caped for someone. You don't know the whole resume. I've pulled up the resume. The resume is not stellar. Spence has got a better resume, whether we like Spence or not. He has.
But
He's got a better resume at 147. Sean Porter knocks them all both out of the ballpark. We know that, so we can't lie. And then you can't name any great fucking wins. So what are we doing?
I just named two of them.
Yeah, two.
Chan, can I ask you a question? Can I ask something?
And those are the same two bets
So AO was right. AO, would you like to put Keith Thurman down a notch? Where do you want to go down? Because I thought he was a solid B. Arlette, she came in and now made me realize he's not a solid B. Never ever was. B minus, C plus. That's where he stays. Yeah, for me.
Okay, so he's a C plus, but he was unified.
Arlette, can I ask you something? Arlette, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
C plus unified fighter.
Arlette, can I ask you a question?
B minus at the top.
Can I ask Arlette a question?
Yeah, go ahead. You and Arlette, go. Is AO still here? Because I can't see it. AO, are you here? Yeah,
I'm still here. Yeah,
no, Arlette, besides Sean Porter and Danny Garcia, who else did Keith beat that was so great? Besides those two?
She won't know. This is what I'm saying. You can't come in and cape up the place, Arlette, and you don't know man's resume out here. And you had me literally following you down the garden path, and I had to stop, drop. No, yeah, we just shut it down, open up shop. He's worse than I gave him too much credit. How about that? God. We can't cape. We can't. This ain't the Cape Crusaders show.
That Chavez guy was a good fighter. What was his first name?
When you have to do that, then
you talking about that Thurman fought?
Yeah, the guy from South America.
Was it Diego?
Diego Chavez. Is that his name? Yeah, he was a pretty decent fighter.
Yeah, by the way,
Arlette, you're muted. You gotta come off mute, babes. Come on, sis.
By the way, Chan, I just want to tell the who did beat Chris Algieri was Errol Spence, by the way. So just want to let you know that.
Yeah, I know. Did you, Arlette? Yeah, you know.
Just telling Arlette. I just want to let Arlette know that.
Come on, Arlette, man. You're not repping, man. This is why you should. Yeah, you can't cape, man. Don't know all the stats, facts, and blood clot. Where are you, Kevin Samuels, man? Sure. Let me get him.
That's my point about Keith being a B minus fighter.
Hold up. Let me just run this AO, then you can go right after this.
I have opinions just like anyone else. You got opinions. But unlike what you're doing is I bring facts, data, statistics, things you can go look up yourself.
Yeah, everything that you said is an opinion, Arlette. There isn't any stats or facts or data to support it. She's muted. Maybe she's dealing with someone that's muted on the phone. There isn't any data to support that. Keith Thurman, for real. She came in like a Tasmanian tornado, coming in saying that he was an A. He's an A fighter. Where? The evidence doesn't support that.
If you like Keith, that's fine. Just let us know. So
yeah, you do like this is what. But I keep telling Arlette, we can like who we like. It's never.
And well, no, here's the thing about it is you can't use an argument that gets used against you later. Like if you say that somebody fought somebody leftover, technically I could say, well, Sean Porter is fucking Kell Brooks leftovers.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's what everyone's fought.
Like I think that's part of the thing where I say like there's an issue with boxing. Just because a guy loses a fight doesn't mean he's leftovers. It just means he lost a fight.
Just lost
he comes back and he gets another fight. Like, could you imagine back in the day if you were called left? Like, well, if that was the case, after Tyson lost to Buster Douglas, everybody else was winning against him is trash because he was leftovers.
It's trash. It's discounted, discredited.
I mean, so it's like, even better. Yeah, let me use some other people. Everybody that beat Vladimir Klitschko after he got knocked out by fucking Corey Saunders is beating a guy that was somebody else's leftovers. That's just fighting. Sometimes you win, you lose.
Because those are casual.
I was talking to my boyfriend.
Yeah, it's all good.
No, the test of you being a quality fighter is if you lose and if you come back.
I missed the last 5 minutes what y'all was saying. I was on mute.
Of course you did.
Dr. Paul. No, she was muted. She was on there. Okay. Dr. Paul came in and said, Arlette came in like a wrecking ball. Toby LaRose said Arlette catching hella strays. Yeah, because Arlette,
you know what? I don't care what y'all say.
Yeah, because you came
level to me.
Yeah,
it's all good. It's all good.
Okay, we don't care what you're saying. That's fine. Let's just leave it there.
Okay. Yeah, it's bad when you come into court. Like, on a murder trial and then you have no evidence and just say to the judges, but, to me, he didn't do it.
No problem.
We've got evidence that he did.
I will take the L. But
you have to on this one.
Losing against Keith Thurman is going to change all y'all minds.
Oh, no, he ain't losing to Keith. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
But it's all good. It's all good, Shan. It's all good because you know what? I want all of you guys to change him to an A-level fighter after he beats Spence.
Never going to happen. Sorry. Never going to happen. That's if they ever fight. It hasn't been announced. Jeez. When are they going to fight? Anybody know?
Arlette, what is Andrade?
Oh, don't go there.
Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
It's time.
Don't do that, bro.
Andrade.
To her, Andrade is super elite.
I'm an Andrade fan, by the way, but he's definitely not an A.
Yeah, to her,
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
I don't know about super elite, but elite. His looks are super elite.
No, but what is it? As a fighter, what is it?
He ain't no super elite.
What is he elite? He's not even elite. He's not even A.
Is he an A, B, C, D, F, E, G?
Look,
he's not even A.
We don't know what he is because he's like undetermined. He hasn't fought anyone for me to put him in. But you guys can't go and say
Arlette, tell us what he is. You know what he is. You just don't want to tell us. What is he?
She does deflection when she can't answer the question because she knows it goes against.
He's a fighter that take care of his family. That's all that matters to me.
Emotions into this, girls, get off the panel.
That's all that matters to me.
Get off, you two women. Jeez, she's a man. Like, all of a sudden, stats, facts, and data means nothing. Oh, they all meant journeymen. Hold on. Journeymen are people that come in and take care of their family, but it doesn't mean they're A-level fighters.
I never said that he was elite, though.
Where's everybody gone here? Why is everyone? Yeah, look. I've worked hard for women in boxing to not be looked at as just like being birded. Like, let's not come in with emotions like this, please. Like that.
Hey, Arlette, before you go.
Lisa's statement was,
I don't have no emotions about this. I just said I said he's a man that's taking care of his family. I know some people may not like his resume, but I said as long as he's taking care of his family,
how by not being in the ring? He's been in the ring twice in 4 years.
But look,
I'm talking about Andrade. I'm talking about Andrade.
It needs.
Look.
I don't know.
This is how I look at it.
To take care of the family.
First of all, Andrade You cannot say what level he is because if he's unproven, you guys don't know what level he is.
Yeah, so why would we lie? And then why would we lie like you? Why would we lie like you when there's no evidence? Yeah, but why would we lie? Hold on, sometimes I have to mute her because she talks over people. Hang on, Arlette, you can't talk over. Why would we lie though? Why? Like, I wouldn't lie if I don't know, if we haven't seen him make those fights to put him anywhere. I wouldn't then go, well, there's no data to support the fact that he's at A level, but because he looks fine, he's A level. We've worked too hard as women in boxing, Arlette, for you to come down in one foul swoop and lose us all our credibility. Stop. Get off and go back in the chat.
By the way, Arlette, your man's got dropped by your man's got dropped by Journey.
I can't allow it. Yeah. We gotta go with the data. There's no data to support that Andrade is A, B, or C. Like,
no, but don't you think I'm fair about these fighters? I think I'm fair.
No, you're not. You're fangirling. You're fangirling. That's why we're laughing at you.
Wait, you literally just said if I take a test and don't finish half of it, then we don't know what to score you. You failed, bro.
Yeah, say that again, Edward. What you just said there.
It's like literally, it's like we went and took a test. We're doing a test of resume, and I didn't finish half of it. And so you, can you hear me?
I can't hear.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Say it again.
About that.
Yeah,
so it's like,
yeah.
Is my mic down low? Is that me?
Yeah, it might just mean you did sound a bit low, but go ahead. That's better.
No, I'm good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shouts out. Yeah. But anyway, so it's sort of like you took a test and you only finished half of it. And then when they scored it, you were like, well, you don't necessarily know how well I scored because I didn't finish the rest of the test. I didn't even get to answer half the questions. It's like,
but I still passed.
Now, King of Kings, you know you just killed your argument from earlier, right? When you were talking about what Canelo needed to fight like Andrade or somebody. Why would he need to fight Andrade if he didn't fight him, if Andre's unproven?
Wait, no, I'm saying, no, I'm talking. No, I was talking about. No, wait, hold on. That wasn't an argument. That wasn't. Wait, hold on. That wasn't. Wait, hold on. That wasn't an argument of resume. That was an argument about financial gain of you having quality fights.
I should do this StreamYard instead. Seriously.
But
so, that's I wasn't talking about resume.
If you want to come on the panel, you can. But,
yeah.
Okay, I will.
All right, coolio.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna try to stream you. I love you.
All right. Love you. Bye.
But real quick, though, like the reason I was making that point was just the matter of fights. I was bringing up that point of the fights that people wanted to watch, and the issue was that Canelo's fighting dudes there that's so unknown names. So not even necessarily if he has a good resume, but at least Andrade has a good following. Look at his fan who was just on here just now.
I'm an Andre fan. Andre does not have a good following.
Well, I'm saying better than Adrian, better than,
but not better than Jacobs. Not better than Jacobs. If you walk down the street, not that Jacobs is a superstar either, but if you walk down the street in New York where I'm from, people know Jacobs for no Andre. Right? Or
well, I'm going to say this. He was trying to 10 fights. It was 10 fights. So yeah, Jacobs is a good point, but 10 fights.
And okay, so if you want to play that game in the UK, though, the UK has a better boxing community than America does. So him fighting Callum Smith is a big fight in the UK.
No, so once again, so you're taking it out of context. I was talking about American audience. I literally was American versus American audience.
But
even then,
a worldwide sport, though.
No, but we were talking about him generating money. Regardless, once again, boxing lives like I was saying earlier. Is it better to be a large regional fighter who has a bigger fan base than be a global fighter where it's a boxing fight, but globally it doesn't make money. Globally, it's not huge. The biggest money, even to this day, even with boxing declining in its appeal in America, you still only here we're charging. Shan, if you got a pay-per-view over there that was $100, it will be a fucking uprising.
Yeah.
Chan, you okay? You all right? You need a minute?
Do that here. So that's what I'm saying. So when he was those fights to us for $100,
you all right, Chan?
Triple G for $100. So that's what I was saying. Like, there's no that's cool globally, but then once again, we're trying to sell to the American market, and he's having trouble because
who's trying to
buy that?
Who's trying to sell to the American market?
Oh, I'm done. That one comment. I know. I've seen that. That's fucking crazy.
Maybe I came in late, but I came in.
I know you didn't. You just
no, I just left it. Go read it. So
maybe
I came in late, but
breakdown in 2023 is crazy. It is. Can't believe I was doing it.
Oh, you talking about with Keith Thurman?
No, when you said in the thing, you said Keith Thurman breakdown in 2023.
Yeah, that was crazy. But that's because she a fan like that. But I don't know. We just with King of Kings, I guess we just disagree. When you break down the pay-per-view model in the United States, you actually make more money. Canelo's made more money in his fights in other countries than he has in the United States. And the percentage.
That's what I'm saying. It's not.
How?
We're talking about, because if that was the case, what we were talking about. So you got to look at the reference of the conversation. We were talking about why is the DAZN moving to a pay-per-view model, and I said maybe one of the contributing factors is you got fights. You didn't put Canelo. You didn't put a stipulation of who he had to fight. We can say what we want. Like those fights were, especially with the stable they had at the DAZN, were not the best fights they could have created, and now we're seeing the vacuum of what's going on. Because if he was still selling that good, if everything is still going that good, why did they have to renegotiate? Why did they tell him, well, you need to take less money? Why was he even at PBC fighting? So it's evidently overall not working, regardless of if he.
Go ahead. Could I clarify?
I can't never say anything.
Wait, let Lisa just get her into her. Yeah. Sorry, sis. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how would he would make more money on pay-per-view in the US because the prices are more money, right?
Wait.
Huh? I'm talking about Canelo.
Well, let me clear.
Daniel, they can't answer your question now.
Wait, could I clarify right quick?
Quiet, boy.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, Al, you said that Canelo has. You said that he's made more money in other countries than he has in the U.S.
Meaning his own deal. That deal came with him fighting globally. That deal wasn't for him just to fight in the United States. Is what I meant.
You mean like how they air it or?
Right, that 10-fight deal was the deal with him fighting, whether it's in the U.S., whether it's in the U.K.,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it.
Mexico. Right, that's not U.S. exclusive.
But he made more money fighting Caleb Plant, didn't he? Over on PBC.
Didn't he rob him for like $40 million? I think
he did.
Well, he just added. Yeah, he made $40 million and went over there.
That's why they should have sent Caleb's ass over there.
That's why
he wasn't going to do that.
Of course not. No.
Yeah, regardless if he was making more, he wasn't making them more because, like I said, they would have just said, okay, well, shoot, keep the 360. Like we've seen them having to reorganize. That's why everything's going paper. The model of what they were trying to do, the monthly subscription thing, they just don't have enough subscribers, so they're trying to scramble for that. But I'm like, part of that is when you had Canelo fights, they automatically were pay-per-view, so they're like one shot. Two, you like making it so people just have to pay for 1 month. So it's like the underlying problem is the issue. You got a fighter that you're trying to bring structurally as the person that brings all the fanfare, but he only fights twice a year. And you overpaid him for the fights that you're getting because nobody cares about these dudes. So,
but again, that's where we disagree because when you say, well, he didn't fight the fights we wanted to see on DAZN, the only fighter that he didn't fight on DAZN would have been Andre, right? He fought Billy Joe, he fought Caleb Smith, right? He was going through the gauntlet of the DAZN fighters. So when you say he didn't fight anybody, and then also I think DAZN wasted more money on Tevin Farmer and Andre on the smaller fighters than he did like an AJ or Canelo, obviously, because they're going to bring their money. And when Canelo set the record when he fought Billy Joe Saunders, didn't he, for that stadium?
Yeah, the indoor record. Yeah, he broke it by like 73,000. Yeah.
Oh no, that's I was talking about America. Like that's what I'm saying. You keep throwing the fort. I kept about to call him.
They fought in America,
but no, I was talking about him fighting American versus American. That was it. That was the thing about it. We were talking about drawing the American audience because we're like, you want to charge Americans a pay-per-view for fighters, and they're not even familiar with, and they're all foreign fighters. So the fighter you're trying to have them pay for is Canelo.
Right.
So if that's why I was saying. So yeah, the context, like overall, you're right of what you're saying, but I'm saying the context was based strictly in an American audience.
But I don't know, maybe because I heard you use Andre as an example. I'm like, nobody paying for Andre, man. And this comes from Andre fan.
That's the only other American.
Man,
like,
ain't nobody paying for Andre, man.
Let's put what's his name? What's the other dude?
But they pay for them other guys.
Who? The pay-per-view
they paying for this. Oh, the pay-per-view's been terrible for Canelo.
Yeah, I'm talking about for American fight. Who's the American fighter? I mean, technically Canelo's an American fighter if you're going by landscape, but who's the American fighter that they're paying for outside of Canelo? That he can go fight and go, okay, well, I could do some numbers and move some units.
No one really.
It's probably gonna be between Ryan and Tank right now.
You see what I'm saying? He can't fight them. The bigger problem is on our side is that instead of having David and Caleb Plant fight before one of them fought Canelo, so now you have a unified bigger star in America that you built up. Al Heyman was just trying to get Canelo over here to fight all of his fighters so he can get as many fights out of Canelo instead of actually building stars for him to fight. Then we wouldn't have had this issue.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? So
if
Plant and Benavidez would have fought when they both were champions and unified, that's a big fight, Lisa.
Look. I look at it like this: like the Marvin Hagler. He wanted all the smoke. He fought as many people as he could. You're in my division, I'm gonna fight you, and that's what made him a great.
Yeah.
So there's no excuse if Canelo didn't fight between 154 to 160, and he didn't fight Andrade, and even if you don't fight him at 168, that's something to look at.
Yeah, King will be back here to go do something real quick.
I guess, Lisa.
Where are you, Arlette?
I used to feel that way about Andre, and then I realized I don't think he wanted to fight anybody. I think he wanted. I look at him the same way I look at Jamal Charlo. You just want to cash out against Canelo. You haven't, but if you look at their resumes, you haven't actually tried to fight anybody. You either pulled out of a fight or faked the injury, or because he's even doing it now. The behaviors that like LadyChann saying, the receipts show throughout his career. He's 34 now. He's always found a way not to have a fight.
Well, 35, but yeah.
Yeah, he's even worse. He's always found a way not to have a fight. Always. So I don't believe that.
Call it. Hey, I just want to see the fight. You know.
We do as well.
I would like to. Yeah.
5 years later, we can't even
so do we.
No, Arlette, get on the panel. Look, Arlette wants it. Ayo, this is what we have to put up with nearly week in, week out. If we mention anything against
behavior.
Dillian White, if we mention anything against Dillian White, if we mention anything against Andrade, if we mention anything against Keith Thurman, we can't critique or criticize them because straight away we're clowns, payasos, tontos, fools, idiots.
And I like Andre though. It don't sound like it right now, but I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Andre.
But you know what? Because you're not fanboying.
You're being objective. You're being objective.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of boxing first. That's why.
I love my sister Lisa, but she told us right now they're taking care of their family.
No, but my reason for saying that. No, my reasoning for saying that is because. You know, with Andre, nobody's going to like what he do regardless. So I just said, well, if he's taking care of his family at the end of the day, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what, at this point, Andre's 35. It don't matter what he do. You know, people, they just don't like him. It is what it is.
Yeah, no, there is people, but what I'm saying is, I think Ayo he actually likes Andrade. He came on saying, I like Andrade anyway, but he's just keeping it a buck as well. We're calling it out, but I know you like Furman, and I know you do like Andrade. No, I do like Andrade, sis, but I as well, because I feel that people used to give him, even before he started fucking up, they started to it's like they put a little cast on him, waiting for him to fuck up so they could go see. But unfortunately, I said this to my mate yesterday. You know, don't give us the ingredients for us to make that cake. Because if they wasn't available, we couldn't make the cake to even put that in the front of the window and go, see? So you look at this shit piece of cake, it's rubbish. But how about if you didn't give us the ingredients to even, and there's 10 other good cakes, that you gave us the trash so we could make the trash cake. Don't ever give us because when you give haters or people that are rooting against you the tools, they're going to take it. And unfortunately, this is what Andrade did, and I had to let go of the reins and say, Andrade, you're on your own, kid.
Me too. I'm like, I kind of why it's like, all right, bro. It's like, do your thing, man. I kind of, And I still want to see him in big fights, but it's
everyone's a clown.
I accept whatever he does because it is what it is. I'm not trying to. A person's career path is their choice.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Whatever they choose to do, you know what I mean. I can't. You know what I mean, sis?
Yeah. No. In fact, that's the strategy.
Can't be.
And also, panel. I wasn't. And Ayo, you're new to this panel. I'm never allowed to play this anymore either.
Fuck you! Get your come, be a bitch.
Because I get called. Arlette comes on like like Candyman. As soon as I play that, she's like, she's like, if I play,
get the fuck out of here, man. It's my night.
Not allowed to play that. But while I'm here, let me just do the strikeout as well. Come on, 3 in a row. Wow.
Hey, get the fuck out of here because I'm gonna fuck you out right now, motherfucker. Payday. You want payday? I know that.
Now that
For some fighters, it worked for. It worked for Laura. It didn't work for Andrade.
I know. I had to retire those sound bites, AO, is what I'm saying. It's only because you're on. I've ran with him because I'm scared to play them. Every time I play them, Arlette turns up in a puff of smoke.
And Carlette gonna come through like Candyman.
Keep playing them. Keep playing them.
Like
Play again.
But you know what?
No smoke.
Even to Arlette's point,
I do.
Think every fighter want to pay. That's what they're fighting for. They're prize fighters. But Andrade had this cachet of being a boogeyman, but then when you break it down, boogeyman for what? He didn't beat anybody. When you go on life and death with Liam Smith, Liam Williams. Sorry, you didn't stop him. You should have. Right? It's a fighter that should have been below your level.
You knocked him down. You did knock him down, but yeah.
And this is what I mean.
Then Liam hurt him at the end. He hurt him at the end. Damn near. Like badly.
That's what I'm saying about fighters being A level or B level or C level. When you're fighting against European level fighters, and then you're not looking a step up, it's really more like you're a little bit better. Then I can't say that Canelo should be scared of you. I watch Canelo fight Lara. I watch him fight Floyd. I watch him fight Saunders. I watch him fight all these other fighters, and some of them he's knocked out on broken their face and stopped them. But he separated himself against other fighters who would have been quote unquote equal. And you haven't against lesser fighters, but
you've triggered her. She's in the comments going crazy over there.
I mean, AO's last fight, his last fight, he got dropped by Nicholson. So,
which is crazy. Yeah. But you know what? I think Andre need to go ahead and call it a career. He's not in his prime.
Me too.
Anymore.
Call it a day. I said that. Yeah.
What else are you gonna do? I mean, it's like you had the chance to fight Zach Parker to get the interim title, and honestly, if Canelo didn't choose. If Canelo did, you vacated, you jumped Danny, but I excuse that for the Zach Parker situation. You ducked the fight twice.
And what was people gonna say if he fought them? He fought bums.
I gave him full credit, sis.
Well, Yanni Beck. Yeah,
that's all. Everybody that he fight, it's never good enough. So I've accepted that with him.
But you know, Lisa, at the time, Yanni
Beck. Janet Beck. All it.
Janet Beck
ain't shit.
But at the time, though,
we know.
We know now.
We know now, and that's why we're upset because he let the perception of Johnny Beck be like
you could have fought him. You could have fought. You should have fought him
and just beat him. And now we're like, when we saw Johnny Beck this last fight, it was like
my perspective. I felt that okay, well maybe he ain't fighting these guys because he's trying to go after a name. That's what I was thinking. But
you know what, Lisa, like you were saying,
that's what I was thinking. Because that's not something that he did in the past. Yeah.
Fight everybody.
Just fight everybody.
You clear everybody out, and they have to fight you, or they are ducking.
See, with Andrade, they always had him fighting European level fighters, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's like when it came to others, like he just never, for whatever reason, never unified. Never this, never that. I really don't know why. Some of it is his fault. I can say that, yeah. Some of it isn't, and some of it is his. Bad contracts, bad deals.
Yeah. So
that's Eddie tried to get him in there with Jamal. Didn't work.
Pulling out.
Not his fault. Not his fault. So I acknowledge that.
Yeah, but Eddie could have put him in there with Canelo. So.
Yeah. Maybe there's that. I mean, but he did try to get him the ball fight. They didn't want it. I mean, like you said, it's like some of his he's not the.
Look, they was all on All of them was on DAZN. That's what I'm looking at. All of them on DAZN, all of them 160 pounders, and not one of them fought him. Mic drop.
Billy Joe with the nasal
Mic
spray. That was crazy.
drop.
He was gonna fight.
Okay.
He was gonna fight.
Canelo didn't fight him.
So yeah.
Fucking GGG didn't fight him, and I have proof of it, evidence. They don't want to fight him because he's a southpaw.
I think Triple G would have stopped Andre personally.
But his trainer tried to push him to fight him, and he said no.
Yeah,
I have video evidence of it.
And that's the problem with Andre. For every fight that you could say that didn't want to drop, I also heard Andre duck Laura. I saw him pull out of the Mel Charlo fight. He didn't want to fight Deverenchenko.
He said. He said Laura was boring. I remember. Yeah,
he didn't want to fight Jacobs either. So it's a lot of fights where he could have had, and he did take the ones he could have had. So it's
like I said, some of it is his fault, and some of it,
That's why
everything you're saying is true.
Once I realized that's when I stopped caping for him. So I'm like, now that I think about it, for every fight that you could say that fighters ducked him, he got a situation where he didn't take that fight either. So. But I thought in his prime he was a good fighter. He looked like a good fighter.
Yeah.
He just didn't get the fights to prove it. That's all.
Gotcha.
He's a 6'1", 154 pounder southpaw with speed and power. I can understand why Canelo didn't want to fight him, because at that time I think he'd have beat Canelo too, especially at 154.
Yeah. So it's like it is what it is, man. But I'm not gonna sit here and beat that man down every day. No. That's what people do over here. Not here on your channel, Chan, but just in the boxing community. Yeah, because that's what they do, man. If that's what that man decides, accept it. I'm not going to sit here and call him this and that every day. Yeah, this is the shit this is the shit that makes me not like boxing.
Yeah, I know. God. War. Next topic. What do you want to throw? Ayo, is there anything that you've seen in the last week or whatever? Because usually I do have I don't know if you're new to my show or if you've watched it. I usually do have the topics that we're talking about, but because boxing's been full of trash recently, all we've just seen is we've already covered the Tyson Fury. Every week we're talking about Tyson Fury not fighting Usyk. It's getting boring. So I'm just like, there's not that much. There's not that much happen. It's not that much happening. So I've just given everybody a free for all just to talk about whatever they want to in boxing. So because you're new, is there anything that there is?
I mean, if we focus on the big stories, it isn't, because it's the same. Crawford and Spence supposedly having negotiations. Tyson Fury always being extra for fights, etc., etc. But I'm excited about a lot of the fights that's coming up. A new way Fulton, I think, is a 50-50 fight. I would personally favor. I would personally favor Fulton in that new way fight that I'm looking forward to. Only because the side, I always give the bigger fighter benefit of the doubt. We haven't seen what a new looks like at the higher division yet. So
you do realize just because you call in, right? When someone's talking, you can't just over.
I'm sorry, but Chan,
no, but you can't do that. Just because you call on the phone, someone's talking. So just because you can't just come on and just over talk and change the show and just over talk.
I'm sorry.
It's rude.
But I just don't like anyone calling me a racist.
No, well, but at the end of the day, and this is what you're going to highlight where I try to keep it in the chat. At the end of the day, if somebody said to you, "Well, you're black, go back to Africa."
I never said that. But I never said that. I never said that.
But if you say to someone, you're from Mexico, go back to Mexico. You go back to Mexico.
Wait a second. I don't even know who that guy is. So why would I say to go to Mexico?
I'm saying, it doesn't matter who he is. It's unacceptable, because if it was thrown in on our side of the waters, you wouldn't like if someone said, "Well, you're from Congo. Go and take fucking Carlos Takam back with you." Well, how would you feel about that?
How
would you feel about that?
I never said that. I wouldn't feel good, but I didn't say that.
Let me pull it up. What you just said.
Because I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, because I can see it, because I saw what you wrote.
No, I said Canelo go to Mexico. Canelo can go back to. I never told that person to go to Mexico.
You said take
I want to see that.
Go back to Canelo. What did you?
Okay, can I please see that? Please,
did you delete it?
No, I did not. I did not. I swear, I did never delete something like that. I want to see that
go
right
back
now.
To Canelo. Sorry, go back.
No, I would no.
There you are. Go back to Mexico.
No, wait a minute.
Sorry, my bad.
No, I said that Canelo should go back to Mexico. I never told that guy to go back to Mexico.
MX.
No, where did I say that? Please, I never deleted that.
It says go back to Mexico, MX Canelo.
That's what I'm talking to Canelo. You said that I told that person in the chat to go back to Mexico. I never put that.
Get off. You're getting on my nerves and you're
Jesus Christ.
Place. Yeah. You're being unstable. Don't come here with that shit.
Regardless,
that was unfucking acceptable. That is unacceptable across the board. Don't tell anybody to go back to anywhere. Because
why is she saying that about Canelo? Why is she saying that about him?
If somebody told you to go back to where you're originally from, you wouldn't like it, you wouldn't take it. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable across the board. If you want to do that, don't do that. Don't do that here. Because then when we've had to call out racist motherfuckers doing that to us, and I've had to stand up and do the same thing, it works both ways. You don't do that. You don't bring that on there because you're doing your feelings over fucking facts. And that's what's making you a fucking fangirl, because you've brought it to this for no reason.
Yeah, either way.
And you're shouting all of that on down the line, calling like a sense of entitlement when someone that's new to the panel is speaking and you think I had to mute you straight away because you have no etiquette and no fucking decorum. Go elsewhere with that shit. Don't care what you said now. Go away. You've annoyed me. Get off. Derailed the show. Go away, Arlette. Bullshit. You should know better than that. You're a big fucking woman. Keep control of your fucking emotions. Go ahead, boys.
Oh, no, I was looking forward to the New Way Forward fight coming up. Of course, the Benavidez and Caleb Plant fight this weekend. I personally got Caleb Plant winning. But I'm a big fan of Bread, man. That's why. I think if Caleb Plant can buy into it, his gas tank is more the issue. If he can buy into what Bread, man, I think they plan on catching David Benavidez in between punches with Caleb sitting down and standing in front of him a little bit more. Maybe shifting and turning them a little bit, running into a hook or uppercut or something like that. That's what it sounds like the game plan is going to be for that fight. I think there's a lot of good fights coming up. It's just, of course, not my bad for cutting you off, AJ, but
sorry, yeah,
I was just finishing the point. Yeah, just it's a lot of good fights coming up. It's just whenever you focus on Fury, he's a nut job. So of course you'd be frustrated, and then it seems like Al Heyman is trying to destroy boxing if he can for some reason, because he just won't make the fights when we want him. So those are always have you depressed as a boxing fan.
What have you got with AJ and Jermaine Franklin? Who you got winning that then? Or if you,
I got AJ. I think that however people feel about Spence and Jermell, I know some people don't like him, whatever. I think that Derek James turned out to be a good trainer. If nothing else, he gets his fighters. He gets his fighters to be aggressive, to use their jabs, and sit down in the punches and apply power. And his fighters seem to be well conditioned. So let's hope that AJ gas tank looks a little better. I know he's trimmed down a little bit too. So carrying that muscle doesn't help. But if he can fight behind his jab and get back to being a little bit more meaner, like Derek James fighters usually are.
So does he look trimmed down? What would you guess him to be? Because the last fight he was like 240 pounds. So where do you think AJ's optimum weight is? Because I mean, Franklin is a smaller fighter, so does he don't have to come in too heavy, but do you want him Andy Ruiz in it? Because I always call him, he's like the black Andy Ruiz, this Franklin geezer, isn't he? So, is there anything that AJ needs to be careful with, because he doesn't seem to do well with geezers that are shorter, and but so is Franklin. He's lost a lot of weight as well.
I think with AJ, it always has to be fight by fight, because you don't want him too light if he's fighting Fury. You know what I mean? So 230 230, 240. If he fights behind it, like that's what I'm saying about that's what I'm saying about the Derrick James fighters, that they fight behind their jab. In the second Ruiz fight, that's the only adjustment he really made. I'm gonna fight behind my jab. I'm gonna give a little movement. And when you come in, I'm gonna shoot the right hand. If I can, I'm gonna tie you up and reset you. So it just depends on how he approaches the fight. But I mean, AJ's a big guy. It's weird. I forgot where we heard it at, but when he was fighting Usyk, when I rewatched the fight, I think maybe the third time I kind of picked up on he was hitting Usyk with body shots, but for some reason AJ didn't keep going to the body. So if he could just get a game plan he could stick to and not get flooded, I think most of his issues are actually mentally, not physically. He's always seems like he's unsure. So if they can get him confident fighting behind that jab, on his front foot, fight mid range, he should be fine against Franklin.
Do you think that you have to that he has to do something that's he can't go? This can't be a comfortable points decision win for AJ against.
I think you gotta knock him out.
Got to knock him out, right?
I think you gotta knock him out. Yeah.
Has to. And where did you say AJ? Where did you and Lisa? Do you guys think it's going to be a late round stoppage? Because I think it's going to be. And this is what I hate, because AJ said that he'll knock him out in 4 rounds. I no doubt that he can, but now if you don't, like what you said, sis, with an Andrade, they'll hold your feet to the fire. If you knock him out in round 6, but you said you'll do it in round 4, so you're not. Yeah, just say you're gonna knock him out. When the knockout comes. You shouldn't have gave a round.
Yeah, just say I'm gonna whoop his ass.
Yeah, and done. Now you've given it a round 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to say less. Yeah, saying less is more. Just let your actions, support what you're doing. Because, yeah. But hey ho. Yeah, we did cover that. I just wanted to see your opinion on that. And we've got Lawrence Okoli fighting David Light. I don't know if you're in tune to, the cruiserweights and the Brits over here with that. Probably are.
Did you say NyQuil?
No, David Light.
Lawrence Okoli?
Lawrence Okoli. Oh, NyQuil. Is that what you call him? Why? Because he's boring.
He's a clinch. He's a clinch best.
Yeah, but he's boring to you. Puts you to sleep.
He's another fighter. I feel if you look at his tools, he could be.
He's a boring fighter.
He could be more exciting. He has power. That's what's annoying. It's how you choose to apply it. So I'm going. Well, I don't. I watch him fight because he's a good fighter, but he's not the most exciting, to be honest with you. I think he's I wonder. I'm always curious about a fighter's mental. You got all the stuff going on the outside. Him being unhappy with Eddie Hearn.
With Eddie Hearn again, another one.
I wonder how focused he's been. You're right. How focused he's actually been on the actual fight. So we'll see. I mean, I would expect him to win.
I've watched some interviews as I do with him. He was talking the other day. I thought it looks a bit too nonchalant. Like when it's like you said about what's going on in his head. I don't know. Like I said, I can't. But it just something seemed his vibe seemed a little off. It seemed like he was like, oh, David Light doesn't really. He's a good fighter. He's all right, but he's a good fighter. But I'm gonna be. Look, he looked a bit uninspired. The uninspiration was in the boots. I don't know. He looked a bit uninspired, but he was saying that he'll see how he'll feel in this fight to make weight to whether if it's a struggle, he will go up to heavyweight and think, fuck it, he said.
And I don't even see when Usyk's, I think people are underestimating how special Usyk actually is. Going up to heavyweight is a difference between getting punched by some of the guys who've been my cruiserweight. How would you fare Okoli against Joshua? You know what I mean? Like you think
and they asked him, they asked him, where would you fare if you where would you fare in the heavyweight division once you go up there? Like, could you see yourself, the top 10 lads? And he was like, yeah, not so but basically he tried to say it's like I always spar heavier because he sparred these geezers. So in his mind, he feels that he knows their ultimate power. But I think he did say that, sparring kind of like.
No,
it's
funny.
I don't place him at any top. I can't even place Lawrence Okoli in the top 15, top 20 yet until I see what gives me, yet again, stats, facts and data. I don't know anything that supports that Lawrence Okoli is so stellar at cruiser that he goes into heavyweight and he does like an Usyk. I can't see it, or he just becomes. He may do, but I can't just like jump on the ledge and be like, yeah, he's just gonna knock everyone out. He's gonna give Joe Joyce a run through his money. Or fuck
I was
up.
just gonna say that Joe Joyce will punch his head off. He can't clinch Joe
What
Joyce.
I'm saying.
He can't clinch him.
Yeah,
this is strong. Yeah, no,
yeah,
so.
yeah. That's what I can't see it. So I don't know. And then he's like, anyway, Richard Riakporhe wants to move up there because Richard Riakporhe's 32, so he wants to go up. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where Richard Riakporhe, because I find him very limited as a fighter. He wins, he loses on the cards for most part, then knocks you out. He's the cruiserweight Deontay Wilder.
with less charisma, huh?
Yeah.
If you want to call that, if that you would.
Yeah. There's not. Where are you, Wilder? Let's get you up. Yeah.
Still fighting to this day. To this day. To this day. You just sit here, you don't know what I'm.
And I actually, how I found your channel actually.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with AJ as well, just from Ring IQ.
Oh,
but when I saw you come on, I'm like, I know that name from somewhere. I watch a lot of the freestyle. I'm a big Reg 32 fan, so he had me watching a lot of the freestyles over in the UK. So I actually seen. I'm like, okay, that's where I seen her from. I seen her freestyle.
Let me start. Yeah, you saw me doing all that.
So, but I just wanted to ask you a question because you're obviously over there.
Yeah.
From my perspective, just talking about the news. From my perspective, talking about Buatsi, to me it looks like he wants to get paid for lesser competition.
Oh, we did talk about this.
Is that how you guys are perceiving it over there as well, or no?
It's a pretty split. We did this talk. We talked about this on the. Nobody can understand why he's decided to go to a stables where they don't have light heavyweights. You know, it's quite strange. But there may be just some things that because I watched. Do you watch Hatman? If you watch Hatman's commentary, he actually put it out because Eddie Hearn came out with something quite, a bit pathetic and a bit spiteful, saying that Buatsi didn't want to fight no top contenders and he's happy to just be getting paid big buck to fight domestic level fighters. I don't think so because he did want Bivol. No, because he wanted Bivol. He said, I offered him 1.5 to fight Bivol. But if you remember after the Craig Richards fight, they all shot him down. We all was like, you can't fight no Bivol. You just about did Craig Richards. And now, and so I don't understand what led to him declining that fight. But maybe it was the fact that he wasn't feeling that he was getting moved quick enough because that was pretty much shot down. And the Anthony Yard fight was like, why don't you fight Anthony Yard for, like we've offered you $1 million before. Why don't you do that? So maybe he thought like, fuck that. I want to do title fights. And you telling me Anthony Yard. I don't know because maybe there wasn't the business wasn't because Eddie had, that offer. Like if you sign someone and say you signed them for like £5 million for a 2-3 fight deal. Like Eddie Hearn always has the right to try and match whatever the competitor is given to Buatsi because that's what his duty is to do in the contract. So whatever Sky obviously, fucking offered Buatsi, it was better. And maybe he just saw it that Eddie was fucking about and just thought, you know what? You don't believe in me? Yeah, I can do a Dan Aziz.
Dan Aziz, yeah.
Yeah. Who's what? European. Level like has he got a European title or is he Commonwealth? What is he? Aziz, one of them anyway. But you put him about like a European level anyway. Okay, cool. Is it a downgrade? Maybe it is just to get his feet wet. Joshua Buatsi hasn't fought for nearly it's going to be a year, isn't it? So maybe he wants to do that, and then somehow I don't think that Joshua Buatsi is scared of Dimitri Bivol. Now, does Dimitri Bivol mop the floor with Joshua Buatsi? Hell yeah. But it doesn't mean scared. Yeah. And at first I thought Yard wouldn't. Like, I thought it would be quite even. But then I saw, I think Yard, Yard, I went switching back and forth. I'm quite comfortable that Yard beats Joshua Buatsi. Yeah. So maybe that just proves the point. Maybe he does want these smaller fights and for fucking domestic level. I don't know how far you're going to get though.
But it could be one of the interviews I found. I don't know his name. He's a representative for Eddie Hearn. He was saying that they would contact him, and Buatsi wants to go on 18, 19-month holidays at a time, and then when you come back,
oh God, you can't do that.
Right, and you're struggling with Craig Richards, right? You're not dominating the guy, so then. And then your coach is saying, well, he's not ready for a Bivol fight. We need 2 and 3 fights to get him ready for that. So then if you're only fighting once or twice a year, what has he fought once a year for the past 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. So then what can we actually do with you? You're not a big name. We can't make any money off you. I can see why Eddie Hearn going, well, I'm not going to pay top dollar for a guy who's unmotivated. And then part of the reason too is like what Lisa was saying earlier, I think inactivity is the killer of any fighter.
Yeah.
So like when people talk about chins, well, your chin is, if anybody's ever boxed before, conditioning has more to do with your chin than actually being able to take a punch. Like you're not just, some people are born with being able to take a better punch, but a lot of it's your conditioning, right? So if you're not fighting, obviously you're not in the gym like you should be. And really, when I look at Buatsi, I think I'm bigger than Buatsi. Buatsi is not a light heavyweight naturally. He's a super middleweight, really, but he probably can't make the weight comfortably because you're fighting once a year.
Fell off. How tall are you though?
6'1".
Because Buatsi's 6'3", isn't he?
He don't look 6'3" to me.
He don't look 6'3" to me.
Right.
They say he is.
Right. He look about 6'6", 6'6" to me.
I'll give him 6'1". Yeah,
that. But I'm talking about frame.
What you're saying,
what
you saying? He's small for the weight or big for the weight?
Small for the weight to me.
Small for the weight. So I think AJ must have fell off an accident because I think AJ was it AJ saying that he feels that Buatsi could scale down to 168.
Yeah, but you have to be active. You have to be in the gym constantly. You have to get your body conditioned to start cutting that extra weight if you haven't been doing that your whole career. Like it's not an easy thing.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. No, I just realized AJ said he's got to go now, but I thought he was saying to come back. Shouts out to AJ. He had to leave the pictures. I was just like, you can talk now, but I don't see him scaling down to no 168 though, but I just think maybe that's the point for real. Maybe I couldn't see someone going over to a stables, even though he did, where there's no fighters there for you.
That's the inarguable point. Because then it goes, well, if somebody says you just want easy fights, that kind of proves that point. Like what logic would you have to go to a stable with no fighters? If anybody else did that, we would call them a duck. You know what I mean? So it's like,
So but who is he ducking?
Hard fights. Pick somebody.
Just a duck in general.
Yeah, I don't think he wants the hard fights. He doesn't seem like. If I'm him, I go. If I'm at my best, I smoke Yard. Yeah, I want that fight. He can't even deal with a jab. You know what I mean? Like I would want that.
Yeah, you could do. Yeah, it's better to do that because that's at least going to give him a milli. But I don't know what other fights are going to be high paid fights for him at that level over there at Sky Boxer. But maybe we don't know. There has to be a route, sis. We did say this, didn't we, sis? That there's got to be a plan earlier.
Yeah.
For why he's gone over there.
It's money. Yeah, more money and more visibility, as he says. Yeah.
And yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, thanks. He said the visibility over at DAZN because the Craig Richards fight weren't really watched by much people, and that pissed him off.
Just for them a day later to say the DAZN's not going to be on Sky. You know what I mean? And I will find out the way Eddie Hearn operates. You really think that Eddie Hearn didn't tell him, "Hey, we're working on getting Sky on or DAZN on Sky to kind of get him over there"? You know what I mean? So it's like
maybe would Eddie be indebted to tell him, or would Eddie want to see? Let me tell you that and see where your loyalties really lie.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because
like I said, I don't think Eddie wanted to keep him. I don't see why you would. Why would I want to keep a fighter who doesn't have any ambitions?
Yeah,
to keep paying you $1 million paydays to fight mid-level competition, that's a loss for me.
Yeah.
Still a business.
Yeah, it's still a business at the end of the fucking day. To be honest, yeah, you're right. Could be. tomatoes. We're gonna see how this all fucking pans out. Does anybody else got any? Sis, have you got any topic out of there that you wanted to discuss that's happened?
No, I'm looking forward to the fight on the weekend.
Which one? We got Caleb Plant.
Yeah,
you got Plant Benavidez, haven't we, this weekend?
Yeah, Caleb Plant and Dimples is fighting. Yeah,
jeez,
I'm going for Dimples. I got Dimples.
Who's Dimples?
I'm riding with my Dimples. Benavidez.
Is that David Benavidez is
he's Dimples to me.
I've got David Benavidez winning as well. I've said that. I think he's massive and he's a big puncher and he's look, Canelo just literally King of King back in the boot is in.
Hey. What up, though?
You've entered at the right point, actually, because we're just talking about which we've just gone on to Plant Benavidez, and I'm saying I think Benavidez is going to stop Plant. I'm afraid he's going to stop him.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Man,
King
it's
going to say the
a
opposite.
good matchup, man. You know, I was glad to actually have a fight that's worth looking forward to watching.
Who do you think wins? Give us a breakdown.
Because since I've learned not to keep putting my faith into Plant's gas tank is a huge problem, and Benavidez is the locomotive.
Comes forward.
Yes, and it's going to be
power.
He's awkwardly long. He's big. He just throws punches in weird arrays. Caleb Plant, look, you're not gonna get no, like, it was exciting, it looked great, you knocked out Darrell, but you're not doing that shit to Benavidez.
You're not doing that.
It's gonna steamroll you. It's gonna look, the Caleb Plant's fight similarly look alike. He's gonna look good for a period of time. He's gonna be landing the jab, a couple combinations,
and then round 10, you're gone.
I don't even know if it's gonna be 10 because Benavidez
9.
Now he's trying to use psychological. Now shout out to Caleb Plant, the psychological warfare and the build up to the fight. Now who jacks a domain? He jacked that domain name years ago, anticipating trolling this dude. He was talking about, I made 40 G's off his domain last month. You know,
he bought.
Shouts out to him trying to bring some excitement to the game, but it's just like, unfortunately, man, unless they figure a way. Unless you get the sauce and fix that tank of yours, you're gonna lose. But it's gonna be a good scrap.
I agree.
It's gonna be a real good scrap.
You need to go down.
They said there's still a lot of tickets left. They're not promoting it. They are promoting Tank and Ryan so much that they're not promoting this. It's sad.
Yeah, that's
But Lisa, think about it. It's not for any belts. This is Al Heyman fault. It's not for any belts when it could have been. It's not a unification.
You guys chop it up. Just give me 1 minute. Continue. I'm just going off camera.
This fight was originally supposed to be a unification bout for the.
I remember.
For Canelo. That's why.
Yeah.
Clint's been knocked out now already, so it lost some steam, and then they haven't been fighting anybody. To be honest with you. Neither one of them. The resumes are paper thin, so it's not. It's a big fight for us because we love boxing, but it's not really a big fight per se. And then you're putting it on the weekend with March Madness in the States, which of course that's going to trump that fight. It's just I really think that Al Heyman is really masterminding and somehow how to destroy boxing as much as possible before he leaves the sport. Like some of his moves don't make any sense at all. But I got Plant winning, by the way. I guess I'm one of the minorities.
Nah, man, but somebody has to. It's hard for me because I like Plant, but it's just there's just things. And like you said, they took a lot. This is what I'm saying. Let the fights happen when the fight should happen. I don't know. They took a lot of steam off the fight. We don't like Benavidez is undefeated, but like I said, he's been doing a lot of bullshit in his career. And Plant getting we can't get past him getting knocked out. It's nice. It's a nice little buildup. But it's just, I don't know, these guys just don't got solid backings. Like these dudes, like at least you would have diehards for yourself. I mean, something, but they just don't do it. I mean, like I said, the promotion is bad. Like Lisa said, it's not there. It's getting overshadowed. They did some of the main stuff on Showtime, but like I said, Showtime subscription ain't that great. A lot of people watching this stuff. It's free on YouTube though. But I watched it, look at the bottom, and it'd be like Showtime got 1 million followers, but then it was like 2,000 people watching it. So it's like,
you got 1 million followers, not for boxing though.
Yeah, not for boxing. So yeah, that's the issue. So it's like I gauge fan and anything like regardless, like we know YouTube is dominated by men. So I judge engagement based on views. I mean, to be honest, like because boxing, I mean, YouTube, regardless of what somebody's subscriber base, the views will show the interest in it. And it's like I said, like but when I was shitting on I mean not shitting on, but when I was saying that Garcia is not really a draw because nobody, like, you do a video about Garcia, nobody's paying attention to that dude. Like nobody.
Ryan Garcia?
Yeah, Ryan. Nobody pays attention to him. Nobody he doesn't got this. Like, when did we not realize that people can buy fucking Instagram followers and then bots and all this bullshit? So it doesn't if it don't translate to tickets and people engaging and actually paying attention to you, I mean, then it's stupid. So
you know what though? I disagree with you. This is why I'm cutting you off. Because some of my friends, I'm sure you notice, most people aren't hardcores, right? They know who Ryan Garcia is, but they know who he is because of TikTok and because of Instagram. Those people don't watch fights, though. Those people don't buy fights. They look at him how they look at Jake Paul. We know that he's actually supposed to be a real fighter. And that's, I mean, kind of still making a point, but people, I don't even think they realize he's an actual legit fighter a lot of times. I think they think he's like a YouTube or like more of an internet sensation than he is a fighter, which is a weird thing. Because when they talk about him, they go, he fighting Tank. I'm like, yeah, like who you think gonna win? I'm like, well, Tank, I know that Tank's more than likely gonna win, but they don't realize that he's actually a legit amateur background fighter that came up through the ranks, and it's a weird thing. But I think that a lot of his fanfare is real. How much of it, I do agree, because people do buy viewers, but he is known to like the casuals and like that pop culture, so to speak.
Yeah, no, actually you solidify my point. The point is like his fanfare doesn't translate into ticket sales.
Oh yeah, boxing. That's true.
So that's the issue with it. So even with a massive following, like I said, if you have a massive following but nobody watches your videos about fucking let's say you have a channel about fucking surfing and then you have cooking videos,
right?
And nobody watches the cooking videos. It's like, bro, but that's where I want the money to be made at. But no, bitch, we know you as a surfer. Same thing with Ryan Garcia. We see you as this. He's like a pop singer that doesn't sing. Like he's like a media icon, but he's a fighter. That's like his bread. Like that's what he wants, I guess, to some level be known as. And well, you're a fighter. It's like, what?
Yeah, I'm looking at his box record. If you release a no, how often does Ryan fight? Once a year, twice a year?
I want to.
It's been
since he's been back like once or twice a year. Yeah, he hasn't been back long. Yeah,
that's why. But that like Lisa, you hit the nail on the head earlier. It's inactivity. How can you promote a guy for the product? What product do you have to show? Let's go for all the fighters though. They fight once and twice a year.
But Ryan is still active on social media. His name is still out there. Yeah,
that's what King's saying. Like he's known for everything but fighting though. Like when I really had to explain to him, like, no, he's a legit fighter. He's not like, a YouTube fighter. He's a real fighter. They didn't know that because they don't see him fight. You know what I mean? It's a weird thing. So it's like he's like one of the if you want a fighter to promote, he's pretty much the perfect fighter to promote, right? Young, good looking, the girls like him, whatever, etc., and you can't even really promote him because he doesn't do the one thing that you need him to do, and that's fight. Even if it's against lesser opposition, he should be fighting 3-4 times a year with at least 1 or 2, top level fights. But you can't promote a guy properly if he's not doing the one thing that you need him to do. And then he's not a good talker either. Like to me, that their pressers, besides him and Tank, talking about him weight draining, it hasn't really been all that interesting to me. The build up of the fight between the two of them. I think that's why Leonard Ellerbe was brought back into the fold, just in case they needed him to hype up the fight or talk about it a little bit. But they're not interesting, really. Like say what you want about Tony Harrison, but he can sell a fight. You know what I mean? Like they're not really selling the fight, really, to me.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when I watched that press conference. Oh my God. Watch him paint damn dry. Those dudes, Gervonta, he plays the part, but it's like, dude, you gotta be like you you should have grew up on the West Coast so you could have been an articulate thug. Like, bro, it's like you just are annoying listening to you talk. It's like, bro, it's like he's gotten better, but it's boring. It's like, dude, you're lame. And then it's like Ryan Garcia, you're like, you're lame too, bro. Like it's not even fluid anymore because it's like whoever been giving your speeches didn't have you practice beforehand because now they just sound stupid. Like the buildup is like I said, yeah, Tony Harrison on the path to getting knocked out is way more like there's a lot of guys more entertaining. Like there's dudes that just, and you don't need to give the gab, but damn, like I don't know, man. It's just they're boring, man, bro. It's like the build up to the fight is horrible.
And then also just taking a step back for a second to the Benavidez Plant fight. That's really an undercard fight. It's a co-main fight. It's not a paper. That's not a, to me, that's not a, if we're gauging it off the history of boxing, that fight itself, especially because it's not for any belts, that really should have been an undercard of Tank and Ryan. Then you have then that becomes a pay-per-view fight. That Tank versus Ryan is not, we know it's not really the best fight and the best in the division. Like, I don't think anybody has Ryan as a top 5, 135 or 140 pounder. So it's not even really a pay-per-view fight in terms of the quality of the fighters, but in terms of popularity, I guess it's a pay-per-view fight. But that would have been perfect to put Plant Benavidez as like a co-main undercard to that fight, and then you put Boots under fighting somebody decent as well. Like they don't even. If you compare Bob Arum card back in the day or Don King card back in the day to the cards now, it's laughable. Like it's just a weird thing how to promote these fighters now and moving the. But again, I really think Al Heyman's mastermind is in a weird way to destroy the infrastructure for some reason, because none of his moves make sense.
Great point.
Now, I know both of you have Benavidez winning. Do you see a path in which Caleb Plant can win? Because his only shot to me is actually staying mid-range, being more in and out, catching David Benavidez throws a lot of punches. It's a lot of room in there to get countered with something. And I'm thinking that's him and Brad Mann's plan. They've been talking a lot about that Caleb can actually punch more than people think. That you got to get him to sit down on his punches, and that's what they're working on, changing up his rhythm for the Darrell fight, even though Darrell's shot to me. But the point just being, it seems like they're planning on catching David Benavidez because David Benavidez underestimating Plant's punching power, I guess. Do either one of you see a path in which that Plant could get a victory?
I think, to be honest, and I don't know if it's possible for him to do it. Like you said, I feel like it is. The funny part, Benavidez, it's not like he's a tremendous inside fighter. Like a lot of his punches, even when he's pressuring, he is further out because his arms are extremely long. I don't know if he has really a significantly good quality uppercut, but I think Plant has to control the center of the ring to a certain extent. Like he has got to plant his feet in a sense and just fight him. Like if he gets in a place where he's constantly moving out, I don't know. Like his gas tank is just to me is a big problem. If he has to do too many changes, yeah, mid range, use a jab, structurally, do some work, move out, but in a lateral way, not jumping out, not moving towards the ropes, not a lot of movement. Move out laterally, continue shifting, and like I said, just maybe like he can control the fight, don't get hit with nothing big, and if he can last, then he can win on points. But I don't know. Like I said, to me, it's a couple things that fighter got to have. Heart is a huge thing, but anytime a guy has a stamina problem, it's always an issue. So, I mean, it's a chance. He is a former world champion. It's not like Caleb Plant's a bum, you know what I mean? But it's just like it's just a hard matchup for him.
What about you, Lisa?
I feel that in order for Caleb Plant to win, he got to use the ring. Like KOK said, he has to use the ring. Boxing. If he goes into a war with him, he got to pick his shots carefully because, when Benavidez is he likes to throw combos. and it could be like a 9-10 piece combo. He's fast with his hands, Benavidez, when he's in the range. So he has to be careful that, like, use the lateral movement and box. He's the better boxer. We know this, but I think that Benavidez is the better fighter. So it's gonna. What's his name has a better ring IQ? Caleb Plant. Yeah, but I think that this is personal, and as we know, they don't care for each other. And Benavidez, if he cut the ring off, that's the thing. It's probably going to be a big ring, so he can use his footwork and everything. Plant, but if he go toe to toe with him, he got to pick his shots wisely. He do, because he can get caught with something. But they both can, you know. They both decent punchers here.
Do you think that Plant could hurt Benavidez at all? I mean, technically anybody can be hurt, but
I'm not saying that he can't, but I mean, Benavidez has been down by Gavril,
yeah.
Gavril, but I think Benavidez he pretty much he's pretty sturdy, durable. He can take a punch. I don't think Plant got enough pop to really hurt him like that, unless it's an accumulation or something.
Right.
But I just think Benavidez is gonna go in there. If he get him up, I think he gonna walk him down, get him up against them ropes at some point. He just gonna keep, you know, Herman Monsterish type of walk down and like I'm coming. Cause you know he talking about 6-round knockout.
Wear him down.
But it's personal. Yeah, you see he got a 6-pack. It's personal with him. Plus he's a little younger. This is I don't know, man. I got Benavidez.
That's a smart pick. I'm just going. I'm a Breadman fan, Stephen Breadman.
Yeah,
trainer from Philly.
Yeah, he used to train. Is J-Rock still with him?
I think J-Rock is actually he's still with them, but he's working with a new coach as well on some things for his move up to middleweight.
Okay. Yeah, I know Breadman.
Yeah, I don't know how much J-Rock got left in the tank, but
yeah, it's sad. Such a talented guy.
But you know what it is too. In Philly, the culture they spar heavy. So
yeah,
a lot it's like kind of known now, but most of his punishment came in the gyms.
Kind of like James Toney, huh?
Right.
Like the Crunk, yeah.
Because if you think about it, what fights did J-Rock have that were super punishing? Because he got knocked out by Charlo, but what fight did he take? Where are these fights where he took these long, methodical beatings? He didn't have.
He didn't.
So why would he be so, damaged? It's from the gym. It's from the gym. Same thing with Tony Harrison. Tony Harrison, that Kronk gym, they spar hard. Tony Harrison, a lot of it's from the gym, and then also Tony Harrison's my size. He's 6'1", walk around 190. He's not a 54-pounder. So that takes away.
He looks so lean to me, but he's still lean.
He's tall though.
Very tall.
He's easily a middleweight. You know what I mean? Really, it would be nothing for him to fight at that weight and feel strong. But when you're cutting down to 54 and he's 31, 32 years old, that's different when you're 22 cutting down.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like when you cutting all that weight and you get older, you're losing more than you were when you can't balloon back up to 180 and 190 in between fights. And again, I'll bring it back to Al Heyman. When you got guys fighting once and twice a year, well, it's hard to stay at a fighting weight when you don't know when you're fighting again. It'd be easier to walk around 170 or 165 if you know I got to fight in 2 months, 3 months. So
you make a good point with Tony Harrison, man, because in that last fight, first of all, I looked up and I was shocked to see he's only 32, but he looks shot, man. His legs it's gone. It's bro, it's I was looking damn, this motherfucker get old overnight. But it's like you said, it's that grueling punishment. These dudes only have a limited amount of time. Like you said, if they don't stay busy, it makes it even worse. So yeah, he just looked bad. It was like I was kind of like, where's the effort? But then I'm just like, this dude shot. It's like completely all the way gone. It's like I actually gave him a chance. To be honest, I was favoring him to win that fight. But
over at Tim Tszyu.
Yeah, but the way he showed up, I was just like, immediately after the first round, I knew it was over. I was just like, what the fuck? Where's the lateral movement? Why are you backing straight up? And then, but the way he looked like it was this, not saying it was like super laborsome, but it's just like I've seen shot fighters. I knew immediately he was done. I was like, he's not gonna win this fight. It's a wrap.
See, I followed Tony Harrison maybe since like his 11th fight, 11th or 12th pro fight. Tony Harrison's not a pure boxer originally. He's a boxer puncher. He has the ability, obviously, we see, to be a pure boxer, but he's naturally a boxer puncher. If you go back to the fight with, I think it's Jared Hurd or Willie Nelson, he was in the pocket with him. He was using movement, but he wasn't using the entire ring. He's turning them, shifting, getting out. But he's a boxer puncher naturally. They changed him into a boxer or a pure boxer pretty much after that fight in the Hurd fight. But he always was a boxer puncher because he's one of the few, I guess, quote unquote, pure boxers that always had power. But that's why when he fought Charlo couldn't just, the first fight, he couldn't just rush him and run in because he was catching him with a stiff jab and a strong right hand. That would kind of tame Charlo a little bit, had Charlo overthinking the first fight. Tony Harrison, that's why I know it's the gym, and then it's also, bro, you too big to make 154 still. Like, that was cool when you were, but to be fair, most of these fighters are I don't want to say weight bully, because I guess if you can make the weight, that's your weight class. But they're not running around like Bernard Hopkins, where Bernard Hopkins really was never, he's naturally not a middleweight, but he kept himself in such shape, and his schedule dictated that he could be at 160 so long because he's fighting 3 and 4 times a year, and he had super dedication to not go past 170 pretty much. He was always within fighting range. But those guys aren't. Like, B-Hop is Tony Harrison size, if not bigger. You know what I mean? Like, naturally.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So,
and that's and that's why I picked Tony Harrison, because it wasn't the period, because I do see him more of as a boxer puncher, and I felt like that was going to be the key for him to fight. But when he was just retreating, and I was like, bro, like, I expect you to step to the side, throw cut, like no right hand at all. I thought that was going to be his butter in that fight. Like, that's literally, because I do, like, that's the funny part about Tony Harrison. Like, the reason like I said, he has power. Everybody's caught up on him getting slept, but even the Willie Nelson fight, he was winning that fight up to the point he got knocked out. But it's like he's always hit hard. And so the reason he was able to maintain with Charlo, like you said, he was able to withstand the force because he was returning fire. So that's why I was expecting him to do with Tszyu, and Tszyu just kind of looked like he just no engagement. It was like bro, like, you stepping straight back tells me not. Like, it just was like, bro, what are you doing? Like, at least hit this guy with something. At least make him pay, because we haven't ever seen Tszyu get hit before, and he just couldn't do it. He had a little bit of jab, but even the jab was off. Like, he throws.
It wasn't powerful. It wasn't powerful at all.
Snap to it.
And when people were saying when his last fight he looked good, not to me. That's a guy that he would have stopped. If you look at Tony Harrison's record, not saying he fought the most elite competition throughout his whole career, he got a high knockout rate. That's a guy he would have stopped years ago. So the fact that he couldn't stop a guy like that and had to go 12 rounds with him, I'm going, okay, yeah. That whatever he had left in them Charlo fights, that's gone. So and then the fight before that, I know his father passed, which also plays a big part in his training and his mental focus too. But that's a fight to me he actually lost. What was it? The guy Roy Jones is training, Pernella or something like that.
Yeah,
it was like a random fight on PBC. He lost that fight to me. So, to me, even before the Tim Tszyu fight, 3 fights ago, to me he was done. And if this is how I kind of gauge it, so I know styles make fights. If you're looking at the landscape and you go, I want this guy because he's the easier path than Charlo. I mean, he's the easier path to Charlo than going the Fundora route. You probably should be getting ready to hang him up then, because Fondora's big, but he's not. If Tony Harrison, that's another guy. You only going, well, Fondora's only shot to beat him is going to be the gas tank. It's not the skills. It's not the
Fundora struggled with Lubin. And to me, the if you want to, if I stack Tony Harrison at his best and gets Lubin at his best, I guess I will have to give the chin to Lubin because, of course, it's superior. But as far as power and better boxing IQ, I got to give all that to Harrison. And there was points in time when that fight, in that Fundora fight, because of his lack of skill, like he's not. I mean, man, fucking I'm trying to think of damn Lubin. He just not polished, as well as Harrison. And there was I'm like, Harrison would have gave this dude the business, if he was somewhere similar to his best compared to that. So yeah, that was very telling because Fundora did get dropped and was hurt badly in that fight by Lubin. So it's just it was very telling. So he went after the unproven guy. So we can say what we want. Zoo was unproven. This actually legitimized him as a fighter. So that definitely was a bad sign right there.
You think the Harrison? You didn't think the Gachet win was a good win, or the Nui win was a good win?
No, who are those guys in the 154?
Well,
because Gachet, like we said, it's a good scrap, but let's say Gachet, what's he best? C-?
I don't really know much.
Oh, when he fought Gachet, when he fought Tim Tszyu, yeah.
Didn't Gachet get a draw with Lara?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's of level. It's not like he's.
Are we talking about old man Laura?
Old man.
We're not talking about elite level Laura.
That
we're talking about old man Laura that's been beat.
That version Laura gives 90% of the people he's gonna fight hell.
Are you talking about Elislandi Lara?
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Laura's okay. So I guess I'm about to put a statement earlier.
Yeah,
but to me Laura's like a B+.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, by the AO scale, that's not possible.
This is why I say this. He's only lost a fight that I go. He didn't her stop him? No, it went to decision, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. In that fight to me, that's when you started to see Lara slow down. So when Lara's essentially, he's essentially beating you at your own game, fighting on the inside, pressure fighting with her. I'm going. Well, that's the caveat against Lara. He can't handle pressure, and he's actually beating the pressure fighter in spots in this fight, being a better pressure fighter. I feel like Paul Williams, he got robbed. I feel like he beat Canelo as well. I'm going.
I did a point score rewatch on the Canelo one. I had Canelo winning.
It's not that Laura. It's not that Laura couldn't
close.
It was a close fight.
It's not that Laura couldn't fight on inside. He's just by the pure sure of his Cuban style. He didn't have to, or he shouldn't have. If you have superior footwork, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of dudes can fight have versatile fighting styles, but it's Laura did why do that when you come from somewhere where you're schooled and disciplined a certain way.
Well, King, it was early on though. Whenever Lara got touched to the body, he ran. That's what it was. That's why.
Yeah. In reality, them body shots was killing him.
Yeah, in reality, he couldn't fight inside. He probably when he fought Angulo, he had to labor through that fight. You go, well, why would he have to labor through Angulo? But it's a different style. But you
that was a good fight.
On. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense, but it doesn't.
The crazy part? Do you because the fight game? Do you feel like that certain fighters have physical deficiencies, but as they continue to fight, they get those things aren't as heavy? For instance, Keith Thurman, they bring up his body, he's soft to the body. I don't necessarily think he's as soft to the body as people make him out to be at this point, because guys get older. For some reason, there's dudes that you've seen when they're younger get knocked out, but then somehow carry themselves through a fight later on. Even just Tony, so I'm saying he may have been soft, but I feel like the reason he had to go toe to toe with Hurt, because one, the pressure was a problem, but the other thing was that I just don't think he's as fast as he was. And that's not me shitting on Goucher. I'm just saying this on the world scheme. If we were trying to say for Zoo, when we're comparing him to the Charlo fight, there's nobody to pick Zoo. There's probably nobody picking him now. But it does add a little piece of layer to his resume to say, okay, you did beat a former world champ, because before that he had it. That at 154. So he has a former world champion who actually, as he said, beat the man a bit. Like, it's funny he says that he beat the man but got beat by the man. So it's like, bro, it's like it kind of negates that saying, but it kind of, it brings a little bit more of a, because even if we take Fundura, like right now, if we match up resumes, like who do we say has a better resume between him and Zoo? Did he have one better before he fought Harrison, or did he have one better after?
To me, it depends how you rate the fighters. I think Terrell Gausha is a good fighter. Personally, I think that. So when he beat Takeshi Inoue, he's not a known fighter. I guess he's not a name fighter, of course, especially not in America. That's a guy that's never been hurt per se, and Tim Tszyu pretty much dominated him. Like if you go look up some of his fights, like Jaime Munguia, whatever you think about him, he had to labor through with Inoue. And Tim Tszyu looked pretty good against him. So I'm going, okay, he's at least this baseline level. Like he's better than I thought he was. So okay, he's decent, right? And then you do that with you get dropped. That show when you get dropped the way he did in the first round, and you come back and pretty much beat him up the rest of the fight. That shows me he's not a front runner either. When things aren't going his way, he's composed, can adjust, and then like he's showing what's happening. Ironically, is that he wasn't ready for Charlo before. I still don't think he is, but he's getting because he's having the weight. He's getting what you're talking about. He's getting the fights that you need to at least get you more seasoned, better prepared, a little more adversity, so that when you do step up in class, you have a better shot. In reality, he shouldn't be fighting Charlo because he hasn't had the fights to prepare him for it. Like that's what the sanctioning bodies are weird with the ranking sometimes. How guys just leapfrog other guys, and all of a sudden you're mandatory. But I think he is ironically getting the fights that he needs to prepare him for that fight. At least whether you think he's gonna win or not is a different conversation. But
well, he has the bag that's forced the issue because. Everybody knows the panel. Like Charlo's one of my favorite fighters. I feel like he reigns. Like there's no you can go up and down divisions. We can argue about who 154 is him. Period.
Yeah, he earned it.
So it's not even a conversation. He's the man. He reigns. So you got to look at the options of contenders coming up. So we got Fundora, who is he in closer to being prepared for him than Tszyu? Or is we looking at physical attributes that he has that's going to probably make it difficult? If you look at 154 in general, of all the guys, most of the dudes probably on some level probably aren't ready because, we're not getting the mix-ups. Tszyu, is he ready for this fight next? Probably not. But then I'm like, who would he fight? And we would say, okay, now he's ready to go. Like, who he need to fight next and then be more prepared? Or is it that we take him now when he's young, he's confident, and maybe that aura or that bravado that he may bring may give him an opportunity to win instead of maybe going over through another fight where he might actually get hurt or you don't know what's going to happen. Do we go ahead and push him and try to say, hey, like are you need to go get the king? He's sitting there waiting. Your money's backing you guys. Force the mandatory. What's up? Is it time? I feel like you don't know somebody's ready until they go until they show you they're ready.
That's true too. That's true. Because I was gonna say maybe see like Castaño, Lubin, even Liam Smith over in the UK. Those are fighters who've either been world champions before or they've contended for belts. So we know how good they are. Those are the fights that you're supposed to have, though. That's how the grooming process used to be. Those are the fights you're supposed to have on your way to if you have to wait to fight a champion. See what happened with what's his name? J-Rock. In between him losing to Charlo and then going to fight Jared Hurd. Jared Hurd's a better style matchup because J-Rock's an inside fighter. But he fought Ishe Smith in between. It's another guy he fought too. And those were hard fights. He won the fights, but those were fights where he had to show skill and work, and those are developmental fights. So when you get to her, because when he fought Charlo, he literally hadn't fought anybody. Like I had to look at his resume. I remember watching a fight and never knowing who the guy was he was fighting. I'm like, damn, I watch boxing and I don't know who these guys are. So then when you see familiar names, okay, Ishe Smith is the guy that you got to prove. If you can beat him convincingly, then you know, okay, you're at a certain baseline level is my point. So J-Rock ironically had those fights after the Charlo loss going into the Hurd fight that prepared him for the Hurd fight. That's what I would want to see for Fundora, which with him and Lubin fighting was a good thing because we know where Lubin's level at to some extent. Even though he got knocked on the first round, you can call it a flat, a lucky, whatever you want to call it. But we know Lubin's somewhere in the middle of the pack. So if Fondura can beat him in a good close fight, okay, Fondura is at least at this level.
And the thing you could say about Lubin, even coming off the knockout, he did not get back into that position easy. He had to crawl his foot. He had to take some fights to get back up into where he's, Fondura, him's getting a fight. But yeah, Ishe Smith is a very underrated, extremely difficult style to fight. And so William, I don't think he got as much props for that as he should have, because that's not an easy fight at all. I've been watching Ishe Smith since he was on the Contender. You know what I mean? So I already knew what kind of fight that was, but for that to be his, like you said, for his career to have gone that long, and then it's kind of like you're pointing out to who were you fighting. So it's kind of like he jumped into contention. Charlo was already big. I don't know why they pressed that fight, especially when little Charlo was in the, I don't understand why they wanted that fight so bad when little Charlo was there too.
If you watch the fight, you can argue that J-Rock was winning on the cards, at least, right? Mm-hmm. Charlo, part of what Maul is he's 168 pounder, even when he's fighting at 54. Like if you look at when they were in the ring that night, that didn't look like the same weight class. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that J-Rock would have been able to beat Mel. So the fact that you're gonna fight a bigger version, I think Mel is a little more skilled than Jamal, but you fight a bigger version who's gonna be able to take everything you throw at him. I've seen Mel at least bother. I wouldn't say I've seen him hurt, but I've seen him bother. I've seen Jamal be hit clean at 160 with Korobov and bigger punchers and blink it off and keep coming forward. So J-Rock at 54 had no chance in that fight unless he was gonna win on points. But then he got to be able to take. You fighting inside with a guy who's bigger, stronger. In that that was just, you're right, it was a terrible matchup. But what it was is that they felt they were gonna outskill him in that fight, and Jamal was having trouble making. I don't know if you remember, he was gonna move up. He wasn't even gonna take that fight. He was gonna move up, and J-Rock basically talked him into staying down, which ended up being a downfall into the fight because he was calling him a duck basically. And I don't know, maybe they thought because he couldn't make weight, he wasn't gonna be as strong or whatever it is. But that was a terrible, terrible matchup for him. Especially being, now we know how chin he is, but to go 12 rounds with Charlo, with Charlo brothers, you got to have great stamina. You got to be able to outbox them, and then you also have to be able to take their punch as well. They're going to punch. They're going to land at some point. That's why when people think Bud would just move up and beat Mel, I don't know about that. Mel is a 12-round fighter. So Bud winning on points. He ain't stopping him.
That's what I'm saying. This is people do not. Here's what I'm going to say about that. So that's when we talk about size and power. If you're calling Errol Spence a weight bully at 147, and like I said, I hate that term because that's some bullshit. If you make the weight, you make the weight. We've always had guys that were getting down the weights they shouldn't be in. Like one of their pound, like a guy they talk about pound for pound back in the day, Chocolatito was fighting dudes way smaller than him.
No, there's weight bullies for sure.
But I get
your point.
I'm just saying you make the weight, you get in. But okay, so
Zudo Ramirez is a cruiserweight. Let's just be real.
But I want to say this. When you think about the size differential, like if Errol Spence at 140 is a weight bully, what do you think Jermell? I've seen Jermell Charlo stand next to Errol Spence. The size difference is obvious. Then you have his brother come in. I'm like Earl. I know they say, oh, he'll move up to 154 because it'll be more. I'm like, Jermell Charlo is not small, bro. Like this dude is not small at all. So if you think that you're gonna come up and have some kind of power advantage, you're gonna have to beat him on cards. You're not gonna knock him out. It's not possible.
The only weakness that Mel has, and it's actually a glaring weakness, is body. He does not like body punches, but good luck getting to it because he got a great jab and a powerful right hand and a good uppercut. But he doesn't like get punched in the body. But Crawford gets punched too much to me. So if he's gonna fight Mel, he's gonna have to be slick, and him putting on that added weight at 47, because I think Crawford is a natural 147 pounder. He's always been natural 140, 147 pounder. Mel, you're right. Mel, I would say to gauge size wise, I'm right in between the Charlo brothers. Like, so if Mel is really a middleweight and Jamal is really a light heavyweight, then I'd probably be a super middleweight, maybe, like size-wise, dimension-wise. Mel is a big dude. So the difference is why Mel can fight at 154. If you notice, if you look at his interviews, he's always slim. He's always he can't go up past 170. There's no way. He always looks like he can fight. The Maul is the one that blows up in weight. Mel always looks small. You can tell that he's the one that's always in shape. And I think that if him and Crawford fought, he would stop Crawford late.
If you look at that interview he had recently where he was talking about his hand, he looks in shape right now with a fucked up hand.
Yeah.
I was like, this motherfucker in fighting shape. Like he just like you said, he's slim or he's not like it's not like going to be an issue with him making a weight at all. He stays he's like you said, the Bernard Hopkins. He stay in shape. I don't have to make weight. I come to fight. I come to camp to train, not to fat camp.
I do think he's been at 154 too long, which is why when he was fighting, what's the Argent? Is he Argentinian? When he's fighting Castano was hurting him to the body. He was bothering him to the. That's what it was. He was bothering him to the body, right in the first fight. And I think that is because he's been at 54 too. Because like you say, he's a big dude. He's not. He naturally a middleweight, by the way. Like the fact that he fought at he's fight at 147 is comical when he first started out. But he naturally a middleweight. And so I think that would be Crawford's path to victory if he found one, maybe. But I don't trust that enough to bet it and say that he should be the favorite, or I would pick I got Mel in that fight. I love Crawford, but I gotta put some respect on Jamel and everything I've seen from him now.
Exactly, and well, that's it. But I think a lot of people negate the fact they think that Jamal's the reason he hasn't moved to 160. I don't think he moved to 160 because there is no smoke at 160. That's so thin of a division. It's just fuck it.
His advantages will go away at 162. I think. I don't think that. It might sound funny. I don't see him as this huge puncher. Charlos are very accurate with their shots, though. They are very accurate with their shots, but I don't see like when Maul. Who is he hurt at 160? That was an elite level fighter. Where's these devastating knockouts you saw like the J-Rock when he's fighting guys that are bigger? I think the same thing would happen with Mel when he moves up, and then it would come down more to his skills. That's where I think that, let's say hypothetically, he was the one that moved up and Maul didn't, and Mel was able to get the fights. I don't see a path to him beating Triple G. I don't see a path for him beating Canelo. I don't see a path. I think Andre's a little chinny, so maybe he can catch Andre. But if he doesn't knock Andre out, I think Andre outbox him. I think at 160 now, if he moved up because it's Bear now, he do pretty well probably. But it was a point.
Jamel, well, the thing about Jamel is that Jamal was the one that was always proclaimed for the power anywhere. Jamel was supposed to be that not like you said, he doesn't have no Jamel's has developed power because like you said, it's accuracy. Like when he knocked out Castano, it was like he just snatched the battery out of him. Exactly. He just like crumbled. It was just like, so I figured, it's partly accumulation, but it's just like because you're getting hit clean in places, it's just only a matter of time. And like you said, at 160, I think he would. I don't think he would. I think he like Mel's more built to outbox somebody, win somebody on points. Even though he's been knocking dudes out, I think he's more built for that. Where Jamal's not. Like it's just like he gets wins by points, but it's like, you didn't look so good there, bro. But it's just he's so inactive. That's the issue. It's just like he don't fight enough. So that's the main problem. That's boxing's number one caveat. You motherfuckers don't fight enough. Period. End of story.
Right, and Mel, because we've seen Mel's development. I look at them more as athletes than great boxers. I think they do everything well. I wouldn't even say everything. I think they do a lot of things well, good. I say good. They're examples of they in condition. They got great conditioning, so their stamina is number one. That strength training they doing down there, it hasn't been proven yet. So I ain't gonna throw the other caveats in there. We're gonna keep it a clean show. But basically, Jamel does everything he needs to do. But if it came down to just boxing skills, that's like I don't rate his boxing like pure quote unquote pure boxing skills. I don't rate them very high personally. I think it's the other. But you don't have to be a pure boxer to be. That's where I was going to disagree with you earlier about the Pacquiao thing. I consider Chocolatito to be a pure boxer. I consider Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. to be a pure boxer. And when I say that to people, they go, "What do you don't know what you're talking about?" To come forward and slip shots and catch shots and roll with shots and counter and throw punches and turn your chin and take the shot, the power off a punch, etc., is just as skillful as moving around the ring to me, or using the ring and changing angles. Like to me it is, because when I watched it, I go, as somebody who sparred before and had a couple fights, it's actually harder for me. Maybe I'm a limited fighter, I don't know. It's harder to me to be defensively responsible coming forward than it is if I'm just using my jab and moving around the ring and being a minimalist, so to speak, and not really engaging. I think that a lot of, like, if I rate their skills, I don't see anything they do that's great per se, but they do a lot of things very good. And then it's the intangible of they don't get tired. They're gonna be there for 12 rounds and they punch hard. They punch hard enough that they can knock you out.
Yeah, a lot of people I guess, like, I'm just speaking in a traditional, maybe how Teddy Atlas would call it, the pretty boxer. You know what I mean? Because if you really like, your point is well taken. Because, for instance, Mike Tyson to me was an excellent boxer at the prime.
Yeah,
his defensive skills are probably hugely underrated. The reason he was able to land that power is because the defense was superb.
Yeah,
like you could not hit, like bending at the waist, ducking, chin tucked. You could not hit him, and so that allowed him to set up his shots. So degrees of, so when I say pure boxer, maybe like I said, pretty, like Teddy Atlas would say, pretty boxer, traditional, the guy, the out boxer, let's put it that way, maybe out boxer style. Because that's what I would maybe reference it to, and not necessarily just pure, maybe out boxer, the pretty boxer type style would be a better way to quantify it.
That makes sense to me. Yeah, I think that's what most people think of when they think of, because really, when you describe, like, when people say Floyd is the greatest defensive fighter ever, I'd always disagree with that. I always thought at his best, Pernell Whitaker. I guess I'm punishing Floyd for something out of control when he was born, but Pernell's competition was higher to me. And I always thought he still always looked otherworldly defensively, even against the top guys you put him in the ring with at his best. And he was a lot of times in the pocket. I think Floyd's better offensively than Pernell was. More varied attack in his prime, especially at those lower weights. But I thought defensively, Pernell was actually better because he could literally sit in the pocket with you, somehow be able to bend down damn it to the floor, counter with a body shot, and then step around you and reset you. Like that. Some of that's just physical gifts to me. Like you got to have those reflexes. Like Floyd's is the same way too, but I think at a lower level. But I always thought Pernell was a little better.
Yeah, Pernell was superior. It was like 40-2. He had was that a draw that he had with Chavez, or did they say he lost?
Yeah, draw.
I know he got robbed.
Yeah, it was
but so I think he only lost one. Like, who's the person he lost definitively to? I think that
he lost to Tito Trinidad when he's older.
Yeah, that's the only definitive loss.
I just watched that fight recently again.
I think the reason why Floyd gets the mantra of his defense being otherworldly, and first of all, that's a diss that HBO initially started, because when they would describe him when he's not going to do, he's the best defensive fighter in the world, because they were just trying to completely negate the offense. Like, to me, his right hand is probably one of the best. Like, he could throw it anytime. You could not do anything about it. He hit anybody with it. That's what the underlying issue, like I said, why I never understood why people would pick Pacquiao. He has trouble with southpaws, but his main weapon is the straight right hand, which is the kryptonite to a southpaw. So where are we getting this? Like, it never made sense. And each year he got better and better at it. He could throw it from the bottom. He could throw it from the top. I think Pernell to me is more like he could stay in his defensive mode the whole fight, where Floyd, literally his fighting style is constantly changing. The reason why you couldn't deal with him is like, either he's coming forward or he's going lateral. Now he's going against the rope. Now he's coming back, mixing it up. And it's just like, you can never figure out what the hell to do because it was constantly changing. So,
but see, what you're saying is why I thought if they would have fought if Pacquiao and Floyd would have fought in 2008, 9, or 10 when they're supposed to, that's why I thought Floyd would have knocked him out. Because Floyd was still a little more offensive. Actually, a lot more offensive at that point. He was still a lot more willing to engage at that point, which makes sense. He's younger. But Pacquiao hadn't been knocked out by Marquez yet. Pacquiao fought a lot more recklessly. I think after that last fight with Marquez when he got knocked out, Pacquiao changed. He became more cautious in his style of fighting, right? Because Pacquiao would have been more reckless and Floyd was more offensive, I think that Floyd would have got a stoppage. I think Floyd would have broke him down over. It would have been late stoppage. I don't think it would have been early. I think it would have been late, but he would have broke Pacquiao down over the course of the fight because he would have routinely got the better of him in the exchanges and eventually walked Pacquiao into something with that either that check left hook or that straight right hand, and then flurried and it eventually got the stoppage on Pacquiao.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think he would have stopped him back then because, like you said, that's the main point I was saying. Because Pacquiao had abated his recklessness, so the fight was boring. Like he was worried about getting knocked. If you get knocked out by Lil Marquez, in regards to people talking about, oh, he dragged him up in weight, we seen how Floyd did Marquez. It was like, is this like, are y'all fighting? Like this is easy work, like literally 11-1. And this is the guy you're struggling going. Now matchups make all that shit, whatever. But Floyd, like you said, was strong into like that. I think how he just come off knocking out Ricky Hatton and stuff, or
something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so he had stopped him, and basically, even though, like I said, Hatton's not no Pacquiao, he hadn't got the chin, fine, all those things. But the way he set him up and just not like I could have seen Pacquiao again, like them throwing the towel in, like him just getting battered to a point where they're just like, okay, stop this shit. Like, some, like, not say he's McGregor, but just like him falling all over the ring and Floyd just loading up on right hands and hitting him with left hooks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it like, I could have seen that happening. So that's why I'm saying at the end of the day, because Pacquiao, however the guys want to blame it, I don't give a fuck what nobody says. That fight fell through because Pacquiao didn't want to take a drug test. End of story. So we had to have it later, 4 or 5 years later. He was reckless.
I think it was 50. I honestly think it was 50. I've never seen Floyd ever exhibit scary energy towards any other fighter besides the prime Pacquiao. And this is why I say that. When you get to talking about look at the pictures, look at the picture. I remember these interviews. Look at the picture. His head got bigger. Look at this and look at. I'm like, yo, the things that you're coming, because the whole PED thing came from Floyd's camp. Nope. Even if we seek, well, I was a middle schooler at that time, I think maybe. So I wasn't out with the bars and stuff. But even if at the time you were thinking, yeah, dude moving up from minimum weight all the way up to 154 seemed a little funny. So we talking about the PED stuff. Floyd is the one that brought that to attention. Floyd is the one that wanted everybody to go, well, we need to super duper test him because he got to be dirty, because it's impossible for somebody to be that good. Like, that type of energy lets me know, oh, nah, Floyd thought a little different of Pacquiao too. It wasn't just that's where the drug test stuff came from, because Floyd was never this drug test advocate as much.
No, you gotta be real though, because what Pacquiao was doing was so extremely unusual. How often have we seen a fighter move up significantly in weight and carry power, if not have more power?
But you know what's weird about that?
So here's the thing about
Duran did it though.
But no, even then, it ain't like Duran came from like, it's still like he's coming from like strawweights. And like I said, part of what you could say, well, he got a better, whatever. But even if that's the case, even if he felt like he's looking at him, he says something's unusual, and even maybe the climate of boxing, because we know one of the fighters that you got Margarito having fucked up gloves, you got Sugar Shane Mosley popping dirty.
Yep.
So you got a overall caveat of boxing to say. So even if it was scary energy, maybe he was literally scared because like maybe this dude's cheating. Like to be honest, if you were in a contest and somebody's cheating, that's not necessarily you being scared. That's you being aware. And like, okay, so you know what? So I can make sure that this shit is even, bro. We're gonna go 50-50 on the pay, but I just want you to take a drug test so I can know you're clean. That to me, that's not scary. That's me. Let's make sure you're clean. And then when you turn that down, talking about you, like, I don't know if he necessarily said it, but I know this is what came out because you're scared of needles or you don't want to be getting tested before this and blah, blah, blah. And you got like that to me, that presented suspicious behavior. Because I want to say right now, if somebody came in our house right now, me and you, and said, "Hey, take a drug test. I want to see if you got cocaine in your system," we'll be like, "All right, hand me the cup."
So when he had some funny business going on with the IV and what was found in the system, remember, think about the statement.
That's all hindsight, though. You know, that's all happening 4 or 5 years later. So I'll give you that. I'm gonna give you that. But I'm talking about when the fight was supposed to happen.
So
it does like we talking later.
He fought somebody who popped, right? He fought somebody who popped dirty after that fact. And not only that, unless you can link me the article, he wasn't going hard about Mosley about that.
Sugar Shane did go through the testing protocols, though.
He wasn't going, well, I need to make sure that, but hold on. It wasn't just that he didn't want him to take that Pacquiao didn't want to take the test. Floyd was asking for what was it, Olympic style drug testing that he hasn't asked for since or before for any other opponent. And he was fighting people who had popped with regular testing. So the regular testing was fine. Look, we arguing about stuff that's irrelevant now. Well, I'm just saying, I try to be as objective as possible. I definitely remember thinking, I feel like Floyd gonna knock him out. Why is Floyd? It just seemed whenever it comes to Pacquiao, that's all I remember thinking. Like, it just seemed a little funny when it comes to Pacquiao. Like, Roger, rest in peace, on Roger Mayweather said it to him during the fight. Yeah, you fighting like you. No, Floyd Senior said it. You fighting like you scared of him.
Yeah,
even when
he
Floyd was winning the
he
fight.
never came over the top with the left hook. Yeah, he never swept the left hook after the right hand, which he could have. It was there, but I think Floyd realizes. Well, and also Floyd did get touched, so maybe he felt something that he was like, okay, I'm gonna have an issue. And by mind you, like, all those dudes talk.
We didn't want to get hit.
Yeah, Sugar Shane Mosley even said, like, he was like, man, I felt like, so these dudes all talk, like, even Bert, like, they're all talking, but I feel like even then, like I said, if that's what it took for Pacquiao to get that fight, but at the end of the day, I don't necessarily even blame that completely on Pacquiao. I do blame Bob Arum. I know what the fuck that nigga was doing. Bob Arum was very smart. He was having them fight dudes behind Floyd, and he was building them with his name, making paydays here and there. Probably took a lot of money off Pacquiao, and he didn't want that train to end.
Hey, he the greatest promoter of all time.
Yeah,
people said they want to say about him, but greatest promoter of all time, though.
Because we talk, like I said, going back, and not to bring up nobody, but we talk about somebody fighting leftovers. Like, we could low key say Pacquiao was the king of that. He fought a bunch of like, if we were talking about people being leftovers, he was the king of doing that.
Yeah,
and weight draining motherfuckers. That day, I don't give him credit for that De La Hoya fight. I'm sorry, dead man walking.
So then you don't give Floyd credit for the Canelo fight?
It's not the same thing. Right. I'll give you a caveat why it was different. I'll give you a caveat why it was different. One, we're talking about De La Hoya had most recently have been fighting at now 160 outside of his weight, but he's a 154 pounder.
At that time,
you brought him down to 140. He came into that fight weighing 145.
Yep, he did.
So this man's dead already. And we're talking about a guy in his 30s. So, like I said, we're going back to weight bully stuff again, right? Mm-hmm. Talk about Canelo. Bringing him down only 2 pounds in his division, actually coming up to his weight. And the guy is 23 years old. So it's not really getting drained. It's not like even this, like how I feel about this particular, like the Ryan Garcia number is more pounds down. So it's like, so at 23, you dropping 2 extra pounds. In that fight, did you feel like when you were watching Canelo losing, did it look like Canelo was losing because he was weight drained? Or did it look like Canelo was losing because his ass was outboxed?
Canelo wasn't ready at all.
Now, if we go to De La Hoya, when you watch that fight against Pacquiao, did it look like he was getting his ass whooped because he was getting outboxed? Or did it look like he was getting his ass whooped because he was a dead man walking?
Look like a dead man walking.
Yeah. That's the difference.
I don't give anybody credit for catch weights. I don't like them. Period.
Well, I mean, I give Hopkins the catch weight when he fought. Who's that? The white dude that knocked
Pavlik.
Pavlik. Yeah, I think that was 172.
It was 170, I think it was.
Because you got to think a lot of the weight divisions we have now, like I said, I know it's evolved in boxing, but a lot of these in between weights, there should not be a fucking 126. Should not be a 135.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
It's like it's so much shit in between that's not necessary. So it's just like, take that stuff out of there.
I mean, that one, I guess Hopkins is. You might have convinced me on the Hopkins one, only because he's a 40-year-old man. Like the fact that he even beat Pavlik is hilarious. But
and let me throw in there. I think Floyd was 37 when he fought Canelo. 36.
36. I think it's 36.
Yeah, 36 or 37 years old at a smaller weight division where we know the speed goes faster, and that's going to be a detriment to a fighter. So yeah, there's the differences right there. Like, so that's what I would say. Like you said, that Hopkins win, to me, I don't think that weight was an issue. He just outskilled him, and Pavlik was legit. Like he's a legit he was legit.
He came off. Was that when he came off of beating
knocking out under what was his name?
He beat Hopkins.
Jermaine
Taylor.
Jermaine Taylor.
Yeah, he came off of beating Jermaine Taylor. So that was a good win. Hopkins is one of my favorite fighters of all time. Because I like that he was. To me, he's another fighter. He was very good at everything, not great at anything per se. I guess if you say like mind games, he was. But I'm talking about from a skill standpoint. Physically, he wasn't great at anything. He beat people more based off of his intellect, and Bowie Fischer being a master trainer to me. One of the more underrated trainers too. He was a teacher. I like what Hopkins said. He actually taught you how to fight and how to think and how to develop an IQ. I think a lot of trainers just going through the motions these days, where Emmanuel Stewart was a teacher as well. Certain trainers actually.
Yeah, Nassim Richardson. There's some great trainers that left early that I can tell that if they were trained certain fighters, they would be immensely better.
And I feel like if Bradman pulls this off of Caleb Plant, he'll be because when I listen to, I don't know if you ever listen to him break down a fighter in a fight. When he does it, it's different. You know how you do like the
just
eye
dropped
test?
off. That must be an accident. Nothing to do with you. But yeah, go ahead. Carry on talking. What happened? I am shutting down anyway. But go ahead. I don't know. He must have clicked the wrong fucking thing.
Oh yeah. Now we were just talking. We were just shooting about Floyd and Pacquiao and Bernard.
I could. I was hearing. So, hey yo, where are you from? In the States?
I'm from Western New York. I'm from.
Oh, I thought you said you're from Cali.
Nah, I lived in Cali before. Now I'm from
the States. You don't sound West Coast. Yeah. You're from New York.
Yeah, I'm from upstate. I'm from Western New York.
Are you from upstate? Yeah, my aunt is from. Where's the bit where they had all that fucking snow?
Buffalo, Rochester, all that stuff.
Yeah, Buffalo and Rochester, but Buffalo, yeah, she's from. Yeah, that snow is crazy.
Well, I'm just sending you a message though. But
yeah. You have been the best though. You're more than welcome to always come back. Where I rock out here. Mondays is my flagship show, the weekly wrap-up show, as you are on, and then usually sometimes I come on and not a Wednesday if I have a guest in boxing as well. I think I may do, I may not. I'm not sure. So you see me, but I'm usually on at least. Sometimes I could be on 5 days a week. Sometimes I can be, for the most part, I'm committed to like 1 or 2 times a week. So I am here. And I do rewatches and watch alongs, and I do live watches if it's big fights as well. So, and I get everybody who do fight parties and watches.
I saw your last one, the last fight that you rewatched. Yep. So I'm subscribed. I've been following for a little bit now.
Oh, it's all good then. So you know what we do. In the Buddhism. Yeah, some new vibe coming out as well. So new music coming out as well at the same time. Shouts out to you. Thank you so much for coming through, AO, and see you in the foreseeable future. We're here all week anyway. AO, shouts out to AO in the Buddhism. Salute to AO. Thank you for coming. So guys, you have been amazing. I don't know why King of King. I don't know. Edward, did you just stopped, dropped? No, you saw that was because usually he's there to say bye. I don't know, maybe there was a glitch because I was like, I'm wrapping it up, and I know you just don't drop out like that mid sentence. Sorry, Jeddy, I know you said that you had Your mic weren't sounding nice. Chickadee check 1, check 2. Does your mic sound nice? No! You lot are like always the best on this weekly wrap-up show. Like, I just thought I'd let it go a little longer, or a lot longer, just for you guys to chop it up, because it was like free reign boxing. There wasn't too many topics, so we just covered what we wanted to cover on a weekly wrap-up Chickadee show. So we are going to call out the members only in the Buddhism to sign off. Please join the membership. We have got, great guests coming through. We have the stuff chopped up. We had Steve Kim just now. We had Steve Cunningham. We will be having Carlos Takam coming off his win. So yeah, shouts out to Carlos. A returning fighter, some other fighters as well. So yeah, you get that content. So let me just say shouts out to y'all. I want to say thank you for AJ Alday in the Buddhism being on the panel. My co-host Kenny Ken in the Buddhism. Thanks Kenny Ken. I want to thank Queen Lisa Bales for being in the Buddhism. I want to thank King of King Boxing. What up, LadyChann? Thanks, babe, for coming through. I want to thank Ayo. Thank you for coming through. Just in case. And I want to thank. Oh yeah. Okay. So we had Arlette on the phone lines. Thank you for the super chats, Willie the Lynch in the Buddhism. So let me just shout out the members. So. Andrew H, Ivo. Oh yeah, Ivo was on in the Uzdania. Thank you for Ivo for coming through. Money King Boxing, Don Juan, Ben Adams, Stephen T in the Buddhism. ERF Boxing, Mark, Slim Boxing Commentary, Mark Niggity Nash in the Buddhism. Dub Right Side, Arlette, D Style in the Buddhism. Devil Beats, Jimmy McClenley, Kingside, Ringside Report Alive in the Buddhism. Queen Lisa Bales, AJ Alday, Channel. Upload type El Primero in the Buddhism. Dr. Pete in the Buddhism. Ricky Ricardo, King of King with LadyChann in the Buddhism. Pitbull in the Buddhism. Boxing God, Zara, Sports Heaven, Don Wani, and Ahmed Dudu in the Buddhism. Thank you very much. So, here we deal with... We can't have these outcries and all of this harshness. What I will address is that I did state that something that I saw wasn't in the entirety of how I saw it, but the premise remained the same, and I did correct myself on him, which I tried to keep it in the chat. But, forces of nature, Tasmanian devils think they can come through the show, be wrong and strong, dictate how the show goes. Last week when someone else was doing it, it was fuck shit. This week they decide they've got some sense of entitlement to do it because they can't keep their feelings, that's supposed to stay in their heart, like fighters that couldn't give a shit if you was on fire or if you had a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. So this isn't the channel that people come through, where it's just definitely not saying that people can't have emotions, but we do like to do it, pride ourselves in stats and data. And I think women in the sport of boxing have come a long way just to have like certain people that just get in their feelings and they don't have any stats, they don't have any facts, any data, and it was proven. And instead of keeping it on a light note, they let that fester and had to come back in and disrupt the whole show. And now, and so shouts out to you, Arlette, I've addressed you, Hey, grown woman acting like a teenager. No bueno. Lo siento, no bueno, mami. Anyway, so,
Hated it.
I'm the captain of the ship, no one else, okay?
Peter, seal the doors to this room. No entry without my authorization.
Doors are sealed.
That is not to be repeated. Anybody that doesn't like how it goes, I already told somebody, don't, keep that shit to yourself. Because all those types of things, it's just trashy. God, I do not get paid enough to do this. I don't. You know, so hopefully we can reset, come back, and everybody hold a woosah. Yeah, and you know what? This is what happens. This is what happens when you fangirling over fucking fight.
Fuck you! Get your come, be a bitch.
Be a pinch. You gotta accept that not everybody has your point of view. Nobody gives a shit about no Andrade, no fucking one time, done time, long time, once upon a time. We don't give a fuck about what time Keith Thurman is on. Okay?
Get the fuck out of here, man. It's my night.
Yeah. Because to this day, Keith Thurman, they got a fight announced. To this day, he's been a B-level fighter. To this day, he's now slid down to C and D. To this day is what I say, and that's the way it is. If you don't like it, nobody's to come here. Because to this day, shouts out Deontay, the praying mantis Wilder.
Still fighting to this day. To this day. To this day. You just sit here, you don't know what I'm.
So I'll wait for the text message, you know, of you eating crow and telling me that you're sorry. Until then, I don't want to hear nothing. Because here we deal with stats, facts, and data, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but. Help me, God. And I think you're going to need to do a few prayers tonight for God to help you, because that temper tantrum, that sense of entitlement, that wrong and strongness, that screaming over people because you come through on the phone, next time I just won't answer it. Okay?
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
It's called growth. Do you know how much discipline, because I like to show people respect, but you know how hard I had to rein in from like not desecrating someone's whole family lineage, like in one foul swoop, that I could easily do. You know, so you should respect the 2023 version of CHANN, because the 2020 the 1990s CHANN, you would have liked her, because it wouldn't have been no talking. It would have been straight desecration, teeth on the floor, and that would have been it, you know. So please I let you live. Let me live to let you live. Don't let me have to always rain down and give you the wrath. So when I get the apology, everything will all be good. Till then, leave me the fuck alone and
Shut your bitch ass up!
Yeah, because you can't play those games with me. I'm livid. Anyway, thank you guys for joining me. You have been amazing. And, you know, thank you for joining me on the weekly wrap-up Blood Clot show. I do this to people. I don't understand how I do this. You know, I do this every day. Ends in Y. Twice on the Sunday. My IQ level, like I keep telling people, it's mad high. Very high. So like when you try to do the bandulu moves and pretend to move goalposts and go, that's not what I did, when that's what you did, when I can clearly see and read, you know, in English and in Espanol también. You know, stop. Let's go.
Let's go, baby!
Because the computer says
The lie detector test determined that was a lie.
Anyway, yeah. I am the female Svengali. Unfortunately, if you want to be the female Svengali, there can only be one, just like the Highlander. And if you don't like that, you can create your own channel where you can be the fake female Svengali. Because until I've retired or fucking dead, there's no one going to be a more Svengali than myself, LadyChann. Leave me. Let me let you live, please.
It's tight, you suck at life, you don't want a round three. Worship the queen and your mic to pass. Keep it real, these chicks couldn't wipe my anyway, now let's go get Bulgari. I am the ultimate Bengali. These chicks can't even spell that. You hoes bugging, repel that.
I tried to keep it on the sidelines. You wanted it to be raining in a cloud of glory, like your name was fucking John Blood Clark Bon Jovi. So now you've got the outro all dedicated to you. Never do it again. Wait till I get my apology. If I don't get my apology, you stay where you're at, because this is what you wanted. When I tried to move with discretion, you wanted it out loud, raging like a screaming Irish banshee. Not over it. It's time to take your medication. guys. It's been amazing. Hope you liked the show. Thank you for the lads that were rocking out. Thank you for everybody that rocked out. Thank you for, I appreciate everybody in their entirety. And I'm gone to, get some food, get me head down. Hey girl, it's LadyChann. I think just check the bar, the community task tab, whatever they call it, and you shall see what we are up to next. Hey girl, it's LadyChann, rip nonetheless. Oh God, yeah. Got to stop doing this for fucking free. Up the super chats, people. I wanna keep, no coronies. This is stressful. Come box with Shan. Gyan! LadyChann sanity has left the building. Gyan! LadyChann! Fight!